Certainly to be scared has been part of human nature since its very beginnings.
What Alien says about us now are those fears that we have, which may be those fears that show up when we're dreaming, the nightmares.
I think he took a lot of techniques from Alfred Hitchcock in the sense that you don't really see everything. The imagination is used, and I think that's what made it so terrifying.
I think once you're making a movie, you better keep that pressure on all the way through. On anything, actually. But God knows on a thriller, or God knows it's a marathon of tension.
I've gone to films my whole life since I was a kid. I mean, I loved movies, and intuitively I knew that it was the thing I wanted to do more than anything. But the raising I had, my background, didn't suggest that that was a practical thing to do for a living.
I was a theater arts major in college. I wasn't a film major at UCLA. And I did love theater, but I realized after a while, after producing a couple of plays, that I had to stay in New York because that's where the investors are. And I hated the weather so much that the closest thing to theater was film. And I grew up in LA, so I decided, the hell with that, I'm not going to live in that freezing cold, I'll go into film.
I applied to USC, NYU, UCLA. NYU, UCLA blew me off, USC accepted. So I came out there and I was a student in the USC Department of Cinema. Met up with John Carpenter. John Carpenter started to do this master's thesis film, a science fiction movie. I got involved in it, and it grew out of hand. It finally got too big for a student movie, and so in the end, we ended up finding a way to put it into theaters. And instead of the most impressive student film ever made, we had the least impressive professional film ever made. A lot of things bothered me about Dark Star. We had an alien in it, which was a beach ball. It was our second try on that alien. I went away from Dark Star really wanting to do an alien that looked real. A couple of years down the line, I decided to do Dark Star as a horror movie instead of a comedy. And that was the germ of Alien.
We got to talking, I realized that Dan was a cinema student at USC, and it was in the process of making a kind of a spoof on 2001, a small film called Dark Star, and he was surprised to find that that was my secret love, was film, and particularly fantastic cinema always attracted me. So basically, I helped out on Dark Star.
I had heard about Dark Star, and somebody was telling me about these two brilliant young guys, and sci-fi was my love, really. I also like suspense, but I went to see Dark Star, and I spoke to Carpenter on the phone, and I spoke to Dan on the phone. But it seemed to me I just had a more rapport with Dan just from the phone conversations, and I told him I had the rights to what became Total Recall, which was the original story by Phil Dick, was called We Can Remember It For You Wholesale. So he knew the story. He said, I love that. Yeah, he said, you got the rights to that? I said, yeah. He said, okay, and I got something I got to discuss with you that I have been working on about a year, and I need to make a breakthrough. And maybe you're the guy that can make me have it happen. And that turned out to be Alien.
I had this opening. I didn't know where it was going to go. I knew I wanted to do a scary movie on a spaceship with a small number of astronauts. Like I say, Dark Star is a horror movie instead of a comedy. And I had this creepy opening in which astronauts awaken to find that their voyage home has been interrupted. They're receiving a signal from this mysterious planetoid in alien language. They go down to investigate. They get stalled down there. Their ship breaks down.
I've got 29 pages written, but I don't know you. I can't trust you to leave the house with this. The story, I, of course, know you have nothing written in the story. I said, no, I've just got the rights to the story. I hadn't yet tried to write it yet. And he said, okay, will you sit here and just read this? And this is what I got. I'm stuck on it, frankly, but read this. So I sat there and I read it, and it was very close to what we actually ended up with on the screen, those first 29 pages.
The threat at the center of the story, whatever this monster or thing or danger was going to be. It was not at all clear to me at this point.
The first act is fantastic. I said, well, you know, possibly, maybe I can help you with it. And he said, okay, I can help you in Total Recall. So we decided, however, that we would tackle Alien first because Total Recall would be way more expensive because at that time we envisioned Alien could be a Roger Corman movie, just in one location, you know, several different rooms in an old warehouse.
A Chilean filmmaker named Alejandro Jodorowsky telephoned me from Paris. Was it Paris, France? Or Paris, Texas? No, Paris, France. He had made an art film called El Topo, which was very well received. And this man over this transatlantic phone line claimed that he had the backing and the rights to make a feature film of Dune.
And he loved Dan's work that he did on designing the special effects for Dark Star. And he knew he had to do it at a budget with some creative people. So he hired Dan to work on it, help him with the storyline and also with the special effects. And Dan went off within a few weeks. He went off to Paris and France and places and was working on the Dune project there for 6 months.
And I wasn't the only person there. He had gone to England and he had plucked up an artist who did covers for science fiction books named Christopher Foss. And for the first time, I saw somebody whose stuff I liked as much as Ron Cobb's stuff. He had another artist he wanted me to meet. He had seen this guy's work in a show that was in Paris at the time. Took me over to one of the really fancy hotels in Paris, not the one I was staying in, where this artist named Hans Rudi Giger was staying while his show was on display in Paris. Giger brings out this little tinfoil. He said, "Would you like some opium?" I said, "Why do you take that?" He said, "I am afraid of my visions." He said, "It's only your mind." He said, "That is what I'm afraid of." He brings out a book, art book, with his paintings in it. I started looking at this, and he and Alejandro go into a big discussion about Dune. I started looking at these paintings, and it took a minute for it to register what I was seeing, but what I was seeing seemed to be very disturbing.
Oft-told story of that was Dan, of course, working on the Jodorowsky Dune in Paris for a year or two, and it all collapsed, and he went home with no money and whatever it is, and slept on Ron Shusette's couch.
And I was in desperation. The only thing I could think to do, I had to sell a script.
So he said, now light up the board, Ron. I've got this first act, and you like it. And he says, I know, you have a good mind from these just weeks and weeks I've worked with you before I left, and what I saw you did on Total Recall, which you did the short story. As far as you got it, I know you can make the breakthrough for me.
Well, Star Beast is one of those titles that you think of, and then you throw them away. I was running through titles, and they all stank. I didn't like any of them. One morning at 3 o'clock, Ronnie's apartment, I'm typing away, writing dialogue, and the characters are saying the alien this and the alien that, and suddenly that word alien just came up out of the typewriter at me. I said, alien. It's a noun and it's an adjective. I said, yes, that's it. I have the title.
It's simple. It's one word, and no one's ever used it. And never changed from that moment on. No one ever tried. The title stuck, and that was amazing to us, even just that aspect of it.
I went to storage, got my typewriter out, took it over to Ronnie Shusette's living room, and wrote it up. Over the days and nights of the next 3 months, Ron keeping me alive by feeding me hot dogs.
Dan said, somehow the monster has to get on board the ship in a way that'll amaze everybody. And so I woke up in the middle of the night and I said, Dan, I have an idea. And he said, what? And I said, the monster screws one of the people. He says, what? What are you talking about? I said, he jumps in his face, plants a tube down him, inserts his seed in him, and later it comes bursting out of his stomach. And Dan goes, oh my God, that's the most amazing thing I've ever heard. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And we just sat up all night and we wrote, and in 3 weeks, we had I would say, which is 85% of the plot, the structure. We didn't write the screenplay right there of what you saw became Alien, 85%.
And whether they drew from other movies, they probably did, like everybody. They drew consciously or self-consciously from things like The Terror from Beyond Space. But they actually, the ingredient of this thing being incubated in a human being made the whole damn thing stand out.
Ronnie wanted to be on board once I had written the thing. He saw it as a, a viable thing he wanted to be involved with. So we made ourselves a little deal. He would be on board as producer, and we started trotting it around and showing it to various, producing entities, and we got pretty close to deals in a couple of times, but they fell through, well, essentially because the people on the other end were demanding too much. They were trying to screw us.
And so we went to Roger Corman's company, but then I think we were dealing with Bob Reamy, who later became head of Universal. Corman was out of town, and he said yes. So right, that looks like a pretty amazing success story. He loved that Dan's movie was good, even though it didn't make money. He knew that I co-wrote this with Dan, though I'd never made a movie in my life because I took my name off the other. And we were going to make a deal, but we didn't get to signing the papers. Or Alien would have been made as a low-budget Corman movie.
A friend of ours named Mark Haggard ended up with a copy of it in his hands. He used to be an independent writer-director.
Mark said, "Can I read this great script they're all talking about you have?" And Dan said, "Sure." So, we gave him the script, and he just said, "Let's just wait a few days, and then we'll close our deal with Corman." Well, he calls us, of course, the same night. He said, "It's great, it's live, and I can get the money. I can get the money immediately." So we looked at each other, and we said, "Okay, well, look, we can't wait. We don't want to blow the deal with Corman. It's got to be a limited time." He said, 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks.
Mark Haggard knew Walter Hill, a director of tough guy movies. Gave it to Walter Hill. Walter Hill showed it to his partner, David Giler, and then they showed it to their third partner, Gordon Carroll. The three of them had just formed a new production company called Brandywine Films.
We had offices at the then Goldwyn Studios, now Warner Hollywood, and Walter's office was on the first floor, ground floor. And after lunch one day, he was sitting in his chair, ruminating, with the window open. And a friend of his was walking down the alleyway, and he stopped and said, "Walter."
This guy handed him the script through the window, and he read it, and he said, "Well, I may be out of my mind." He said, "I think this," he says, "but the script is terrible, but it has one great scene in it, and read it and tell me what you think." I read it, and I thought it was absolutely terrible. And I called him up, and I said, "Well, you are nuts. This is crazy. Would you come to the big scene?" I said, "Yeah, you think jumps out, and it's on his face." He said, "That's not it." I said, "Look, I'm already on page 90. I said, he said, "Keep reading." And I came to the chest burster, and I called him back and said, "Well, I see what you mean."
They brought it to me. I thought it was interesting. A nice horror picture in outer space. I mean, what could sound better? And they then completely rewrote the script from top to bottom.
What I didn't understand when we made the deal with Brandywine, Giler and Hill, was that Giler and Hill wanted more than to produce this film. I didn't figure this out until, in fact, after principal photography. But they targeted my script since they decided they wanted all the credit for the screenplay, and they didn't want me to have any.
Right from the beginning, David and Walter did several drafts. And it was the whole character of the film, not the spine of it in terms of story, even though that was changed quite a bit. But the whole character of the film changed when Walter and David took it over.
As Walter himself said in one of the speeches he gave us during pre-production, he said, "The greatest thing I have to bring to this project is I don't know anything about science fiction, and I don't like it." And that was certainly reflected in the various drafts that they did.
They took several cracks at drafts, and they, from all consensuses, they were getting worse, not better, because that wasn't their forte. They did recognize it was great, but they weren't good at making it better, or in fact at not making it even worse. To agree, I'm going to modify that with one exception. They made a huge contribution. But in the many drafts they did, most people felt it was losing. But that happens sometimes because you take a shot and then you sometimes come back to what attracted you in the first place. And they did radically. They did 8 different drafts.
For some reason I couldn't figure out, Walter Hill immediately started doing rewrites of my script. I remember walking into Gordon Carroll's office and seeing a script on the desk and lifting up the page, and it said Alien by Walter Hill. Gordon walks in. I said, Gordon, what's this? Gordon looked very embarrassed. He said, oh, you're not supposed to see that.
But they contributed one thing, which is one of the best things in the movie, and I will eternally be thankful to them, not only for starting the ball for financing, but to contributing this to the movie. What they invented was the robot. That was not in the movie, where the robot's Ash is a robot and his head comes off. That whole idea and scenario was theirs.
We rewrote it top to bottom. I mean, all of the dialogue, all the characters, the whole sense of truck drivers in space, the whole, plot with the robot, the whole with Ian Holm, with all the rest of that stuff. That's all in the new script.
The only thing I could see he was doing was just stirring around the elements. First thing he did was change the names of all of the characters. One early discussion, Walter walks into the offices there at 20th Century Fox, and he said, I hate all those names in your script. He hates all the names. I mean, how do you hate a name? Oh, I hate all those names. So he changed them all. Of course, he didn't hate them at all. But he had the naive idea that if he changed all of the characters' names, this would count somehow as being a substantial rewrite of the material.
With a story that's as often told as this kind of story is, you have to do it in a special way in order for it to be special. I mean, that was our argument with about the movie in general with Fox all the time, and I think they agreed, which was that you had to treat this kind of B monster movie as though it were an A movie.
That script did not excite Fox enough for them to say, we want to go ahead and we want to make it. It must be remembered that this was pre-Star Wars. And we were confident, although we had other places we could set the film up, we were confident that Fox would ultimately, with another rewrite and whatever, would ultimately do it. We certainly hope so. And when Star Wars came out and was the extraordinary hit that it was, then suddenly science fiction became the hot genre.
I don't know that there was a consensus one way or the other about science fiction. I mean, since I was the responsible party for making Star Wars, and it was such a hit, concerns about science fiction went away very quickly.
They wanted to follow through on Star Wars, and they wanted to follow through fast. And the only spaceship script they had sitting on their desk was Alien. So they green-lighted it. Wham. I wrote Alien thinking I was going to direct it. That's one of the reasons that I hadn't developed the characters. I mean, it was developing the alien itself was such a complex problem that I thought, well, I'll put the characters off for a later draft.
It went, as most things do, through a period of trying to get a package. But this, when you're going with the studios and they offer top dollar, they went to everybody. Every top A-level actor and director.
We had asked Walter at first place if he wanted to direct it. And since he was part of the package.
Walter was originally going to do it, and then he decided that he did not have the temperament for special effects.
Apparently Gordon talked to Robert Aldrich. Didn't like what Aldrich had to say. He asked Aldrich how he would handle the face-hugging creature. Aldrich said, oh, no problem. I'll just go to the market and get a liver and throw it on the guy's face. Gordon didn't want to hear that.
I was convinced that it wasn't a small picture, that the way to do it was to scale it up and to do it with whatever sense of craft and design and to make it an A picture.
Peter Yates, the studio, wanted. We weren't crazy about that idea, but I think he didn't want to do it finally. I talked to Jack Clayton about it, and he didn't want to do it.
And everybody said no, because they said, we had no credibility, and of course directors would make it have credibility, but almost none of them wanted to do it. They thought it was a stupid monster movie, a dumb thing with something coming out of your chest like a Japanese horror movie, and none of them had the vision. None of the A-level directors we went to had the vision to see it.
You needed to have a director that was going to give it some kind of real, other than traditional science fiction look. You had to have real actors in it. You had to have, all of that. And never let on that it was a B-monster movie, but make it deliver on that, at that level.
In those days, I think between The Duelist, which had been something that was completely self-driven by myself and my pocketbook, because I found the writer, found the story, paid for the script, got no fee, and was the completion bond. So that was my first experience in the movie business.
I saw The Duelists at Cannes and talked to Sandy Lieberson, who knew Ridley pretty well, who was Sandy was head of Fox in Europe. And we kind of presented him as the candidate.
Walter Hill and I went, screened the picture that he had done, and The Duelists. We were absolutely stunned by his control of the picture, his mounting of the film. It really is an extraordinary film with a lot of depth, richness.
All of a sudden, they said that they had met with a director none of us had heard of, named Ridley Scott, who was a director of commercials from England. I said, what has he done? I said, he did a film called The Duelists. And they screened it for us. Very nice looking picture. I couldn't see what it had to do with science fiction, but they weren't looking at it from that perspective, and they may have had a point.
Someone had seen The Duelist at Cannes, which got a prize at Cannes. And out of the blue came this offer. I think it must have been within about 6 months, actually. And I read the script, and I think within 26 hours I was standing in Hollywood. I read the script, said, I'll do it. They said, you will? I said, yeah. So I was flown out. So I suddenly started to feel the Hollywood machine kicking in.
I think it is really clever casting, in actual fact, the fact that somebody who's obviously got a good eye and also would give a completely different quality to what could have been a very sort of, maybe an exciting, but nonetheless a B movie.
That first encounter was good, and then I went back and said, what I have to do is storyboard the movie. So with great excitement and glee, I storyboarded the movie in London, which actually took me 3.5 weeks. I worked day and night, went back with the boards, and the budget doubled, which just shows the power of a well thought through storyboard, because we went from 4.2 to 8.4 or something like that, because they suddenly saw a way to do the film which was, not doing it in a bunch of sets. It looked like painted cardboard boxes with a dodgy man in a rubber suit running around as the Beast. But in fact, I'd put a statement into it. I'd had I don't like the word, but had a vision of what to do with the spacecraft and what to do with the spacesuits, and I was fully influenced at that moment, mostly by 2001 actually. Oh, and Star Wars. I thought that first Star Wars was formidable. But that was the fairy story, you see. Star Wars is the fairy story. I was going to do the Texas Chainsaw Massacre of science fictions, which I still think Texas is one of the most formidable. If you're going to do a horror movie, there it is.
Being a horror film and a sci-fi fanatic, I kept sort of saying, well, this is a film you've got to see, because he hadn't really seen many of those things, and I think, so I was trying to sort of, in my own naive way, educate him as to, well, this is a sci-fi great, Ridley, you've got to see this, you've got to see It, the Terror from Beyond Space, or all that sort of thing, and Ridley sort of looked at him as sort of an absolute horror, because he wasn't excited by any of them. I think the only thing he was excited by was Texas Chainsaw Massacre, actually.
I always felt it was a pretty straightforward action thriller. The old dark house, basically. And we're going to watch them each get taken out by this terrible beast. That's as B-movie as you can get.
Whoever directed this movie, was not going to quit on a monster until he has it, that you can believe it, that it'll look right. And I thought that was the single most important thing you could have for this movie.
The thing that really worried me most of all, because I figured I could get all the environment right, all the costumes right, you can get the casting right. But who was this beast? What was this beast going to be? And that's where we started talking, in great detail about Giga.
Ridley did one thing which enamored him to me. First time I met him, I shoved Giger's art book into his hands.
And I saw the Giga illustrations of that one in Necronomicon, which I thought, that's it, that's no question, that's it. I talked at length with Dan O'Bannon on this, and he said, what do you think? I said, that's it. He said, that's right.
And the idea that came to me looking at Giger's paintings was, you know, if somebody could get this guy to design a monster movie, you'd have something completely original no one had ever seen before.
But Fox hated Giger's work because they said, people stay away in droves. This is so ghastly. It's too much. It's too much. It's repulsive. And we said, no, it's done so beautifully. It all depends on the way the director utilizes it.
It's the first question you ask, what is the alien going to look like? Is it going to be a guy in a rubber suit with fins? And Dan opened Necronomicon, Giger's book, and we were just stunned. Same thing with Ridley. The first second that Ridley saw Giger's work, he knew that the biggest single design problem, maybe the biggest problem in the film, had been solved.
I just thought it was stunning, and I just stuck to my guns saying, no, no, that's it. And they said, but let's bring him in and talk some concepts. I said, no, you can't do that. That's it. We want to be shooting by so-and-so. That's it. Just to get this right is going to be incredibly difficult. This is beautiful, not just threatening, and also has very sexual connotations. So in everything, it's like a rather beautiful humanoid, biomechanoid insect. So then I flew to Zurich because old Giga will not get on a jet. Terrified of flying. I think he's probably still terrified of flying. And I met him at his house, and I found him to be very nice and very sweet and very articulate and very specific. And he started going down this thing, and I'll redesign. I said, no. So we went through the same conversation again. I said, you don't need to. You've got 5 other things to design. Right through from egg, facehugger, chestburster, and then, what's that? 3. Then the beast.
I didn't want to have eyes because it makes the monster more dangerous. It's more scary, and because you never know where the monster is looking. This is the painting, the old alien that Ridley Scott wanted to have for his film, and that called Necronom number 4, and I did it in 1976. The only thing in the alien is the difference is that they are kind of sunglasses. Now we have this kind of shell, and here the tail, it's different. And yeah, also the other things like these tubes, and this is like the alien. First, it was only a short time I should draw the monster. I did this here in Zurich, and then I had to come, then I haven't heard anything, and then I had to come to England. So he said, please come over for 3 or 4 weeks. And then at the end, I was about 5 months there, I think. Altogether 7 months. Ridley wants that I do the 3 monsters. That was the face hugger, the chest burster, and the big alien. And then later on, I could do the rest of the surrounding of the alien.
I was using Dune as my model of how to design a science fiction movie. The idea of getting great artists together in a room and having them all work. And we were doing that on Alien. It was me in charge instead of Jodorowsky. And we had the walls full of these dazzling designs for everything in the movie.
He had a kind of a wish list of people he wanted to work on this film. One was Hans-Rudi Giger, myself, and Chris Foss, the British science fiction illustrator. And he always had this dream project that all 3 of us would work on this one film, and he got his way. And even before there was a director, Chris and I had a series of little art department above an old sound stage on Fox for a long time, drawing and meeting directors as they would come in and look at the drawings and try to find out who was going to do what and when and where and if it would ever go.
I knew Ron as a political cartoonist from the Los Angeles Free Press. Everybody loved his cartoons. And I had the gall to actually call him on the phone and go visit him in his apartment in Westwood. We became friends that way. And I discovered something at that time was not known about him, that he did science fictional paintings. And they were incredible.
Dan came to me with the script, the original script that he and Ron Shusett had written for Alien, and had me read it, and it was quite amazing. And he wondered if I could help him do some visualizations, a series of paintings that he could send around with the script. And I did quite a few. And but we were still groping as to what the thing should look like. But I was very, very interested in astronautics and space flight and aerospace design and ideas of the future, and also science fiction as a kind of future mythology. So all this just clicked with me, and I was very, very excited about it. We all contributed all kinds of things for the different versions of the script, and Chris Voss just turned out tons and tons of exterior drawings of what the ship should look like. And we kind of differed in that he was very metaphorical and sort of fantastic, and I was very interested in tapping the idea of what things could look like if they were drawn from a more realistic consideration of what a spaceship should be, without going NASA. Create the sense of confined space, spaces at a premium inside, that the idea that it was, with all the pressure doors, that it was pressurized, all those things I thought would contribute to the tension of the film. And they weren't particularly there in the in a lot of the early versions and visions of what it should look like. So I had to do a lot of persuading.
Ron Cobb was going to do the monster, and he had some drawings and all the rest of that stuff. And Ron's a real talented guy, and ended up doing a lot of the ship, but his monster was not too hot.
He kind of designed the sort of spaceship interiors and thing. I think the sort of Nostromo and the Narcissus, he did those kind of designs because he had, I mean, he's rather like Sid Mead was to Blade Runner. He just had that expert. They were founded in logic, you know, and reality.
This guy thinks like something's engineered. He's got a mind that he designed something that really seems like it'll work, a functioning model. He's so believable. He can make them so accurate.
I was more concerned with the Nostromo, because I knew that was going to be my ultimate contribution, would be to bring the Nostromo to life. When finally we would get Giger on board, and not just having him mail things in, he would be involved with the alien planet and the alien. We all knew that that's what Dan wanted, you know. Chris Voss was to sort of take care of the exterior of the ship, and I was going to do the interior sets. There would be a production designer, but Dan wanted all our inputs to be very much noted.
I used to be very into the Metal Hurlant, the heavy metal comics from France, and all the Mobius and people like that. And I think I'd managed to infect Ridley with that enthusiasm, etc. He could treat sci-fi in the same way that he treated history, you know, like the duelists. Before that, he was the sort of he was the expert at everything. He put a different slant on shooting historical things. Because it was just, I guess it was his eye for detail, really.
I was steeped in heavy metal comics of those at that particular time, like Metal Hurlant and you know, a lot of Mobius's stuff actually. And I was very impressed by that. And I was just in those days trying to wonder, how do I apply this to movies? You know, how do I apply this kind of really fresh and beautifully visual thinking to film? And here it was. You need a hook when you're starting something, and my hook was my boards. I drew the boards, drew the corridors, drew the spacesuits. When you're drawing boards and corridors and spacesuits, you're also sucking yourself into story, because I'm literally doing it, you know, chapter by chapter, scene by scene. You get ideas as you're drawing them. And the ideas fall into place not just as ideas, but as technological possibilities. And when that first idea comes, I tend to go with it and follow it.
There were only 7 or 8 people in the whole movie. So Ridley had said to me one day, he said, I'm going to cast every other role with the most brilliant actor I can that doesn't need help from me, because I'm going to concentrate on the visual style.
We had wanted not to use a classic star for the film.
When you see, and talk, and people read and read and read, and there's always one that suddenly goes bang, that's the one.
Ridley Scott had asked me to cast his first film, which was The Duelists, and we'd worked together really well, and it was very enjoyable. So totally different from Aliens. It was Napoleonic Wars, full of character actors.
First of all, I felt I wanted to see every actor in the United States in the directory. Okay, so I think we did see every actor in the United States in Los Angeles and New York.
It was about as far removed as you could get from his first film, because the script was very, very linear. It was very few stage directions. You could not tell who was a man and who was a woman. I sensed deliberately.
We wrote it to be all men. So I'm getting everybody their due. There's a lot of people that had to make some good guesses here. I think maybe that's the only way most of the really great movies get made. But there's somebody in each spot that's doing something amazing, and you don't think of it, and wow, it's part of what makes it magic.
David Giler and Walter, who sort of took over the writing from Ron and from Dan, I think they came up, I'm not sure whether it was David or not, idea of sort of to try and break the mold of making Ripley a woman, and of kind of making it more, I mean, the truck drivers in space analogy I think is a pretty good one, and that appealed to Ridley because, the thing that didn't appeal to him as an art director was sort of, shiny Flash Gordon surfaces and things like that. He wanted the thing to be just like a battered old truck where there was bits of tape over cracks in the chairs they sat in and things like that.
And we realized that studios might resist it. Even though we went to Corman first, we thought that Fox might not make the movie unless we managed to make it as commercial as possible. So we had a little asterisk. Please note, any one of the crew members, or let's say two, could be females if you want to have it go for a wider, broader appeal. But to all truth, we did not in any way remotely conceive the idea that the lead, Ripley, would be a woman.
We were looking it over, and Walter and I sort of thought, here's this one character, not too interesting, And we thought, this studio, this is made, I hate to say this, but for very cynical reasons, this studio is making Julia and Turning Point, and they really believe in the return of the woman's movie. So we get a lot of points, if we turn this character into a woman, and it'll just make the character more interesting.
She wasn't originally in the original script. Originally, the protagonist was a male.
So Laddie said to us one day, can Ripley be a woman? And we looked at each other, we said, yeah, but it seems kind of funny. I mean, they've never done that, a woman in a space horror movie as the leading character. And he said, well, I have a feeling that's going to make it unique.
And we started going through lists of actresses and who was right for the role. You have to remember that Sigourney Weaver in those days was not a big star, and she tested for the part.
I got this audition. They'd sent me the script, which, of course, not knowing the Ramboldi designs, I pictured this big yellow blob of gelatin chasing these people, and nothing as elegant as what it turned out to be. And I actually went to the wrong place. And I called my agent and I said, it was like Friday afternoon. I said, I don't know, the script was, she said, just go.
I'd met Sigourney on the last go in New York. She'd come recommended because of a play that she'd been doing on Broadway. She was known as a real comer on Broadway, right? And I didn't see the play, I just met her.
As I remember, we were in the Regency Hotel at the time. Sigourney, for some reason, had gone to another hotel. We did not know this. And she was due at, 2:30, and 2:30 arrives, and 2:45 arrives, and 10 minutes to 3 arrives. And then we hear, I can't say running feet in the corridor, but we hear fast-paced feet coming toward the door and then slowing down and composing itself, and the bell rings and Mary opens the door, and Ripley was standing there. This extraordinary looking woman, tall, commanding presence.
And I was wearing these very high hooker boots, and I looked about 7 feet tall.
In a very nerve-wracking situation, projecting composure, but you knew that just an eighth of an inch behind that composure was a very nervous actress, a very tense actress. And that was exactly right for what we knew, David and I knew immediately.
And I was very impressed by her, height, and she's a very impressive character, very intelligent, and seemed to make sense to me. So I expressed this to Laddie, who said, yeah, but you got a test. And I said, but I'm 3 weeks from principal photography.
And we got to do what was basically a run-through of the movie with the real kind of set. And, I was afraid it would be like me and a potted palm, and I'd have to go. But he gave me this whole run-through, which as an actor I really appreciated.
Sigourney was the last one to get cast. The sets, the test I shot in were the sets I was building. That was the Nostromo. We didn't rattle that together. I was actually building, so it was scary.
What I didn't like about it that much was my performance, because I think I was trying to be tough instead of just... What I discovered in the course of this, which was my first film basically, was you don't try to... You just play each scene for what it is instead of trying to work on an arc. The people aren't consistent. They would be different in a love scene than they would be as they're fighting an alien.
They screen tested many people, but she was dynamite. You saw it right there in the screen test, as you saw later in the movie. This was her very first film. It's all behind the eyes.
My intuition, always in casting, is from the second they walk through the door. When I see somebody walk through that door, I knew somehow this was her.
Then there was the second woman, Lambert, but it was a difficult one to finally arrive at Veronica Cartwright. I can't remember the film she'd been in before, but she played a way out, weird sort of character. And she had a particular intensity and unconventional looks, which made her very, very right for it.
I went on an interview in Los Angeles, and I met with the casting people there. Originally, I had read for Ripley, and I was called back, and I read again for Ripley with Ridley there. Then I was due to go over to England. So I had gone over for vacation. So I talked to my agent before I left, and I said, are they still casting for Alien? I mean, I might as well go see them again, or at least let them know that I'm here. So I went in again, and I read again while I was there. And then I found out, I come home, but I find out I get it. So I go over thinking I'm doing the part of Ripley. Nobody bothered told me that I was doing the part of Lambert until they called to do wardrobe. And they said, well, you need to come in and to get your gear and stuff for Lambert. And I said, oh, I'm not playing Lambert, I'm playing Ripley. Oh, no, that part's been cast. So I said, well, wait a minute. I haven't even read this script from another perspective. So here I am in England. I call back my agent. I said, aren't I doing Ripley? And he said, yes. And I said, well, they said that I'm doing Lambert. So I said, well, I'm going to have to reread this script and see. So I reread it, and it bothered me a lot that she was so weepy all the time. I mean, every time she seemed to, but they convinced me that I was the audience's fears. I was reflection of what the audience is feeling.
What you wanted to avoid all the way through was these people looking like just ordinary, bland, nice, middle-of-the-road, middle-class people. That would not have... They had to be vivid. You know, you were stuck with them in this capsule, or whatever you want to call it, for a long time, and they had to be vivid and very clearly defined.
When I read Alien initially, I wasn't drawn to the project. Ridley wasn't attached. It was, my understanding was going to be a $2 or $3 million budget on it. And I thought, well, you're not going to make an effective film for that. And, you know, it's a nice piece of material, has potential, but you're not giving it that potential. And that, I thought, was that. And about a month later, I got a call from England, one of the producers at the time, and told me that Ridley was going to be directing it and that there was a budget that would realize the potential. And then it became something else. It became working with Ridley Scott and learning about filmmaking.
What Ridley's vision, as far as the actors were concerned, was he wanted it very much to be not of any time or any world. So it was important there was a mixture of nationalities. I cannot remember if Yaphet Kotto's character was written as such, but he was obviously perfect for that part because he's so vivid, a wonderful actor.
When I first met Ridley, first meeting we had, I said, I don't like science fiction films or monster pictures. I opened with that, which is obviously a good opening. And he said, well, actually, I don't either, but I think I can make something of this one.
The casting of John Hurt, I think it is known that there was another actor originally playing that part, John Finch, who became ill, and we had to recast.
Probably identified that moment very strongly by playing Macbeth for Polanski. I'd been impressed by Polanski's work anyway, but particularly also by Finch. And so he said, yeah, sure, I'd love to do this. He came on board. First day, first shot, he starts to look as yellow as this pencil. And I thought, God, what's wrong? And we did a couple of takes, and he seemed to absolute lackluster, no energy. He's sagging in his seat, and we cut. And I got up and went over to him and said, what's up, you all right? He said, no, I'm terrible. I said, I feel terrible. He said, how do I look? I said, terrible. And we had to lift him out of his seat, and he was carried away. And it turns out that he was a diabetic.
I had been asked if I'd like to do Alien, but I had already committed to the South African film, so that was dropped. And the actor that was going to play Kane later, for one reason or another, had to drop out.
That night, we had a quick regroup in the office, and that night I drove to Hampstead Village and met with John Hurt.
And then they heard that I was then free, so Ridley Scott came to me and we talked till gone midnight, say on the Monday.
Prepared him, of course, for what it was, and he said, so when do I start? And I said, tomorrow morning.
And on the Tuesday morning, I was on the set at 7:30. So it was not a usual film for me. The script didn't arrive, and I didn't mull it over, and I didn't decide this, that, and the other. I had a long pitch from Ridley, and a very interesting one, too. And by the end of it, I said, okay, Ridley, you better send the car around now to take me out to the studio.
I think life and acting and everything is so full of those things. What if it hadn't happened? Like, nobody knows. I think John Hurt would probably still have exactly the same career because he's done so much varied and wonderful work. That really brings us to Ian Holm, who I think is the most wonderful actor and hadn't done anything like that at all before. And Ridley was really thrilled that he wanted to do it. And in those days, he'd done very little film. He'd done a bit of television, but he was really very much a theatre star.
Casting was extensive, and even though it's only for 7 people, at the end of the day, I think it's a pretty definitive cast.
The casting is enormously important to the whole making of the film, to the director's concept of the film, because it does so much work for the director, just innately in who you cast. It gives the director so much to work with, or not, if it's not properly cast. So it is an extraordinarily sort of subtle skill that's difficult to explain, but people who know about filmmaking understand it, and audiences who don't know about it appreciate it without always understanding what they're appreciating.
There was a lot of money, there was a lot of construction. This was not a little movie.
And for a period of time, I didn't have a weekend off for 11 weeks. If it's for killing it, that's the way we'll do it. I'm for that. Nothing else.
It got tense inside those corridors.
He loves working with smoke, tons of smoke, this beeswax.
Sometimes I know they used to complain about me not sitting there having a heart-to-heart. I didn't want to sit there and have a heart-to-heart. I wanted them to feel insecure. I wanted them to be afraid. And that's why I'd never show them the alien.
The whole thing pivoted on believing a number of rather fantastic things. And it was very clear that if the monster looked silly or the chest-bursting scene looked ridiculous or, you know, the whole thing was a lost cause.
My personal predominant writing emotion throughout that whole production was deep worry. For once in my career, create a really good movie. The elements were there. And at the same time, there were elements there that could bring it all down and turn it into, you know, kitty litter.
We shot at Shepperton Studios. Then it was a kind of slightly run down just outside of London and had been a famous studio. But the Who were in a soundstage trying out a laser show next door to us. There was a special effects unit at Bray Studios, which was way at the other end of London. I actually left right when they started shooting. I thought, you know, Gordon was going to stay there. Came back when there were some problems and spent most of the next year there, you know, until we were finished.
I went on the set several times, yes. Quite remarkable, actually. I didn't expect it to be quite as fascinating as I found it to be. I remember the first day I went on the set, they took me through the whole workshop and showed me what they were doing, and I was pleasantly surprised.
I seem to remember the length of the production was, I think it must have been about 14 weeks. I know we went over a couple. It was a tough schedule, very, very tough. It was tough because Ridley was, as always, pushes the fabric.
It was tense because the budget was very low, and there were, within the first 4 days of shooting, there were 9 producers and studio executives on the set just counting the minutes on Ridley and complaining and why wasn't he shooting, and he was shooting so fast. They gave him no pre-light time, so he was trying to find the look in the first 2 days. And one of the producers, I remember, came to me on the 4th day and said, "Why is he taking so long?" And I said to him, "I don't understand what you're saying. He's doing 40 setups, 50 a day sometimes. The stuff looks amazing. I don't know what you're all doing." And it did get to Ridley. I remember one instant, I was right next to him. He went off like a rocket. It was like power coming out. He punched his fist right through the ceiling of the bridge in just sheer frustration because he did not understand why everyone was on his back.
Well, of course, our first day of shooting, and all of the things start popping, and there was smoke, so much smoke, it was unbelievable. The canisters were going, and the smoke was being pumped in because we're supposed to be on fire as we're crash landing into this strange planet. I'm surprised none of us are dead. I mean, they didn't have codes like here. They have to have a water base, which took a long time for them to get, but over there was like smelt pots. You were so grimy when you left at the end of the day. I mean, between the being sprayed with glycerin and the smoke and the beeswax. John Marlowe was the one who designed the costumes, and these costumes were, well, they were huge, they were padded. We had big plates, they were like football padding, only they were sort of very, very heavy plastic, and then we had these big bubbles on the top of our heads, and they had CO2 canisters in the back to set off that smoke as we went along.
Standing in that spaceship with a clip on, fastening it on, within 15 seconds I'm getting really hot. And I don't get claustrophobic, but I'm getting really hot, and you could easily get phobic, right? I said, Jesus, this doesn't work. You got to keep them cool inside here. We have to have some kind of help with, you know, oxygen, correct mix, right? After all, we are in the 20th century. Isn't that possible? You got aqua lungs and you got breathing apparatus. And explained to me why it was difficult.
We had hockey gloves that we had to wear, and moon boots, and this desert. It was the largest set in Europe. It was huge. It was a desert. They shipped in all of the sand. It was absolutely unbelievable. And here we are, we're supposed to trudge across it. Well, it was a heat wave. It was 115 degrees. Our suits had been lined with nylon, which makes you sweat anyway. We just wore sort of like little leotards underneath the whole thing, and then we'd get into this suit, and then off we'd go. Well, they had forgotten to put in any sort of escape for our breath. Well, if you're in there for any length of period of time, you start breathing carbon dioxide.
I do remember I almost passed out because a lot of that stuff was untried. They put it on you, and you just tried to see if it would work for you, and I really could not breathe.
We were passing out like flies. I mean, it was unbelievable. Poor John, by the time he'd get to the other end, they had to have a nurse there with an oxygen tank because he would sweat so profusely in there, he couldn't even see. It would just be one big, massive bowl of sweat.
I can remember John being very, very unhappy about, I think he found it pretty claustrophobic, shut up in the helmet.
So they'd have the nurse give him some oxygen and stuff like that, and all right, off we go again. They couldn't see a problem until it came to the distant shot where, to make the set even look bigger, they had kids. And two of the kids were Ridley's kids. And they both passed out in those little suits. So then, obviously, there must have been something that was going on, so they gave us air. That was nice of them.
I mean, Ridley pushes everybody. He tends to concentrate on all aspects of the frame. In other words, he's painting his picture, and so sometimes actors who are not used to this are used to the director sort of focusing on them and them only, whereas Ridley is concerned about, you know, the look, about the dust, about the lighting, about the way things are dressed and things like that. I think they found sometimes that they were probably being a little bit neglected, and I remember Tom had some kind of angry words about having to hang around a long time on set.
The studio, of course, resisted a lot of what he was doing, resisted the time he was taking. I resisted some of the time he was taking. We had a full cast waiting for 3 days in one case.
Now, Tom, in your time.
I mean,
okay?
wait till I move. Okay.
Yes, I will. Okay, ready? And action. Ready, Tom? Turn back to me, though. Ready?
And we all were getting pretty disgruntled. But it was all worth it. We all knew we were making a classic.
The first week, I had to I think, grab Jonesy, and I was wearing glycerin because it was supposed to be hot and we were supposed to be sweaty. And we did this shot, and my face started to get very red, and I felt this incredible burning, and I looked at the cat, and luckily they called lunch. I went upstairs, I was crying because I realized I was allergic to Jones, and I thought, gosh, it was probably so hard for Ridley to find 4 matching cats. They're going to get rid of me because I'm allergic to the cat. I was sure that it would been harder to find the cats than me, and maybe it was as hard, I don't know. But luckily, after I washed my face, it was the glycerin in cat hair that I was allergic to. But I remember thinking, I'm so out of here, you know.
Everything was so claustrophobic on that set. I mean, that is one of those sets where you walked in, and there's the engine room. Well, that's fine, but connected to that is the corridor. Connected to that was the cafeteria. Connected to that was the hospital. It was all connected, the ship. So once you were on, you were on. You had to go through everything in order to get off.
So you could actually walk around the set and come out in different places and never leave it. And that's, in a way, how Ridley liked it and shot it.
And you couldn't see out, so you didn't know where you were. And it was almost like shooting on location, and that really did contribute to the claustrophobia and the realism, I know it really affected the actors because they, no matter where they looked, they saw Nostromo, you know, long halls and everything. They never, with practical lighting, you know, all inside.
Because I was mostly off-Broadway actor, to be in this set that were these beautiful, majestic sets where you could roam freely and see the whole world of the film.
I think when you're dealing with confined space, that's one of the very much used aspects of the thriller as well. It's the very center of the pieces like We Clo and so on, you know? It's, there is no escape. That is one of the bases of the real tension of the film.
It was a low-key subject. There were very, very tight areas. Quite difficult to light in places, so unless you were going to swamp something with front light, then it was a bit complex, especially as so much of the movie was shot handheld with Ridley, although he did some form of blocking. It didn't mean to say it was particularly where he was going to end up. He also storyboards everything. He does small sketches, brilliant. You know, you get the light, the shade, the whole caboodle there. So it was his choice of lenses. It was his choice of where he was going with that particular camera. I suppose my effort was more in towards, I covered most of it with a second camera, tended to do the tighter shots when his camera wasn't in my shot.
Ridley was really subjective. He was operating the camera, so I don't think he could really pull back. We sensed right at the top that he wasn't able to pull back and be objective and come to us and talk to us about specifics. So being with an extraordinary group of actors allowed him to do what he was doing in terms of just composing this magnificent looking film, looking through the camera.
He did something no director's ever done before or since. He had about 5 or 6 pages of each character. And this is the actor's work usually, but he had the whole background, how many missions I'd flown, my mother and father, my family, had my whole history written out on paper.
One of the things about Dallas's character, and for the other characters too, there was no history. It was hard to really, it was about the alien, let's face it. It wasn't about these character building, any one of these individuals. That was something we had to realize as we went along.
I think we ought to discuss the bonus situation.
Right.
Brett and I, we think we deserve full shares, right, baby?
Well, we were doing the breakfast scene, and it was very low energy, I remember, and I could tell that Ridley wasn't pleased, but he was again behind the camera, and as we walked away from the master with the group of all of us, Ridley suddenly turned to me and he grabbed my hand. He said, "Look, I don't want to give you your motivation to pick up your fucking teacup." And I went, and I burst into tears and I ran off. And he caught up with me and he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry." He said, "It's what I wanted to say to John, but I couldn't say it to him, so I said it to you." It was his second film and my first film, and he always said, you know, it was trial by fire for us.
Over the years, I've learned to communicate differently with actors on different subjects. Sometimes it's best to say nothing and let them evolve, right? And then instruct.
It was interesting. We'd find ourselves going off and having lunch together and going down to the pub and talking, and it actually became like these, you know, 7 people on the ship. It was kind of interesting, and you sort of developed your own little character from that.
Well, you know, I was from the theater, and I didn't realize that some actors really love to improvise, and Yaphet was certainly one of those. And Ridley, at that point, he was operating, and I'm not sure how comfortable he felt with our little group. And I remember that one of the scenes where there was a lot of improvisation was a scene which he used to film the rehearsals. So he never had rehearsals, and everyone just sort of went for it, which was actually a great learning experience. But that's, and it helps the film because I think we were on edge, and we were sort of, into a survival mode. So I think it works very well. But at the time, it was hard for me because I came from such a different discipline where you are very faithful to the words of the writer.
Well, Yaphet's a big guy and quite formidable, and I think he tried to corner Ridley. There was a sort of a running joke where Ridley used to come up to us and say, which door is Yaphet standing by this morning, so that he could go onto the set via another door where Yaphet wasn't there waiting to corner him.
Yaphet was always evolving, and in God bless him, driving me crazy, come to me with millions of ideas on a daily basis, saying, even to the extent of the day he would die, saying, I'm not going to die today, I'm going to kill this son of a bitch,
And I think there was genuine tension between, funnily enough, the tension that in the film between the below decks guys, between Yaphet and Harry Dean Stanton, was sort of reflected to a degree actually in reality, because I think Sigourney found it quite lonely, being the sort of the heroine amongst all these kind of tough guys, and it's certain parts of that atmosphere I think carried on a bit.
Would you get off my back, please?
I'll get off your back as soon as module 6.
Sigourney had certain nervousnesses because Ridley wasn't inviting her at all to rushes, and it was an early movie for her, so she wasn't quite sure how she was coming over.
Sigourney was the new kid on the block, and they all felt that she wasn't really doing that good a job in the scenes with her. And they were grumbling among each other and felt that it might hurt the success of the film. And she and Yaphet especially would argue a lot in between scenes, but that manifested itself in the movie that was very convincing.
Don't let anybody say nothing.
I'm thinking.
Oh, think fast.
Unless somebody can come up with a better idea, we're going to proceed with Dallas's plan.
She started out being very emotional and all of this stuff because of Dallas dying, and he just kept pushing her and pushing her. And then comes Yaphet, and he goes, all right, what are we supposed to do now? And then there's the scene, and then she says, I'm the captain of this ship. And he looked at her and he goes, you've got to be kidding.
Listen, I'm not drawing your goddamn straws. I'm killing that thing right goddamn now, and I'm not waiting.
That's what I'm talking about, Parker, if you will listen.
Let's hear it. I'm listening. I want to hear a plan.
Well, the third time he comes on, he goes, you're the captain of this ship? I'm 250 pounds, black as can be. I have a fucking following, bitch. So if you're the captain of this ship, you better fucking tell me I am. Well, off he goes again. This time he comes on, and I'm sure that Ridley was egging her up because she had to be really, really strong. And so now this time he comes into the thing, and she goes, I'm the captain of this ship. And he says, okay.
Listen to me. If we break quarantine, we could all die.
Would you open the goddamn hatch? We have to get him inside. There was the scene in the hallway when she won't let us onto the ship after this whole trudging along with the bloodsucker on John's face, and we come in, and then she starts getting upset and saying, we shouldn't be there, and then I slug her. Well, every time I went to hit her, she would duck the hit.
Right, what the fuck is going on?
Hey!
And so Ridley came over and he said to me, get her this time. So I thought, well, what am I supposed to do? I went like this, she ducked, and I came back and hit her that way. She went right into it. I didn't mean to hurt her. She literally went right into it.
What the fuck is going on?
Hey!
And she burst out crying, and that's what pissed her off, because she said that Ripley wouldn't cry. So she wasn't too happy about that, and she didn't feel that it was necessary to do that. But I guess Ridley felt that it was necessary to do that.
Ash was the real masterstroke, I think, in that he was completely... That was a one-off, wasn't it? That's the first time, you have corporate paranoia, right? That in there you've got a suit on the ship. The difference is the suit is a robot, is a humanoid. So when Ash suddenly became peculiar, he goes peculiar on Sigourney. And he says I can explain everything when he's over her shoulder, and mother's womb. And she suddenly is spooked by him and realizes he's not what he seems to be. Then he goes strange and he has the sweat of milk here. And then he has to goes at it. And I always thought that was interesting, that do humanoids have sexual urges? You know, what would be nice is that this is the closest he ever gets to a sexual relationship. Then they come in and knock his head off, then you go from Ash to a very small person underneath, running around with, if you watch it carefully, rather dodgy arms, okay? That's the dodgy moment. But it's taken up by the shock, the slack is taken up by the shock of, Jesus, a robot, then getting bashed and bashed by Yaphet. And then you've got Ian with his head stuck through the table, lying in a sea of milk and caviar and pasta and glass marbles. I thought the glass marbles were great. They're like memory, clear glass marbles. And poor Ian had to, every time I'd do a take, I'd give him, he hated milk as well, I'd give him a little bit of milk. So he'd say, and then he'd start to talk. And then we then grizzled it up afterwards, gave it a little bit of effervescence on sound.
All other priorities rescinded.
And then incineration. Then it becomes really scary, because he says, that's a great speech. That speech came later, which I think Hill and Guyler had to write. We had to write that Ash is saying it's not, it's indestructible.
You have my sympathies.
Yeah, the head's like that, and then you cut in like. But I thought the head was was very beautifully articulated, but I think something went wrong in the drying process. And I think, you know, they've changed the level and quality of latexes today, but in those days it shrunk. And he said it shrunk. I said, because you took a head cast, how could it not look like Ian? He said it shrank. I said, oh, God, you want to come back and redo it? No, we couldn't. So we had to get on with it. There was no coming back on that kind of budget. You got to keep going.
At the end of the first week of shooting, I asked to look at some dailies, and Gordon Carroll said, "You're not allowed to come to dailies." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Those are privileged." I said, "Gordon," I said, "surely if anyone has a right to look at dailies, it's me." On this picture, Gordon said, "Sue me!" Right, Gordon did a much simpler thing than suing him. I went up in the projection booth with the projectionist. I stood and I looked. And I looked, and I saw it, and I was impressed. I was pleased. I said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "That looks good." And for the first time, I began to see the value of getting a director whose focus was so strongly on the photographic look of a film.
I think pretty soon we all knew, you only got to see the dailies, etc., to know that something, you know, quite special is happening.
Morning, Captain.
Take one. You're on mute now, huh? No. Right. Cue the bed.
The production designer was Mike Seymour, who'd worked with Ridley on commercials and things. Well, I seem to remember he had two art directors under him who've gone on to pretty good things. There was a guy called Les Dilley, who's now a production designer in his own right, and there was Roger Christian.
Yeah, well, a production designer is kind of in charge. He's head of the band, really, and works closely with the director and eventually with the cameraman. We managed to pull together this really good team, but it was hard work. And I remember a time when we were doing 7 to 8 weeks in the art department. Because we started shooting, and we were building all the time. I think I seem to remember we had something like 120 construction crew working for the best part of 6 months.
The production designer, the concept designers who were in there were generally tense because of me. I don't think anybody else was leaning on them about anything, not even Ridley. But I was. I looked at everything that came out of that art department to see how closely it adhered to the designs that I had bled over. And when it didn't, I was very, very pushy.
I guess the only unconventional thing was that Dan was always there, going from drawing to drawing, and he was really shepherding this thing. And I don't know that they were used to that, because Dan meddled a lot, but he really cared about the movie, and it was Ridley that gave him the license to do it, because Ridley liked Dan's advice and his input, and so the writer. Ron Shusett was there as well. So the writers had quite a presence on the picture, even though Walter Hill and David Giler wrote another version of the movie.
Les was taking care of the planet and the alien exterior craft and interior and the jockey, etc. Roger was in charge of everything to do with the Nostromo. And that's when I suddenly realized that 8.2 was nothing.
The whole idea of the main sort of set, and Ridley discusses me, was that he wanted the opening to be rather like being aboard the Marie Celeste, the famous ship which was found drifting somewhere with evidence that people had been on it, but no evidence of the people.
Ridley saw the ship very much as a metaphor for a Gothic castle or a World War II submarine, or something that still goes on in sci-fi movies, a kind of retro, accessible technology with great big transistors and very low-res video screens and everything. There's always a kind of a comfort zone there, because we all knew that even though they weren't readily available, that they would obviously have things like flat screens and there'd be high resolution, but no, we did it, with great big switches.
And I wanted to have wafer-thin screens that are plexiglass, that just float on clips. And of course today you've got computer screen is exactly like that. It's like plexiglass. Because I figured that's where it would go. But I really got those things off Jean-Giraud Mobius, when he would be drawing and speculating. A lot of his stuff you see 30 years ago is now.
The ship is a strange mixture of retrofitted old technology, a kind of an industrial nightmare, like being trapped in a factory or something. And so the way I wanted to go along with that was I talked them into all these industrial symbols around and color coding of everything. I thought that would be kind of cynical and create that industrial revolution feel, of people getting lost in machines, which I knew was part of the metaphor. Some of them were semi-humorous, so I was hoping that people would notice where that black meant a vacuum, and that and artificial gravity meant a red line underneath, and if there was no artificial gravity and it was black beyond this door, it meant don't open it, and so there was a figure of a little space person floating upside down, and stuff like that, sort of in stress. So I don't know, it went in all these directions, but somehow it all fit together. Ridley made it all fit together, and Ridley he's a wonderful artist, and he wanted it to look a lot like a Mobius designed ship with all kinds of rounded surfaces and with an Egyptian motif.
Ron Cobb was very good with the sort of mechanical device things, and had already had some concepts, because before it got to us, I think Dan O'Bannon and Ron Shusett had sort of worked out some ideas.
I originally strongly suggested an idea of a ship that was very bizarre. It was all kind of a big hammerhead that tumbled to create gravity, and as it moved along, and and it was just too weird for anyone who could quite understand it. And so I wanted to kind of avoid the idea that spacecraft are just big airplanes that fly through a night sky.
Ron Cobb was of immense value to us. He's a brilliant science fiction draftsman, and he has a mind that analyzes the situations that we used to throw at him. So the look of Alien is a combination of his very methodical science fiction mind, where he would create vehicles as they should be and as they would fly, and Giger's dark kind of symbiosis of the sexual and mechanical paintings. Those two things Ridley fused into one image, which was how we did Alien. I worked a lot with Les Dilly. Les was always an art director in charge of the construction and how things were made, and I was, because I went through set decorating, and basically I developed this usage of scrap. On Star Wars we didn't have a very high budget and we couldn't afford to make all the sets, so I developed this idea of breaking down jet engines and scrap metal and things, and we developed the way how to make it look real, which is an art in itself.
So we visited a bomber graveyard of aircraft, and there's Canberra bombers and Spitfires and, you know, Wellington bombers and all falling apart. And we went out, Roger said, you know, if I buy 2 of those scrap metal, we sell off the titanium because that's too expensive. We can dismantle, it'll take me a month to dismantle this. And we'll put him in organized pieces on shelves, and we can go in and we can make sculptural corridors. Then when that's right, then you can give me an okay on, let's say I do 6 feet, and you can come and have a look and say, yeah, I like that 6 feet. Because then once you've got that, then it can be repetition down that length of corridor. And we just worked on it that way. And it looked like it flew.
People would come on the set and just walk around and be amazed. They thought they were in a ship that was working. And I think that's the big contribution to the world of science fiction that really we made together as a team.
304, take 7, A and B.
Where Harry Dean Stanton and Yaphet Kotto were working, they were sort of like the rude mechanicals down in the basement, you know, arguing about their union rights and things like that. And it was Ridley's idea, actually, was that we built a long corridor, but to make it look longer, we put a mirror in at the far end, so slightly angled, so it looked like the corridor went down and then it went off like that. And it worked, trick, good trick.
I was staring at the landing leg and H, because we used the same landscape then. Later, I said, I want to build the landing leg to show the scale of the Nostromo. So we built this 58-foot landing leg foot, which still didn't look big enough. And so I thought, make up 3 tiny spacesuits, and this will look twice as big. And so they did, and we put one of the cameraman's kids in one suit, and Jake Newton went into the other suits, and because it was high, I literally shackled them on. So they were on, so they couldn't move. And if you overcrank, when they get off and walk, of course, they become adults.
Suddenly the spaceship leg was like doubled in scale, so it made it absolutely massive. There were the inevitable tensions between 20th Century Fox and Ridley and everything like that, because Ridley was pushing the envelope. I mean, designing sets that had kind of, one hadn't seen sets like that sort of at that time since Kubrick and 2001. I mean, absolutely incredible. A tribute to the Shepherd Plaster department, because all those Giger sculptures kind of and sets brought to life were absolutely amazing.
Gradually down the line, I realized it made a lot of sense to have Giger design everything that was to do with the alien. That includes the landscape and the spacecraft, and that everything that was earthly, then it would be Michael Seymour and his team, right? And so that made a lot of sense, you know, 2 separate brains working on 2 different worlds.
I did some drawings, so Ridley Scott liked to have the exterior landscape, the space jockey, the ex-silo, exterior, interior, all the alien surroundings. And I was very happy to do that because I was not so limited. They had not money to do it like I designed it. You know, the whole thing looks a little bit like Art Nouveau. It was not organic enough, organic-like. It looked like handmade from artists. The eggs have been very good. They look real organic. Yeah, the eggs and the area where the eggs have been. And also the walls, they have been very good because this was planned to go in the egg silo. There was a round, like a throw, and that was very nice. I thought bones, yeah, they are dried and old, but they brought this fresh from the slaughterhouse, and there was a smell horrible, because the inside of the bones that was just fresh, and we had a big box full of bones, and there was such a smell that we even myself, I wouldn't see that as please go away with this. I only used dried bones, old, together with plasticine to do it. The scale was not wrong, it was too big. We couldn't find tubes and things of this size, so that didn't work very well. So Ridley always used smoke, everything dark and smoke, and that makes the thing much better than it is. I want to have a landscape who is very much organic like, and I would like to have old motors from motorcycle or things like that, big things to make a wonderful landscape, but there was no time and no money for this. A real mixed up, a real biomechanical landscape, that would be good.
Giger's sets were so erotic, and I mean, it's big vaginas and penises, and I mean, it's like, you know, the whole thing is like you're going inside of some sort of womb or whatever. I mean, it's sort of visceral and all of those things, and I think all those elements came into it, and that's what makes it really work.
On the so-called space jockey, which Giger, by the way, designed that whole set, the alien, and he hand-brushed the alien, airbrushed it himself, and got on a scaffold and airbrushed the whole set so it would have that eerie texture. But the thing was this, they didn't want to give us, it was too expensive a set, they didn't want to give it to us. They said, well, look, you're only in here one time. It's different if you keep using this set. This is massively expensive. This whole big creature and this big back wall, they're saying, no, we can't give you this. It's absolutely too expensive. I think it was like $400,000 or $500,000. They said, this is not your main set. You're just going to have to walk by and see a skeletal imprint in the mud of this 15-foot creature. And then you'll walk into this strange-looking building. It doesn't have to have these immense walls. It'll be a bunker or something that's weirdly constructed at angles. And that's it. We can do that cheaper, and that's where we got to stop you. Some of these things, you're just going wild.
But the space jockey was one of those things I said, look, I can't cheat this, you know. It's got to be real. It's kind of the cockpit or the driving deck of whatever this craft was. And Giger had done this drawing, which I loved, and I said, this has got to be it.
But Ridley and I kept after him. He said, look, we need this because this is our Cecil B. DeMille shot. You got to have this so that when they see this, they know it's just not a little, like we were going to do a Roger Corman movie. You got to have the people walking in, not miniatures, camera pull back, and they're on this thing, and it's the most amazing set you've ever seen. Your jaw drops, and you know you're watching an A-level movie.
Really sort of was, loved having sets, so we would go on discussing ideas for sets and things, and so he would want something more, so I would get designed like storerooms and other pieces of action, and I kept building sets, and the guy from Fox, who was kind of very concerned about the fact we were running over schedule by like 4 weeks, was doing his best to stop that happening. So he would find out where I was building a set and have them pulled down, so we never got to shoot them. That happened on 2 or 3 occasions.
There's this set, which I think was an air shaft set or something, and there was this continual tussle with Ridley saying, I want that set, I want to shoot on that set. And Peter Beale would go around knowing exactly what Ridley was like. He'd discovered over the weeks of shooting, and he would actually do sort of like a march around the studio and look at all the stages to make sure that all the sets that were being built, there was nothing that was being built without his approval. And I seem to remember it was this tussle of him saying, that is not going to be built, we're cancelling that set, and Ridley saying, no, build it, build it.
I mean, you know, it's one of those things that we could have gone on and on and on. You know, we'd have built other things and bigger things and more spaceship and more hidden crannies. I mean, there's whole sequences which were cut out. There's a sequence where initially the alien creature gets Scarrett, the captain, and then he cocoons him and he's stuck to a wall in one of the storerooms, and he's become sort of food for the alien creature, and he's just glued to the wall. There's no way she can rescue him, so she burns him.
Walking on those sets, walking on those stages, and seeing the richness of design and texture, it began to get to you, literally physically. And then, of course, when we started to shoot and Ridley pumped the smoke in there, you were now in ghostly surroundings. What one realized is that we were doing, that Ridley was bringing this picture to the highest possible creative level, design level, acting level, lighting level.
He was very strange looking, dressed all in black, you know, this Swiss accent. And when we were looking at his work before we met him, we weren't really sure we wanted to meet him. You know? We were kind of disturbed about, is he really going to be here? You know.
I like if they are disturbed. Yes, that's good. I hate if they don't look at it, or if I have people they like my stuff, or others they hate it.
He's a wonderful artist. I think that was a great move having him design the whole film.
He was so strange. Most people kept him the creeps. They wanted his office way across the room than the other because he was like Dracula. He was Peter Lorre or something. He was always dressed in black and he had very soft voice. But there was always these horrible stories. We heard that he had the skeleton from his fiancée who had committed suicide, and people gave him the creeps. I got along with him great. Dan and I and Ridley got along superbly. Everyone else sort of thought he was so weird that they didn't work with him too much. And as a result, that was good. It was great for Dan and I because we got so much input, getting along with him so well. People would kind of shy away from him. They'd say he was obsessed in his work. He had bones and of all kinds all over the place.
The light hurts me. If you have too much sun, you like then to be in the shadow. And I like always to be in the shadow, in the dark.
I liked him a lot. He had a girlfriend called Mia, and they both dressed in black. He was very pale-skinned as well, and he was sort of spooky in a way, but I also kind of liked him, and there was a sweet side to him. He brought his mother over, you know, and his mother had hip replacements, and so he would take her out. I remember having dinner out one evening with him and his mother and Mia. And Giga was, I mean, we spent a lot of time together.
The eggs were designed and obviously made, and they would be the way up they were, with the aperture at the top, with a hydraulic opening, which would open looking very threatening, with Jimmy Shields' great sounds on it. It's still one of the great sounds when it opens, and you hear the viscera, and the strength, you know it's strong. The detail that he looks at later would be shot at Bray when the film is finished. So we'd ship one of those eggs out to Bray, and to make it really strange, because if you watch carefully, the fluid on it is going upwards. So then you flip that over, and that always freaked them out when they saw that dripping upwards. And then inside it was semi-transparent, like a large piece of jelly. And all it was a fiberglass with mostly glass than fiber in it, so it's nearly transparent. And I needed it to move. When we were in Brisbane, we were in Bray, I kept looking, he's dead. So I have sticks in poking, it looked terrible. So we worked out a method of, as it was about to open, it kind of went like that, lit a little bit. And then I think he looks at it again. And inside are my hands with 2 rubber gloves on, washing up gloves. And all I'm doing is going like that. And so that was how that was done. And of course, after that, he comes in and looks into the aperture opens, he backs off. We say, don't go there. He goes there, looks in, and what he's staring at is what they call Nottingham lace, which is fundamentally cow's stomach. That lacy, fleshy stuff is we call tripe. And so I got buckets of this in white plastic buckets, and I'd have to put on a white coat and gloves and handling this stuff, and I just dressed it on it. And then I couldn't find a whiplash effect of anything that you made, like a hose that was delicate enough. So I'd seen this intestine, sheep's intestine, which is actually beautiful. It's gossamer, got little lines in it. Well, it was again fragments, because all you do is cover the bits and then say, it's not enough to have him look and it explodes. You need every moment of it, and slowed down. So we slowed it down because it was really fast. You turn an airline on, it just goes whash. It happens in less than a second. Whereas I think we stretched that to maybe 1.5 seconds, maybe. And then it hits him as he goes back. I've already got it attached to his face. So you need that bridge between him coming in to look, him looking in, what he sees. And this is like that, explosion up into the camera, then cut where I've got this attached to his face as he falls backwards.
The face hugger, that was my first thing I did for Dan O'Banion when he sent me, I think, about $1,000 to do some paintings for Alien, and he gives me explanation and drawings. And he said that he's jumping on a big egg. This egg is about that. So, and I thought that must be quite a big monster. So I did an enormous face hugger, and he was jumping. I thought he could jump when his tail is curved like a spring devil or whatever, the Jack in the Box. Later on, he said I should do it smaller. So I think something with human hands is always scary, very scary. So I had the long fingers, what is the most important part on the face hugger. And then it's a part, there's a little sexual, and the tube for that this beast has to put in the mouth. And then I had these hands in front, and then Dan O'Banion drew them sideways. That was better.
I thought, you can't beat this. The real thing's always better. So then I had orders coming from a very good fishmongers in Shepperton Village who had oysters, clams, and other parts of fish, a little bit of sturgeon, a little bit of caviar. I got them to make a cup with a container in rubber, which is the face hugger with the tail, the stinger, the manta ray tail, and the hands. That was all articulated. Inside it, this was just a receptacle, and I just put in, with a pair of tweezers, put in 4 oysters, 1, 2, 3, 4. And put in a large kidney, and put in a so-and-so, and away you go. You can't do better than that. So you then poke at it with his instrument, and the legs move, and it gives you a shot.
The chest burster, that was a very, very heavy scene. I think the strongest thing in the whole film, the idea came from a painting from Bacon, Francis Bacon. Ridley Scott told me that this painting from 46, it's just a crucifixion, and one of the member has just teeth and red flesh, and he liked to have the chest burster like that, and I did some design. They look like chicken, something like chicken without feather, and but I was not happy with. And then build up the thing, and it looked like a small dinosaur, and that was awful as that cut the legs, and so finally we only had the head and the tail, and that was enough.
What I liked about the film is that it was a very logical film in many ways with a thriller format, and I thought that was an excellent blend. But it's perfectly reasonable. It seemed to me that something should, that some organism should incubate within the warmth of another being, you know, in that way.
I feel the strongest thing is always if it happened in your body or in someone's body. That's enormous. A worm in some, yeah, a worm in a living body. Oh. Yeah, that's just under the skin, and you see how it moves. Ooh, oh, oh. Yeah, I hate worms and snakes and things like that. It's awful. Ooh.
Well, people always ask me if we knew what was happening. Well, of course, we'd read a script. We knew that this little beast was going to come out.
We all knew what was in the script, which was the chest burster, and then the line that John had, "Oh my God," and it was this long word.
Sigourney and I actually had a scene after where we had to have seen the little thing. So they took us down to the puppet shop because we said, we don't even know what it looks like. I mean, if we're supposed to be relating to this thing, we need to know what it looks like. So they took us down to the puppet shop to show us. And, of course, they were so cute. I mean, here's this, like, you know, sort of penis thing with these teeth. And here's this, the guy goes, oh, and it's fabulous. Watch this. It breathes. See how it breathes? And then its teeth will go in and out. He starts describing this whole thing. Of course, it wasn't totally finished, but he was, like, so excited. Oh, okay, thanks.
The atmosphere on the set had a certain frisson, you know, in the morning, because everybody knew that this was filmically a sort of major scene. I don't think anybody had any idea that it would become a kind of film classic. It was much publicized, the fact that the cast didn't know what was going to happen. Well, of course, they knew what was going to happen. They knew that that the alien was going to arrive that way. What they didn't know is that it was going to be capped with little explosives, and that when it actually burst through, there'd be quite a shattering explosion, and that they'd all get splattered with blood and stuff.
I was watching him go about all this, so I was watching the effects, how they were going to set it up, so I perhaps may have been the only one that was aware of how this was going to be done.
This was going to create such a mess. It was going to be a one-take operation anyway. So the table was the round kitchen table upon which John would fall, and they'd turn him over, stretch him out, and hold him down, and then he could start. Somewhere in there would be a airline on his chest, which would let off a blast of air in pink, which will go ch like that, and they all go, Jesus, leap back, and that gives them a cut. After that, clear the set. Then we go in, and we basically screw down a artificial chest onto the table, which has its T-shirt pulled, you know, tightly on it. Then you got a razor blade this gently, because when that thing hits, you want it to burst it, because you're going to have a one shot, and in there's going to be bloodlines on high pressure pumps. They're going to blow blood everywhere.
I think our call was probably like 8 o'clock in the morning, something like that. 3 hours, 4 hours goes by. So Harry's in the aisles. He's playing music. I think we even went to lunch, and we came back, and we're still sitting up there.
I remember Veronica had no idea and wanted to be kept in the dark.
By this point, we were wondering, what the hell is going on? So by the time they take us down to the set, the entire thing is shrouded in plastic. They have huge big buckets of offal sitting around. The place smells of formaldehyde like you wouldn't believe it.
I think Nicky Alder sent one of the guys down to, Ridley being keen on reality, to the local abattoir, where they got some kind of offal and a lot of blood and nasty bits and pieces.
We went and got all sorts of horrible things and buried it inside the chest. The special effects guys had arranged a ram for it to break out.
When we came down to the set, there was going to be a rehearsal, which I think is great, and everyone was in black raincoats, and Ron Shusett and Dan O'Bann and the original writers of the Chestburster idea were over in the corner kind of going, you know, like kids before Christmas.
I saw their faces when they brought them in. What they saw was John Hurt spread out on this table with all of these hoses. Everybody is covered up in suits. The actors walk in and they see that waiting for them. And I saw them, their faces all sort of dropped. They all sort of went like this, and their eyes got big and roamed around all over this stuff.
He says, all right, well, the thing comes through the chest and stuff like that. So we'll just start this scene. And then the special effects guy says to me, oh, you'll get a little blood on you. I said, oh, okay, you know. And so we all start, I said, John's acting, you know. So everybody starts to lean in. And all of a sudden, Ridley shouts, cut! Because they realized that it wasn't going to break through this sort of starting scene that had been built.
We had problems with actually getting the device through the T-shirt, and the T-shirt had been sort of hit with a bit of acid and stuff to make it weaker, and then very carefully cut with blades and things. And so when that thing pushes up in the beginning and doesn't come through the thing, that was actually a mistake. But it looked so good with the blood sort of surging through the T-shirt.
So off we go again. So we're all leaning forward, we're all looking. And all of a sudden this thing, I mean, that was the first take. It was everybody's reaction. When that thing burst out of there, and they shot me with an entire blood pellet. It was like a jet of blood that hit I was so taken aback. My knees hit the back of the banquette, and I flipped upside down, and I had 2 cowboy boots sticking up. I turn over, I realize they're still shooting. I have to get up, and I continue acting.
I was looking across the chest on a longer lens towards Veronica Cartwright and Ian Holm. Blood sprayed everywhere. And I'm thinking to myself, God, what a fantastic actress, right? God, Ian's reacting well. My God, that's great. I realized that Veronica was in shock.
She was so hysterical, she cried so much. I think it was real.
What you saw on camera was the real response. She had no idea what the hell happened. All of a sudden this thing just came up.
Slow, Roger, and blood push out.
We didn't know what it was going to look like. And, I remember blood. I looked over, and Veronica had blood all over her face. It was shocking. It was, all at once, it was like for real.
There's this great master where all of us are like watching it run off, because I think we were totally taken aback by how skillful it would be. The little thing did its little, and gosh, it looked alive, and then we were all in shock. How'd they do that, as actors and as characters?
The whole thing was really a trick in the cut. I mean, as I went onto the table and was in pain and so on, you might say in the pangs of birth, there was a cut to the other side of the table by which time I had been replaced by a replica body, and that I was bent double under a hole in the table. So that happened in the cut from this side to that side. And then there was quite a long time as one prop man underneath the table kept pushing this alien on a stick, saying, "Is it coming through yet, Eric? Can you see it? Is it coming through?" He says, "No, not yet, Alf." A lot of that was going on.
Under the table is Roger Dickon, who had actually finally got to do the chest burst. That wasn't Giga, it was Roger Dickon. And he let it fly, and it was very simply just underneath, next to John, shove it hard through up here, hits the thing and bursts out. and then he has somebody on wires who's got to make it go, you know, the snarl, and then reaction of the actors, then I can go to the next setup. And meanwhile, there'll be blood everywhere.
Turning, and ready. Ready, Rog? And action.
Blood.
Blood.
Enough.
Push it out. Pump it. Snarl. Snarl. Okay, and the head back. Snarl. Go!
Yeah, it's great.
Cut it.
Cut it. Save the blood.
The table was split, actually. There was about a 6-inch, maybe 8-inch gap. They had a man on a dolly, sort of skateboard thing underneath, and he had the puppet up like this. And then there was a guy with a rope, on tow rope, on the other side. And he would do his thing, and then they would just whip him out, and off he'd go.
They wanted the tail to move on it, and I hit upon the idea of just putting a little tiny thin plastic tube down the end of the tail, and just valving about 100 pounds to the square inch through the tail, and it made the tail do that as it went whistling off across the floor. And it was something that took us 5 minutes to do, and we thought that was going to be one of those things that was going to take us for ages to do.
Things could be done in post today. You know, we'll digitally do the little baby alien and stick him on later, etc. But we had to do it kind of then. So it's the same old kind of elastic band and chewing gum making movie type mentality that I think we were forced to use, but it's very, very effective. When it's cut well and shot well, it works incredibly effectively.
To me, when I look back, it's John's performance that's heartbreaking, heartbreaking. You know, he's our hero. And that this could happen to him is still, you know, spine-tingling.
We started off with the idea that the monster, there'd be no scales, no fangs, no claws, you know, it's gonna be something completely different. Once we'd seen the head, the Giger head that became the alien, then we were in great shape on that. And Rambaldi actually built a separate head with 900 moving parts.
There are also tubes from an old Rolls Royce, there are from vertebrae, from snakes, and it was a mixture from everything together, was built up together with plasticine that doesn't shrink much, and so it holds. You can put things together normally, it's not possible.
The creature design was one of those things that just kept on looming. In the end, that became, I think, one of my sort of major tasks, was to find people, or to help find people. And I found Roger Dickin, who designed the face hugger, chest burster, and all that, the smaller things. He wanted very much to design the creature, but and there were several sort of attempts at that, but until Gordon Carroll, one of the 3 producers, but the main producer on the movie, brought in Carlo Rambaldi, done Close Encounters. They brought him in to actually put Giger's designs into practice. And I think we had 1 or 2 attempts at tails and heads from various people at Shepperton. You know, we had this elaborate mechanical tail that never ever really quite worked. So there were several attempts before Rambaldi was brought on at quite a lot of, over the budget, unfortunately, to do it. But my God, it did work from then on.
Because the Giger is the author, #1 of the creation of Alien, I don't suggest anything about modify something, the detail of the vein, of the muscle, of the face. No. In this case, the creator is Giger.
When the alien, the actual alien creature, which had been designed by Giger and manufactured by Carlo Rambaldi and his team, arrived, Ridley had a few problems with it. The mechanism, the jaw mechanism, actually had visible springs and things which were sticking out, and then the head was wider than Ridley wanted it.
His paint, I think, was too long, the face. Must reduce, and too many detail. We conserve a lot of detail, but I think and 20% of detail the movement no need. You modify little. The mechanism of the mouth no was very complicated. It's 3 movements. One cable for open the mouth, second cable the tongue coming out from the mouth, and another cable for open the small mouth of the tongue. This is general mechanical system for the tongue, this drawing. And the tongue, when open the mouth, the tongue slide. Because it's impossible to clear the actor, we use this mechanical system just for control this movement. But after this mechanism was reduced very, when the actor is inside, because this is exactly position of the head of the actor.
Well, it's going to be a guy in a suit, you know, and don't forget technology today, it'd be easy.
First we tried to invent something, so Ridley asked for some people from a circus, and they tried to walk in a specific way, or he wants to put 2 or 3 people together, bend them together and to put something over, and it was always a little ridiculous, the whole thing, and it wasn't scary. And so we decided, I think it's the scariest thing is to be very close to a human being.
In those days, I couldn't even get latex thin enough that wouldn't break, you know, quickly. And it would also take sculptural elements of sinew, and because you've got to lay the sinews into the rubber suit. So suddenly the rubber suit isn't like, it should have been as thin as a contraceptive and as strong as nylon, right? Because then I can crush this person into the suit and have all kinds of things built and stitched into it. I need someone extraordinarily thin, because whatever you did, there was a stuntman who was pretty thin, we put him in, he didn't look right. Funnily enough, that week, one of the casting directors had been standing in a pub and had stared at this guy who looked like probably close to 7 feet, right? And very slender, very thin, kind of elegant, and his name was Balaji. So the guy had gone over to him in the pub and said, you know, they all lined, how do you like to be in movies? And the guy had a kind of North London accent, and he was a graphic designer. So he turned up with very bemused and curious, and he was then attached to the film for the next 10 months. And so he did all the stuff where he had to, like coming out the wall in the shuttle at the end, in the corridor coming around the corner when Sigoni's trying to get out with a cat, when he approaches Veronica Cartwright with his tail, and we get this sense of something really hideous because you hear her off camera.
They built the suit to him, which was just unbelievable. I mean, his hands were below his kneecaps when he would just stand normally. So they just literally put gloves on him with elongated hands, and they put that head on him, and they sent him to Tai Chi and to mime classes so that he could learn to slow down and manipulate, you know, and roll up. And when he first gets me, he's in a down position, and he comes up and rolls out, and it was just so creepy.
I always felt keep it really tight and only see the bits you want to see, because this is always stronger than anything else. So if you think you've seen something, it's always going to be probably more horrific and horrifying.
I asked to Ridley, why are you shooting very little of Alien? And Ridley said, Carlo, the audience have terror when don't see nothing. When see the dark area, because expecting the monster possible here, and this is maximum the level of the suspense. I say, no, it's good. I shoot this little, Carlo, be quiet. Your movie, your monster, people saw, but very little.
Well, actually, we see quite a lot of the beast. You certainly get a good old look at the chest burster. You get a terrific look at the egg. You get a great look at the other elements and the evolutions, and I think you get plenty. You get a great look at the head, which is beautiful. Harry Dean Stanton, the thing's hanging there.
Now that was a gymnast that they got him put in that suit, and he was curled up in the change. The amazing thing was, when they shot up, you couldn't even tell that he was up there. The way he uncoiled and came down and then put his arms out, and I mean, it looked like, you know, that crucifix. Christ is ascending. I'm going to take your life now. I mean, it was like very bizarre and very sort of gothic, which goes a lot with what the whole Giger gothic thing is. Poor guy couldn't sit down, you know, so they made a special swing for him. Tom Skerritt said, I mean, this guy can't walk around like this. This is ridiculous. Do something for this poor person. They hadn't even thought of how he was going to sit down, because you have that tail and that rubber suit. I mean, that poor thing was in that suit all day long.
I came to work one day right at the lunch break, so the big doors were open, and out of the sound stage came the crew and the alien monster still in his suit, but with the head off, thin as a nail. And he's walking with the wardrobe lady, who's 5 feet. And they're talking politics, with a very intense conversation as they're walking off to lunch. And he's got these tennis shoes on that are bright blue, Adidas. And the tail is being carried by another wardrobe guy who was a rather flamboyant guy who had this white ascot blowing in the wind. It was one of those, I wish I could have photographed that one.
We used to have a dresser. His name was Mother. We called her Mother. And he was in charge of doing the alien. Of course, there was always supposed to be a lot of slime and stuff on him.
KY jelly was very much in fashion at the time, and I think that was put on everything that moved in front of the camera, on the alien, it was dripping from everywhere.
I have never seen bigger tubes of KY jelly. They were like gigantic sizes. And then you'd have Mother going, I'll do it. And then he would come running out with his huge big tubes of KY and start caressing this poor alien's ass, rubbing it and making it glisten. And oh God, it was hysterical. We did have some good times.
I was a sound editor for 17 years, and the last film that I did as sound editor was The Duelists. So that's where I met Ridley, and we got on extremely well, I thought. And I got a call from his office to find out if I would be free to do the sound on a new film he was going to do called Alien. So I phoned back and said, thank him very much, but I'll cut it, but I'm not going to do the sound. So he phoned up and he said, well, you better come and meet the producers of this film. So I did, and I met David Giler and Gordon Carroll. And after spending half an hour with them and Ridley and stuff, I said, well, can I do the film or not? They said, of course. Which I tell you was one of the great thrills of my life, because it was going to be a fantastic film. You knew reading the script it was going to be interesting. And to work with Ridley, who I admire from The Duelists. I didn't know him apart from that. I knew he did commercials and did the fantastic commercials. But Duelists was wonderful. And I thought, well, if what he made that look like, what's he going to make a science fiction movie look like?
Editing was in a trailer in EMI and then finally at Bray. The editing process on this plus mix, music and mix, because it's Jerry Goldsmith's score, I think probably was maybe in 20 weeks. Now I can post in 12 to 16 weeks. But I think it's partly, the Avid is faster. Don't forget, in those days you're using Hollywood Moviola and Chem, right? Or Steenbeck. I used to like that. I used to like hands-on, and Terry Rawlins would go and have the films brought from the shelf, and you'd run it on the Hollywood Moviola, choose a moment, then cut it in, put it on the Steenbeck, then check it, and then do it again. Now it's like press button, bang, bang.
When I read it, I thought myself, this is going to be one of the scariest things if we can get it right, And I think the way we did get it right is by keeping it slow, funny enough, which is completely different than what they do today. And I think the slowness of it made the moments that you wanted people to be sort of scared, then we could go as fast as we like, because you sucked people into a corner and then attacked them, so to speak. And I think that's how it worked. I mean, I like to go on the set as much as I can. In the moments I could get away from the cutting room, because I like to be there to hear what he's talking to the actors about, and then I can talk to him myself about what does he want out of this scene, and he would tell me what his plan is and why he's shooting it a certain way. I just couldn't get over the look of it. The sets were fantastic, the lighting was great, and performances. And it was just like, I think I said once before, working with him, I did Legend and Blade Runner with him. And it was like, when you get his rushes, it's like walking through an art gallery. Everything is great, you want to dwell on everything. So it's deciding what are you going to use out of all this material, because it looks fantastic. You know what you've got to achieve from it. But how you achieve it, after all these years, is very difficult to sort of pin down. I did that because of this or because of that. The face hugger, when it flies out of the egg, well, I have various angles on the stuff coming out, including it. And what you try to do is to get, like trying to get it to unwind, come out like it's unwinding. So you'd use a few frames of this and a couple of frames of that and a few frames of that, so that you had this thing whirl. When you look at the first cut of a film like Alien, you've really got to use your imagination, because there's no sound, for one thing. Lots of those scenes were shot with all these noisy machines or effects working on the stages. So you used to run all these things silent. You sit there and look at him creeping around in the rain room silent, and it's boring. So you've got to imagine what it's going to be like with all these jingling chains and the rain. So it's like all those things, creeping around corridors with nothing happening. But when you got the music effects and everything. So that was one of the things you had to sort of combat.
Okay, put that on the screen for me. Can you get closer?
It was 3 hours and 12 minutes, the first cut of it. And I knew it was going to be great, but I said, oh no, I just hope that people don't get carried away with pretensions, because I remember Ridley's words, I want this to be unpretentious. So I had no input other than to beg them to say, please cut an hour out, no matter what you think. It has to be close to a 2-hour movie that you think you're losing, because everything's there. You don't have to cut out any big moments. It shouldn't move this slowly. And they said, don't worry, we know we can. Nobody wants to lose an extra screening, and we'll get it down. And the next time I saw it, it was the perfect length. It was a 2-hour movie.
Length was an issue, and we had obviously shot the sequence where Dallas is found in the ship as an egg, still alive, and she tortures him. And I know that I seem to remember we had to take about 11 minutes out the movie. And funny, something that, in fairness, that scene never ever really worked quite as well as it should be, because it just didn't really look realistic enough, him and the egg.
I didn't think they were going to be able to use it because of the... When I read it in the script, it was sort of... It slowed the pace of the exit, of the end of the picture. The picture had to have that pace. Her trying to get the hell out of there, and we're all rooting for her to get out of there, and for her to slow up and have a conversation with Dallas was not appropriate.
The last 17.5 minutes of the film is Sigourney with no dialogue. And we are ripping around those corridors.
I remember when I first saw Alien, I was sitting in a projection room all by myself, and of course everything was much over length. I remember to this day the one scene where he was looking for his cat, and it was in this dark chamber in the ship, and I remember this chain hanging down, water dripping, and they hadn't cut it, and it went on, and I was absolutely terrified. Yeah, I kept saying, it's just a movie, it's just a movie, and it really scared the shit out of me, to be really honest. I mean, I was terribly frightened with it. And, which is good, because that helps when I have to sit down and write the music for it. I like to go see a film, any film that I'm doing, I try to see it first as an audience and react as the audience, and try to distance myself from what I eventually have to do.
Jerry Goldsmith's score is one of my favorite scores. Seriously threatening, but beautiful. And, I mean, it has beauty, darkness, and seems to play the DNA of some distant society, which you'd have to call it. You know, that space jockey would be from somewhere, and they would have some kind of order, social order or disorder.
I always think of space as being the great unknown, and not as terrifying, but questioning, and it's sort of an air of romance about it. And that's why I like doing Star Trek, because it's very romantic, and it paints space that way instead of all the weird things and all that. And I guess I approached Alien that way. There was this air of mystery, but there was sort of a beauty to it and the unknown. And I thought, well, let me play the whole opening very romantically and very lyrically, and then let the shock come as the story evolves. In other words, don't give it away in the main title. So I wrote this very nice main title. There's sort of mystery, but it was lyrical mystery. It didn't go over too well, and really I had major disagreements over that. So then I subsequently wrote a new main title, which was the obvious thing, weird and strange, and which everybody loved, and I didn't love, and it was very interesting. Consequently, I kept getting kudos for years after on the main title I wrote for Alien, which was not exactly my choice, and the original one I wrote took me like a day to write it, and then the alternate one took about 5 minutes to write.
Let me just say to start with, I think the man is a genius. I think he's done the greatest scores, who I admire. But I also feel he's very stubborn, like I am myself, I think. And when it came to Alien, I temped the film myself with as much Jerry Goldsmith music as I could, because I knew he was going to do the film.
He's an absolute master of like doing a a rough temporary soundtrack, etc. He's just got this great eye and ear, and he says, I know what piece of music would be great in there. And so he always put the most, which is a real problem sometimes, because you have this free range of, you can choose any music you want.
And whenever I do these temps myself, I obviously know by that time who's going to be the composer, and I bend over backwards to find stuff that they've done in various other films to see if I can make it work. Obviously you can't always make it work, so you have to use material from other sources. But I just think it's invaluable, and I must say at times there's areas you can get to work better than they do later, and that's not degrading anything composers do. But I don't think anybody is closer to the film than the director and the editor will ever be. I mean, we live with this, it's ours, and the thing is, when you're trying to create a temp score, and if you're interested in music, which I love, it's a love of mine, then you know the mood you want to create, you know what you want to try and say musically, and I don't think you should try and influence the composers too much, but if you get a mood correct, that's the mood I feel they should go with. They can change the theme, change the orchestration, but keep in mind the mood that we created.
I remember when the pods opened, from the hypersleep, they did eventually temp track it, and in that particular scene they had temp tracked it was a piece of music I had written for Freud. And everyone thought that, oh, look how wonderful that music works. I said, it stinks, it's all wrong. I mean, it was sort of a little lullaby that I had written for Freud. So I wrote a piece, I wrote a piece for that, and it was very impressionistic and very mysterious, but pretty, but mysterious. And I thought it worked brilliantly.
That thing's gonna eat through the goddamn hall. Come on! What's going on?
The film came out with the Freud music in it. Consequently, I got more letters saying, starting to repeat yourself, eh? They had bought the music from Freud and put it in that spot. So you could see that I was sort of like going at opposite ends of the pole with the filmmakers on the picture.
And I don't think he ever forgave me for using like Howard Hanson for the end of the film, and keeping the music that he wrote for Freud for the film. So that was Fox's decision. You know, they could have said we're using the music that's written, but I do think that what we did on our temp in those areas was better than what he did. And I'm taking nothing away from the rest of the film because what he did was perfect for it.
Well, you know, this is always a tricky part because, you know, finally, no matter how much of it the composer hums for you or plays on the piano or does anything like that, you know, you don't really hear his score until you're on this, you know, recording stage. Or at least that was the way it used to be. And his score, when it finally was way too lush and way too, more like his Patton score, you know, and which was not really what anybody particularly wanted. We wanted it more haunting and weird and strange, and it wasn't really any of that. So actually what happened was we bought a couple of the Goldsmith pieces that we had in the temp, and then in the dub, in the mix, you know, we really played down a lot of his stuff and played up some kind of weird sounds that we had and all the rest of that stuff. This is really Ridley. When I say us here, I really mean Ridley. And, you know, and he did an amazing job in the dub. But Mr. Goldsmith was quite unhappy when he saw the movie. And in fact, went to the studio. He'd done a lot of movies for Fox and, you know, announced that we were going to be a disaster and it was horrible and we'd ruined his score and we'd done all the rest of that stuff.
They released it as an album, and I bought the album. And there were a couple of tracks on the album that weren't in the movie. And they were tracks in which Goldsmith used horns to personify the alien. And it was very effective, this creepy, distant honking that comes in that is clearly meant to be the alien's theme. And it's very effective. It's not in the movie. But then I can't really see any place in the movie that you could use it without it being intrusive.
Ridley is a brilliant filmmaker. He's a brilliant visualist, and I think that was just his second film, and he wasn't as articulate then about what the music should do. I think he thinks so much in visuals, and music cannot replicate the visuals. It's not what it's supposed to do. And I think he was thinking more in terms, at least the message I was getting for him is he wanted me to be visual with the music. Well, I can't be visual with the music. That's not what I'm supposed to do. Let the director and the cinematographer put the visuals on the screen. Let me do the emotional element. And I think that's where it became a big problem with me. And fortunately, I had a lot of time to do it, and I went back and redid music, and somehow it all worked out finally in the end. But there was a problem. And I think the biggest problem was just in communication between me and the director. It would be interesting if that film had been made today and Ridley had now the benefit of having made so many other pictures and worked with a lot of different composers, how he would have approached it, you know, with me musically. The real challenge of composing music for films is to write a score that works brilliantly in the film and also has a life of its own that stands by itself. I think many of the great scores of the past work brilliantly in a film, but taken by themselves, they don't stand alone.
I had a call from Peter Beale, who was then head of Fox in the UK and Europe, I think, and he said he'd like me to meet Walter Hill. And I met Walter Hill, David Giler, Gordon Carroll up at Fox in London, in Soho. And they said, would I like to do Alien? And I'd had a script. I thought the script was outstanding, because as you read it, you know, you knew it was going to be a good movie, or I thought it was going to be a good movie. And but I'd already signed to do Empire Strikes Back, and so I said, well, I'd love to do it, but it seems to clash with Empire. And Peter Beale said, well, it's another Fox production, I'll organise that. So he talked to Lucas and Gary Kurtz, I think, and I got the okay.
The original concepts of Alien were basically a series of storyboards, very detailed storyboards. Ridley Scott is well known for storyboarding every single scene. We had the special effects storyboards. We also had a whole bunch of paintings done by Ron Cobb, who was the conceptual artist they used for many of the spacecraft. The strange thing was that we never actually followed them, because we kept on getting messages which would come from Shepperton, where the main unit was shooting, to Bray Studios, where we were filming the models, about 30 miles away. The drawings and plans that came over seemed to be sort of a conglomeration, as if somebody had taken Ron Cobb's design and they'd altered it. And we obviously found out afterwards that Ridley Scott was having a sort of a say in this and changing things. And actually Nostromo, the main craft in the film, it kind of evolved, and it evolved many times over a period of months and months, over a year in fact it evolved. It originally started out as this basic space tug. We shot on this thing with it actually painted yellow for 6 months, and this was the time when Brian Johnson was involved in the film. However, Brian went off to work on Empire Strikes Back, and we painted the spacecraft grey on Ridley Scott's orders, and then when Ridley Scott finished shooting main unit stuff at Shepperton, came over to Bray Studios, and we basically started from scratch.
Well, the plan was, the great plan, which of course Ridley had no intention of ever adhering to, was that the effects would be shot parallel with the main unit shooting. And Brian Johnson had that rather difficult task of actually doing that, and he shot some very nice stuff, but I know that Ridley knew that he could, in the same way that to jump to another movie, Blade Runner, he already wanted to look through the camera and line those shots up himself, which he did in the end, and it resulted in those incredible sort of city shots. Ridley was determined that he wanted to do them himself, so I think he kind of, consciously or unconsciously, he kind of said, no, that's not quite right, that's a little bit too... I think in fairness, I think the shots were a little bit too colourful sometimes. And Ridley I know you could grade them down, but Rid sort of had these specific ideas, really.
I was asked to organise a cameraman to work with the visual effects crew. That I did, somebody I'd known several years before. I think Ridley kind of had words with the DP. I certainly had words with the DP, Denny Ailing. On the second Saturday of principal photography, Ridley told me he was going over to Bushy on the Saturday and asked that I go along there with them. And we went over there and we saw what Denny was doing for lighting. And I went through a kind of lighting pattern. I felt a bit sorry for Denny because he was trying to achieve something where he couldn't achieve the stop that he wanted, based on the lights that he'd got. I think he'd been terrorised by the production office about how much money he'd got to spend on lights, and he really didn't have enough. The risk of getting my own backside kicked, I ordered in a lot of other equipment.
First of all, you get your model right. I mean, you get the model gnarly and aged the way you want, or pristine and clear. You get the shape right, and then you got to walk around it with the lights. And this cameraman on that was Denny Ailing on all the effects. And we'd walk around, and I'd literally have him just on with the lights, pulling the lights around, and then just stand there and say, stop. And then he'd come in and look at it, and Denny'd say, okay, it's too much here, here's too much, we've got to fill. So I always hated filling, because I wanted to be really harsh. But Denny would always force me into filling. So we got to do a cover shot.
Initially, Ridley sort of viewed him with total and utter suspicion, but because he was actually a really good craftsman, he actually knew his job inside out, I think actually Ridley came to be rather fond of him.
what was cutting edge, which was actually we did not use, was motion control. And we didn't use it simply because the budget didn't allow us all that time to do stop motion photography. So we developed a camera which moved very slowly on a drive mechanism, but we didn't actually repeat moves as such, because at the time the shots that were written in the actual script made it possible for us to do just regular model work with a high degree of professionalism and extremely wide-angle lenses.
Some of these shots, like the planet shots, that was that very painful process whereby the camera moves one tiny frame per second or something like that. And so I remember really wasn't happy, or were we, with what we were getting from it. So really went in and shot it himself. And he said, put some smoke in there. And they said, well, you can't do that. This the camera moves too slowly. The smoke is going to look, put it in, And he did it, and it worked. Looked great.
Because it wasn't on motion control pads, it was just operated. It was just physically operated. And that because of that, I mostly kept the Nostromo close. So I didn't have to have stars and universe. So that's all just live shooting with a wind machine, a lot of smoke. And of course, people say there is no atmosphere in space. I said there is now, mate. To make it work, I had no other way of doing it. I wouldn't have had any sense of movement because I couldn't afford big galaxy shots of it.
Working with Ridley Scott was quite an experience. It was nice to work directly with the director, with nobody in between, having a one-to-one relationship where I would go into a room, do a little drawing and show it to him, like of the clamp arm. It was nice that he would actually listen to me. I mean, I wasn't anybody really, I suppose, and it was just great to have him actually consider your opinion as well, but then come along and sort of say, right, but I want it done this way.
When you've got somebody like Ridley who's very precise about what he wants in a general term, except he keeps changing his mind and building on things. He doesn't go from one thing to another. He just expands and expands and expands. And so, like on Nostromo, that started off as a small sort of model, and then it grew, bits, pieces everywhere. Ron Cobb had done the original design, and then Ridley added bits to it. He kept saying, oh, let's put a bit on here and put a bit on there, because we were trying to build a large one, a large-scale one, which was about 10 or 12 feet. And it kept growing and growing and growing, and I think it wound up being about 16, 17 feet in the end.
Well, the biggest challenge has got to be the fact that Ridley Scott wanted things changed, but he would want to shoot on a model very, very short time after he decided to make radical changes. An example of this would be that we had a very, very cathedral-like refinery, which I'd done a large amount of the work on. He was very much into the sort of spire look, this kind of church spire type Gothic look. What he then did was he decided that he wanted a much chunkier looking refinery, so he would basically attack this thing with a hammer and chisel. And if you imagine you spent say 6-8 weeks working on a section, and suddenly he would literally pick up a mallet and a 1-inch chisel, bang, like this, and you'd see bits flying off all over the place. And so the challenge was he'd then turn around and say, right, after lunch I want to shoot on it, and I want that bit like this and that bit like that. And you're thinking, oh, we just spent 6 weeks doing that bit, and you want the shoot on this after lunch. So one of the biggest challenges was getting the model looking good quick enough for him to shoot on it. This is a sketch that I did at the time, which was really just a doodle of the refinery, showing the spire-like design. It was just really for personal use, to get a kind of a feel of how it would look as an overall design, with the Nostromo right down here at the front, the domes underneath, and then these massive spired pieces going up. These are the pieces which Ridley Scott later knocked off with his hammer and chisel. The Nostromo model weighed somebody said I heard somebody say a quarter of a ton, but I don't know about a quarter of a ton, but it was incredibly heavy. It needed to be lifted on a forklift truck. So the model had a huge metal framework built inside it, and the Nostromo was plugged into by a forklift truck with a couple of sort of prongs on it, which actually fitted into the side of the model. And the way they achieved the Nostromo being pulled away from the refinery was that the arm itself wasn't actually motorized at all. It ran freely, and it was about 30 feet long. It was a really massive thing, again clad with thousands and thousands, in this case of Hornby Railway piers, all these crisscross girder pieces. Went into model shops and bought 150 of these kits, and when we told the guy what we were doing with them, I don't think they believed us. And this shot was achieved by the forklift truck being covered in black velvet, plugged into Nostromo, and just driving away from the refinery, dragging the Nostromo with it. And of course, as it pulled the Nostromo away, it dragged the arm with it. So that shot where you see it going out and coming away is just the forklift truck driving away on a nice smooth surface. Originally, the Nostromo had 3 huge arms which opened, but Ridley Scott came up with this idea in an actual conversation where it would be great if a giant hand pushed the Nostromo away. So I did a very, very quick sketch of this and showed it to him, and we needed to detail it really quickly. And we found that the legs of R2-D2 just happened to have this really nice shape, and you can actually see them quite clearly clad on this thing.
I think we had 2 or 3 different scales. We had one that was about 4 feet long, and we had another one which was 12, 14, 15 feet long. And that one was very heavy, and it was cantilevered out on with a forklift truck device, so that on a beam which was covered in black velvet. And because of all the dust and stuff that was around, you couldn't see any of the mechanism, because we kept it lined up so the model was in front of it and the camera couldn't see it. And that was pretty difficult. I mean, that took a lot of effort, and lots of wind machines going, and plenty of vermiculite, which is insulation for roofs and things, being blown around everywhere. Everybody had masks and goggles and everything else on, and earplugs and the lot. And in those days we didn't have radio communications the way you have now, where everybody's got their own little set and they can all join in. I mean, there was lots of shouting and screaming going on, thumping people on the back. Stop.
Nick, could we do that if we start level?
We'd stop and they'd put the light, stick some lights on, etc., and reshoot it. And he kind of created in front of the camera. And although there wasn't always huge logic to it, I just think the landing of the ship had, huge drama. It was very exciting. And I think, Jerry Goldsmith's music and everything worked great at that particular point.
He couldn't be burned off anything he had a passion about, and so we all got fired with the same enthusiasm. It was so it was a labour of love. We did as much as we could to increase the production values on each of the shots, and Ridley was the key to us doing that. He pushed and pushed and pushed us all the time.
This is the sketch that I did of the Narcissus shuttlecraft, the original back section here having been built as a set and having been done as a drawing by Ron Cobb, the conceptual artist. I then came up with this idea of what the nose would look like, and it was from this that the final model was constructed. And also just a very, very quick sketch showing the rear section. This was to enable me to work out the release clamp, which I also built, which drops the Narcissus down from the Nostromo and then releases. As it did so, the word purge came up. When I went to see Blade Runner, there's a shot where the car takes off and you see a screen, and there's the clamp arm from Alien on there, which I'd actually designed, and purge come up. And I thought, that is amazing. I wonder how many people noticed that. We had a shot which required the burial shroud where John Hurt's character Kane has died to be fired out of the Nostromo's hatch. Now, many people would think, well, there'd be sort of computerized ways of doing this, but not at all. I mentioned Nick Alder, who became the special effects director. We had a very, very large section of Nostromo built, about 40 feet long, which was supposed to be kind of the underside, like a trench on the underside of Nostromo, very reminiscent of the trench in Star Wars. I'm sure there was a crossover there. And what we actually did was I carved, and again I give him a very short period of time to carve Kane's burial shroud in wood, and I made a burial shroud about 8 inches long. And Nick Alder got hold of the fisherman's catapult for firing bait out into the pond where you're fishing. And he just put a flat right down at the end of the studio, and he just pulled the catapult back and fired my little model, and it went down the trench. And of course they filmed it at high speed, so that it came out in slow motion. And he just did this over and over again. And what they did was, of course, it would drop eventually as it flew away, eventually its trajectory, like an arrow, it would drop down. But they cut it before it did that. And I just thought that was just the most amazing piece of simple way to get around a shot. And just seeing him firing this thing with the fisherman's catapult. He then started firing it at people. That's another story. Later, he needed a shot where you saw Ripley right at the end of the film inside the shuttlecraft moving around. So we then had to make a foreshortened version of the shuttlecraft that had a TV monitor inside it. So, that had pre-recorded film of a girl, not actually Sigourney Weaver, but her stand-in, running around inside. And that was built into the model of that.
I think the only dodgy thing was always the marriage between matte painting and model and the screen. It's always tricky, very tricky. But you know, even today in CGI, still see the whole flipping matte. And I always like to go for wherever you can, build a model, then photograph it with the light that's on the shot, and then graft it onto it.
CGI has probably, in my personal opinion, as a model maker, it's decimated much of the model making. I don't think myself that CGI will ever completely replace models. I don't care what anybody says. I think you can tell. There was a great deal of fun going on. Some of the people involved in the film. We had Nick Alder, who was basically the special effects director after Brian left. He's a real prankster. I'd worked with him on Space 1999 and know what he was like. So the relationship was actually very good. I got on very well with the guys. I'd worked with them before. With the actual crew itself, it was a very happy relationship that we had, bearing in mind we were working together for, like I've said, about 14 months.
Technology advances, you can think of new ways of doing things. There were lots of things we could have probably enhanced the production value on. We could have done huge moves through the vehicles and things, which we didn't do. But in actual fact, because the script was so beautifully written and so tight, and because Ridley was really clever with the way we didn't see Alien, but we sort of saw the alien and everything else, we were just there to sort of remind people that there was a bit of space outside and they were billions of miles from anywhere. We didn't need to do any more than that. You know, the production values enhanced what was going on in terms of the drama, but it didn't have to be a visual effects extravaganza as such to save a movie. I mean, we just enhanced what was already there, as opposed to other movies, some of recently that have come out, which are visual effects tour de forces, but no story. I mean, the key to this was the amazing story.
The glory of the cinema is that it is an audience that is seeing it, and therefore it is a collective understanding, which is quite different from watching something on tape. It has a blend of the actual theatre itself, even though what you're going to see is always exactly the same. It can vary from audience to audience according to whatever collection of people you have there.
first screening of the movie, which ran, I think, about 4 hours long, from a 78-page screenplay. And we were supposed to go out to lunch afterwards. I was with my ex-wife, and she was so traumatized, she couldn't leave the room for a day and a half. It was more violent and more frightening, actually, at the long cut that it ended up to be.
We never really previewed it till we finished the film, which was interesting. But we finished it and we had a 70mm print and we took it to Fox. And they insisted the day we arrived, we just arrived that afternoon, that they wanted to run it that night in their dubbing theatre, the Zanuck Theatre. And they invited all the science fiction sort of people who had come in dressed up as most of the creatures you'd ever seen to see the film. And it ran terribly because the sound was so bad in there. And we never could understand it because we had a great soundtrack. We've never changed it.
Then we had one in St. Louis where the sound wasn't quite right, and that was okay.
Ridley went crazy because he went down and checked the theater before the screening, and 2 of the speakers were out, and then he didn't want to screen the picture.
And by this time they are completely convinced that we'd made a bad soundtrack in England and the wrong thing had arrived.
But we were all quite worried after the one in St. Louis. And then in Dallas, the next night, we had the sound absolutely right in the theater.
Let's get out of here.
We've got this far, we must go on.
We arrive in this theatre, which was run by these guys. You could have eaten off their floor. The theatre was fantastic. The sound was great. It was the most incredible preview I've ever been in. I mean, people were screaming and running out of the theatre.
From what I remember, Ridley and Ivor Powell were holding down Alan Ladd Jr., who was trying to get out of the cinema.
The usher keeled over, and not with a chestburster scene, strangely enough. People were just too stunned at that particular moment that they didn't react.
This was a through-the-roof preview. This is when we knew we really had something. In fact, there was one of the ushers fainted. They're all, they were worried about violence in the theaters and all the rest of this kind of stuff. And said, "Oh my God, there's an incident here. What's happened?" And the usher had fainted when the robot's head came off.
We had the management saying, "This is terrible. All the people are being sick everywhere, and it's in a state." And we thought, "This is great."
At first, I was standing in the back of the theater. I was saying, "What's going on? People are getting a lot of walkouts, But what it was that people were sitting close to the screen or walking back to stand and watch it in the back of the theater. They didn't want to be that close to the screen, because it was scary.
Some of the most exciting, I think, moments of my life, because there's no greater buzz than being involved in a movie, and suddenly, not only was I going to the States for the first time in my life, but I was actually being flown around with Ridley in the 20th Century Fox executive jet from preview to preview.
We never had a premiere for this movie. And I paid for my own ticket down at Egyptian Theatre to go, and I stood in line to go see this movie. I mean, it was like so totally bizarre. I wanted to see it with with an audience. People were getting up and leaving the theater and going out and barfing in the lobby. I mean, I guess it was just such a shock to everyone. I mean, we knew how it was made, and it was, our friend on the little dolly being squidgied underneath the chair and stuff. But boy, I tell you, when it was cut together, it really was pretty amazing.
When we opened the film, I was staying at a friend's house in the Hollywood Hills there, looking down. I could see the Egyptian Theatre where I was, and they opened it. And they ran it for 48 hours non-stop. It was just running like a loop for 48 hours. There was never a moment in that 48 hours that the queue wasn't round the block.
I got up that day. I was a complete nervous wreck. I was angry. I was angry at the world. I had not been shown proper respect on this movie. I wasn't even going to go to the opening. The hell with them. I'm not going to go to the opening of this thing.
Dan somehow had a bad experience. I remember this sticks out of my mind because of Dark Star. He remembers coming and thinking, "Oh my God," and nobody laughed, and nobody responded, and nobody came. And when they did, they didn't laugh at any of the jokes. That's what he said to me, "I'll never try another comedy again." So he kept on feeling this fear that it was going to fall on its face like Dark Star did.
I jumped in my car and I just drove around streets. I drove around L.A. crazily, nowhere. I just drove. I was mad. I'll show him. I'll this. I'll that.
I guess he got drunk or something because he almost didn't want to come. He said, "I can't take it.
I'm not going to that." At 7:55, I suddenly turned the wheel and ran. I drove like a rocket into Hollywood. I drove up and I parked somewhere and I got out. And I saw this huge line of people. It went down the block and around the block. And I said, "Is that for Alien?" And I got out and I walked the whole length of the line. I walked all this long line. They were all lined up to see Alien, my movie. And I sort of walked up, I drifted up towards the opening, the entrance there of the Egyptian. And I got up there, and there was Ronnie Shusett and a couple of people.
He was like a man possessed. I mean, he was just like terrified.
They said, "Where you been? Come in here." And they took me in, and we went inside. I floated in, and the theater, every seat was full, and they put me down in a seat somewhere, and I sat there. I was kind of numb. It was like a dream. The house lights went down. The 20th Century Fox logo came up, and the whole audience cheered. Yay!
And we heard these tremendous shrieks and cheers and applause. And about the third scare in, and Dan was sitting behind me, and he started weeping.
And my eyes flooded with tears, and the tears just ran down my face. And I just sat there and watched the movie.
And I said, Dan, and he said, "I can't believe it. He said, it's real. It's real." You know, and he was just crying through the whole, here's everybody cheering. He's this guy behind me crying.
Limp as a rag. And I had expected there, of course, to be moments where they would scream at the shock. And I'd expected a lot of nervous muttering and tittering, all that stuff. Wasn't what happened at all. The audience sat in absolute silence, unmoving, just staring at that screen.
Like all of us, we can't be objective about our own work. Even when he went to the previews, he just wasn't sure. He thought, "Oh, maybe it's just those audiences, or they're prone to love it, and nobody else is going to like it. Maybe not the masses that aren't the science fiction lovers." But you could tell that crowd, they went wild. I mean, they were just standing and cheering at the end of the movie.
I saw it at the Egyptian. First time I saw it in its entirety. A lot of them had come up and were standing in front. They'd walked out on the movie. And I thought, cool, it can't be that bad, right? So I go in there, watch the movie, right? And I'm quite excited by what's happening. And I thought the pacing, cutting was brilliant, right? And then when Sigourney goes back to pick up her cat, I had this wonderful African-American voice shouting out, "Leave the fucking cat!" And at that stage I knew that Ridley had got a hit on his hands.
I had the space jockey in front.
I understand somebody tried to set fire to it or something, because they thought it was the work of the devil. Great.
By then, we had already had, the night before, I'd been to the Academy, and that's a tougher audience because they're filmmakers, and it takes a lot to impress them. But that went so amazingly. Sitting behind me was Jack Nicholson and Warren Beatty, and they kept screaming like two little boys at every scare. And they came up to Dan and I later and said, "Oh, it's amazing, guys." And Dan, "My God, it's Warren Beatty and Jack Nicholson." You know, and they scared the shit out of us. So we were just beaming, and that's a tougher audience.
It was so new in its concept of horror. I think it was more of a thriller because apart from those little odd horrid moments that things happen, it was a thriller. When's it going to happen next?
My reaction was right with them. It was a wave. We were like a tidal wave building up and crashing on the shore with apprehension. I do remember a story that Ridley told me about meeting with some theater owners after the picture had been released, and this one guy came up to me and says, "I tell you, you know that one scene where that thing comes out of the stomach, I tell you, it really messed up our bathrooms, and I take a great deal of pride in our bathrooms, but we took care of that. We took care of that." Ridley says, "Well, how did you take care of that?" He said, "Oh, we just cut it out of the picture, and the bathrooms were fine after that."
I've often wondered in Alien how many eyes closed at the moment that I gave birth, as I like to put it. But, and I'm sure that it's over 50% in the first time of seeing it. And I'm sure that some people took 4 times before they actually saw it.
Women of a certain age, probably childbearing and upwards age, or certainly women in their 30s and 40s for some extraordinary psychological reason, were very, very put off by the chest burster, by the birth scene. I think they found it, you know, deeply Freudianly disturbing. And I think that stopped it actually being an even bigger hit.
The chest bursting scene certainly worked, and you'd just hear this dead silence from the audience. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, you know. I then realized, you know, how effective it was on an audience, you know, and people won't you know, have heard so much about it, they won't even see it. They're terrified to see it, and people who have seen it regret it, you know, and others just can't get enough.
They were so terrified. I mean, even I was terrified because they'd added, it has the most amazing sound. And between the water and the steam and the smoke and our performances and the music, you're terrified the entire time. I think I watched it through my cable net sweater. You know? It's like that. Because once you added all that, I wasn't Ripley, you know, who doesn't get afraid.
They were terrified. They'd never seen a movie like this. It just came at them, relentless claustrophobia. And the power of this movie is any horror film, you get inside the psychology of fear, and those are inherent, certain amount of things that are in people, things growing inside you, and the way that robots are as humans, and you're not quite sure who is who, and the claustrophobia of a setting where you're enclosed and can't get out of.
I went to see it in Twickenham, in a huge cinema, and I was terrified. I can't remember the audience reaction because I can only remember my own. And I screamed, and I was absolutely, and I knew, of course I knew the script. I knew that the creature was going to burst forth, but it made no difference. I was petrified.
People were so into it. It was the first time we'd shown space to be a real place, you know, filthy, greasy, grimy, with real people in it. You know, it was certainly the opposite of 2001, which is a movie I've always found it hard to sit through, frankly, because it's so sterile and still. And this was, you know, and it was, I have to say, so much of Ridley in it, his no bullshit kind of approach.
Exciting opening, it broke all the house records. It was a very good ad campaign, I thought, simple but creepy at the same time. I think the team of Fox, people of Fox at that point in time, none of which are there anymore, really got behind the picture and sold it as hard as they could and believed in it very strongly.
The graphics we brought in were 2 great guys. There was Steve Frankfurt, who was, you know, pretty formidable advertising man, and Richard Greenberg, who came in with, first of all, coming into poster work, and then they came up with a great log line, you know, in space no one can hear you scream. And then the typography, wide space to the top, I thought looked great. And then they readapted that to go on the film as the opening title sequence, which was a kind of form of hieroglyphics, really, or a readout. You know what it is. Then it gradually spells Alien.
Alien fulfilled a genre and thereby put a cap on it.
Alien to me is very special, and it's not just because I worked on it. I think Ridley did such an amazing job on it, and I think it's got a mythology to it.
Until they start making feature movies in IMAX or in virtual reality, I don't think it's going to be possible to do anything that's that novel in the scary sci-fi monster vein.
The thing that made Alien scary was the fact that you weren't quite sure what you were seeing, so the audience could participate.
It was quite a milestone. It was sort of like Howard Hawks' The Thing, which was the first film I can remember where they used a science fiction element as an element of horror to really frighten you, and this was the next ultimate step.
The alien is frightening in a context much larger than outer space science fiction beings. It's fearsome in the way a child's nightmare is frightening.
It's becoming more difficult to just frighten people. Frighten people on a nice level, on an entertaining level, on a roller coaster ride. I think it's really why I've never done another science fiction. Between Blade Runner and this, I thought I hit space in the urban side of the world and sci-fi. And so, in a funny kind of way, it's good because I'll only do another science fiction if I've got a really good script. So really, finally, it's about the story. It's all about the story. The trappings, the dressing is not insignificant. It's important, and it's an art form in itself, but it's not the priority.
Ridley's Alien is actually of a different genre from the other aliens, I think. How can one put it? It's a sort of realistic approach, as I say, a logical approach using a thriller format, which I think was terrifically successful. And I think you can follow the whole possibility of that, particularly as more and more we know about our universe and so on, the more possible it becomes all the time. So it's not going to get unfashionable. The other aliens I would put into a different genre. I would say that they were more action-adventure films.
It's one of the great franchises that we have in today's cinema, and I think it would be not very hard and not very difficult to turn it back into where it came from. I would go back to the roots of where the first one was, which is the scary monster in the dark. That is it going to jump out on you? Is it going to get you?
I would have gone before, because that's what I find interesting. I want to know who that space jockey is. You know, what are the aliens doing in the silo? Are they armaments? Are they shipping them somewhere? All that, and I think that, for me, is fascinating.
I mean, that's what we're meant to do. You can, end it and bash it on the head and bury it, but I think you can just as easily invent the end of one and the beginning of another.
The title did not come immediately. I didn't really have a title. And probably the reason for that is because the threat at the center of the story, whatever this monster or thing or danger was going to be, was not at all clear to me at this point. I had sort of everything but the threat. I just had a very cloudy, emotional feel for what that thing was to be. Didn't know what it was yet. But I had certain, starting points. There was my itch to do an alien in a movie that looked real. And there was the fact that I'd met H.R. Giger in Paris and looked at some of his paintings, and I'd been struck by them. So I started putting that together. I think I went through and exhausted every possible type of science fiction threat there is. I considered them picking up an alien disease. I considered a non-physical kind of spiritual alien that would possess people. I went through all the different ways you can harm the human body and all the disgusting things that can happen. And the thing that finally I think broke it through for me as I was reading this underground comic book by an artist whose name escapes me at the moment. And he had drawn this one-page, one-panel story in this underground comic. It just showed a guy in a spacesuit with a kind of a worm creature emerging from his chest. And I thought, yeah, that's it. What could be scarier than having the thing infest your own body like that? And then things started to fall into place for me. I started to use as a model parasites. you know, real living parasites here on Earth. They're microscopic things, but they have these complicated life cycles in which they infest. Well, first a cow picks it up on the hoof and it burrows into the person, and then it mutates in the body and it gets in the meat, and then a person eats a steak and it turns into something else, and then it crawls out your leg. I took these submicroscopic parasites and I made them larger. The parasite that infests the person. And so the alien, the whole notion of it, and everything that it did was put together through many days and nights over many months of just painstakingly considering and discarding every possible idea until I had a life cycle for this thing that I liked.
Now, few people realize this, but that project is actually at the origin of the giant leap forward in science fiction design. Because back then, what Jodorowsky did is he actually brought Mobius out of drawing westerns and told him to draw science fiction, which Mobius had never done. And he brought Dan O'Bannon, who was basically a writer, and just said, I want you to be my special effects supervisor. And he went and got Giger and said, I want you to design some of the stuff for Dune. And he was friends with Dali at the time and said, I want you to come in and just be credible for all of us, you know. And he went and got Pink Floyd. And I remember Mobius saying, you know, I had one Pink on one side and one Floyd on the other, and he was there drawing while the guys were hovering. And this was going to be the Dune project. Now, the whole thing capsized and just disappeared into thin air. Dan O'Bannon went back to America, wrote Star Beast, and Star Beast became Alien. This is after he'd done Dark Star. So by the time these guys, by the time Dan O'Bannon was actually with Ridley, suddenly, mysteriously, that same crew came back again, which was Giger and Mobius. If you actually get to see the book, which I have, you know, I have a copy of it, with all the designs from that time period, you go, oh my God, you've got a whole history of the evolution, the revolution in science fiction design in the early 70s. I mean, there's like such an incredible loop, you know, where suddenly you understand why that paradigm shift in science fiction at that time. Because up to that point, basically science fiction, you know, had gone as far as 2001 in the best of cases. And maybe Silent Running, which is kind of an adult picture. It was a great picture, but design-wise, there wasn't much to it. Nobody had had that extra edge of vision yet. So in many ways, you know, some of us think Jodorowsky is actually the grandfather of a whole school of thinking in science fiction.
I tell you what basically he did. I had been talking around all of these ideas to Ronnie. I said, I want to do this story now about astronauts who are forced to land on a dead planet in some remote part of the universe. There they discover an ancient alien artifact, okay, inside of which, of course, there's some kind of a monster or a threat. And I was having a little bit of trouble making up the monster, and I didn't quite know where to go with the second half of the piece. And Ronnie reminded me that sometime before I had told him about another script idea I had called Gremlins. This was pre-Joe Dante Gremlins. And that idea was simply about the World War II flying fortresses who reported that little creatures would get in their ship called Gremlins and mess up their instrumentation. And I had the notion that make it a B-29, make it the raids on Tokyo, taking off from some island base, flying in, you know, incendiary bombardment of Tokyo, and then on the way back, through the clouds, they get separated from the rest of the formation, and bumpity-bump, something lands on the plane. Cute. And of course, they're gremlins, but really, really mean ones, who break into the ship by means of the gun turret at the rear of the ship, which is glass. And they start working their way forward, killing everybody they meet, doing horrible things to them. And so that the bulk of the picture is these men who have like, I don't know, 1,000 miles of Pacific to fly over before they can reach their own base. And in the meantime, they have to fight off these little creatures who want to kill them and who are progressively working their way forward through the ship. And it was an idea that I had and shelved. One has a million ideas, talks about them. Some of them you work on, some of them you just leave in your mind. Occasionally one of them later gets resurrected. And this was one of the ones that was sitting back there. Ronnie said, why don't you, he said, the first half of your idea about the spaceship and the men landing and picking up some type of monstrosity is, it's a really good one. What if you took the second half of that story, Gremlins, and stuck it onto that? Which is to say that the second half of the movie is the astronauts are on their way home with the thing in the ship, and they're having to battle the thing and try to save their lives, so that they can get home. And I said, that's terrific. That would work really good.
The thing the Duelists did for me was completely open up the door in Hollywood. They didn't know what to do with it, but I got a lot of material immediately. And one of them was a science fiction called Alien. And I was, wrestling with the idea of Tristan and Isolde, which was a little worrying because it was another period piece. And in fact, it was even more esoteric because there was absolutely nothing esoteric about the Duelists. The Duelist to me was a Western, really, with two hussars. But, so I was really going back into the lion's mouth. And I was getting very insecure about that, even though the script was actually interesting and well written. And I read the Alien, decided I couldn't possibly take another chance on doing another period piece at this point in time. And I called them up and I was in Hollywood in 24 hours. But I'd seen, when I'd been showing the Duelists, that was the year that Star Wars was made. So I went along to Hollywood Boulevard, and I never really experienced audience participation like that. It was the first or third week of the opening of Star Wars, the first really Star Wars for me, which is by far the best one. And that kind of knocked me off my feet. I thought, God, this guy's doing this, and I'm, going back and doing something else, which is incredibly esoteric, and nobody will ever, I'll have, me and my mum will see it. I should be really thinking of something else. About 2 weeks later, I was offered a script for Alien. And so that's how it happened. I'd already seen, 5 years before that, probably 2001, which had already stuck in my mind is, okay, this seems to be the threshold of the kind of science fiction that I would like to do, because it's the first time I've met reality, right, in that genre. I think I was the right director to do science fiction because I didn't know much about it, and therefore I didn't believe in it. But I was intrigued enough by the dynamics of the story, of the script, the outrageous dynamics of the script, to say, I think I can do something with this.
The first time I nearly worked with him was on The Duelists, which was his first picture. And he sent the script to my then agent, who I'd just left. And I was doing a picture with Roger Vadim down in the Loire Valley. And he told me this a couple of years later when I saw him about Alien. And he said, I was staying in the same hotel as you. And I said, well, why didn't you say hello? He said, because you hadn't replied to the fact that I'd sent you a script. And I thought, sod him, why should I talk to him? So he didn't talk to me. Of course, the agent hadn't actually sent the script to me. So I lost out on Alien. Then we did, on The Duelist, and then we did Alien. And I did, I think, about 3 days on that, plus all the building of the chest and the neck and the head and all that stuff, And after 3 days, I had an extremely bad bronchial attack, the first time in my life, never happened since either, and ended up in intensive care and had to take 2 weeks. off after that. So, you know, I lost I couldn't work it. So sadly, I missed that one. And John did it. John Hurt did the, you know, and the whole thing I wanted to, you know. And especially when the little bastard had came out of the stomach, you know. I thought I knew all about this, been working at it for ages, you know. And he was sold, the little alien was sold for something like, I don't know, about $40,000-$50,000 or something recently, you know. Anyway, that was the first time, and the second.
We had a casting girl working for us named Mary Goldberg, and she told us that there were 2 women that we should see in New York that she thought would be perfect. And one who had done some films, but had not broken through as yet, and the other woman who had, a young girl who had not made a movie as yet. And the first woman was Meryl Streep. And Meryl's longtime companion had just died. And I did not feel that she should be asked to come in from the country, and it just happened a day before or whatever, and that we could see her another time, maybe when we came back to New York. The other woman was, of course, Sigourney Weaver.
One of the reasons I ended up deciding to do the picture, because I wasn't that keen to begin with, you know, I was sort of a snob coming from drama school, you know, I wanted to be like work with Mike Nichols or something, you know. I didn't want to be in a science fiction picture, but I thought, God, you know, this is a really interesting woman. I've never seen a woman in a picture like this. And in the end, that really, I felt like it could be really interesting. As it turned out, it was a good decision, but it was sort of breaking new ground. I mean, not really, but in terms of action movies, it was.
Well, the heroes of slasher films have often been women, but usually what they did was run around in their undies and just manage to survive till the end. Ripley kind of changes that, I think, more than any other heroine by going from being somewhat helpless to being a really active leader and, you know, a real force working against the aliens.
Well, let's talk about killing it. We know it's using the air shafts. Will you listen to me, Parker? Shut up!
I think it, you know, this is a tough one, and I'm going to start babbling because I get this a lot. I don't think it's that different having a woman in the forefront, but it does allow you to play with certain stereotypes and certain images in a way that you wouldn't with a man. For example, Cameron played with the whole idea of the mother. She was mother to Newt. We met the mother alien, and it had a kind of maternal instinct which the first aliens had none of. So that was sort of, you know, an interesting place to go. It also evokes sympathy because no matter what, the men around her are never going to take her as seriously as they should, and they really should, because she usually outlives all of them.
One day, there was a fairly complicated setup, which, as I say, Ridley directed primarily, you know, looking through the camera, because he was a very visual director, as indeed Antonioni was. So everything to him was what was in the frame, and, you know, objects and things and people were composed within that frame. So it was a fairly long setup where they had to lay some track, and they had lights which sort of flashed on and off, and I think there was steam in it, and doors that opened and shut, and more lights, and so the whole setup for that took about 2.5 hours. And really, you know, got it all together, and, you know, had various things done and changed and so on. And finally, after about 2.5 hours, he said to the first assistant, Paul Ibbotson, he said, "Okay, I'm ready, let's shoot it." And Paul said, but Ridley, he said, "We've got 6 actors in this." And Ridley said, "Oh, shit." That's the story.
The first couple of weeks, Ridley would always say to me, you know, try not to look in the camera. And I finally said, gosh, you know, you put it right in front of me, so how can I not look at it? And then Tom Scarrett was sweet. He said, when you have to crawl, I guess we were doing some cross the frame stuff, and it was hard not to look, you know, kind of glance. And he said, you know, just look right below or right above or something like that. And he had to say things to me like, you know, eyes are very important in film, so you should use your eyes more. You can do a lot with just your eyes. I mean, the whole thing was such a learning experience for me, and so much fun, really.
The thing about Ron Cobb is that if you know a little bit about his background, this is a guy that is not just an illustrator, but is also a technical illustrator and an art director and a designer and somebody who could draw better than anyone on average in an industry like ours. The guy could do doors that clicked into place and opened as perfect isometric perspectives, and you could build a set just off of his drawing. You didn't have to do anything. You'd give that to a construction manager and you could just see a set go up. So I think that was part of the reason probably that he was picked to work on the first movie, because the first movie was done in England, where that kind of talent is essential and identified immediately, you know. Because they don't kid around, basically. English art departments, they really know what they're hiring, and that's how they work. It is a bit of a meritocracy over there. And I think also knowing a little bit about how Ridley works, it makes sense that you design from the inside out. In other words, you find out the function of a design, and you find out its place in the script, and then you build a look that's based entirely on the functionality.
Three, don't four, take one. A and B.
Action. How you coming?
Feels like we've been here for a month.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Shh, they should listen to us and never come to this planet in the first place.
Right. We should never have landed on this damn ball to start with.
You're right. The sooner we get this thing patched up and get out of here, the sooner I'm gonna feel. Get my own ship. If I ever live to see it. This place gives me the fucking creeps.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I got it. Give it a try now.
I'm sorry, my friend, you don't have anything.
Damn. I'm sure that was it.
Well, it's not, man. Try the next one. What engineering school did you go to?
What's happening down there?
Oh, shit, man. My Johnson's what's happening, man. You know that? Shh. A lot of real hard work. Hard work, Ripley.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Oh, just one time, you know what I mean? Boom! You ought to try sometime, sweetheart.
Parker, I've got the toughest job on this ship. Yeah, I gotta listen to all your numbers.
Don't let her get to you, man.
Just one time.
What you really like to do is ball it, man.
No. Oh, cow, shit. Why don't you get off my back?
I'll get off your back as soon as 12
Hey, Brett, how you coming?
I feel like we've been here a month. That's how I'm coming.
Oh, man, stop complaining. I know how you feel. We shouldn't have come to this damn place in the first place.
Never have landed on this damn ball, I know that.
Well, come on, man. The sooner we patch this damn thing up, the sooner we get out of here. Get my own ship. Hope I live to see it. This place gives me the creeps.
Wait a minute. I think I got it.
Got something? Wait, hold it. No, that's not it. Well, come on, man. Try the next one. Don't just give up.
that was it.
Well, try the next one.
What's happening down there?
Oh, my Johnson is happening, baby. That's what's happening. My Johnson is happening. A lot of work, Ripley. Real hard work.
Yeah, I can hear it.
A and B.
Hey, Brett, how you doing?
Great. I feel like I've been here a month.
Oh, come on, man. Stop complaining and fix the thing. Yeah, all right. We shouldn't have landed here in the first place, but we're here, so fix it.
Should never have landed on this damn ball, I know that.
Look, man, you're right. But the sooner we patch this thing up, the sooner we can get out of here. Now fix the damn thing. This place gives me the creeps. Come on, get with it.
Hold it. I
got
think
something?
I've got it.
What? Okay, wait, hold it. Let me try. Hold it. Let me try.
All right. Ready?
No, that's not it. That's not it. Try the next one.
Damn, I thought
Brett,
sure
try the
that was
next
it.
one,
Oh,
man.
fuck.
What's happening down there?
My Johnson's happening, Mama. My Johnson's happening. A lot of work, Ridley. Real hard work.
Yeah, I can hear it.
You ought to try it sometime.
Parker, I've got the toughest job on this ship. I've got to listen to all your numbers.
Would you get off my back, please?
I'll get off your back as soon as 12 modules fixed.
Good. Running. 344 take 6. Cameras A and B.
Fascinating.
Action.
How you coming, Brett?
Great. Fascinating work.
Good. Glad to see you're not complaining. We shouldn't have landed here in the first place, but we're here now.
Right. Shouldn't have landed on this damn ball, I know that.
Yeah, you're right. But now that we're here, the sooner you patch that thing up, the sooner we can get out of here. So let's get with it, huh, man? This place gives me the creeps.
Wait a minute. I think I've
got something?
Got it. I think I've got it.
Hold it. Let me try it. Let me try it. No, you haven't got a thing. Try the next one.
What's happening
Sure
down
that was
there?
it. Oh, God.
My Johnson is happening, Mama. That's what's happening. My Johnson is happening. A lot of work. Real hard work.
I can hear it.
Could you please get off my back?
I'll get off your back as soon as 12 modules fixed.
This broad's a bitch, man.
What did it get to you?
I'm sorry, I'm up. Did I skip a line? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Running. 344 take 7. A and B. Action.
How you coming, man?
Great. This is a real challenge.
Good, man. I'm glad to see you not complaining, Brett. They should have listened to us and never come to this planet in the first place.
Right. Shouldn't have landed on this damn ball, I know that.
You're right, but now the sooner you get that thing patched up, the sooner we can get out of here. This place gives me the creeps.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You got something?
I think I've got it.
Okay, hold it. Wait, let me try.
All right, ready?
Okay. No, you got nothing. Try the next one.
Man, I was sure that was it.
But it's not, man. Go ahead, try the next one. Come on,
Give
Brett.
me a break.
Try the next
Give me
one,
a
man.
break.
What's happening down there?
My Johnson's happening, baby. That's what's happening. My Johnson's happening. A lot of work, Ripley. Real hard work.
Yeah? I can hear it.
You ought to try it sometime, baby. I want to kill her.
On this ship.
I want to kill her.
I gotta listen to all your numbers.
I like to get her right in the face. Why don't you get off my back?
I'll get off your back. As soon as 12 modules fixed.
Should I hit the box? Can I hit the box? Smart mouth broad, huh? Can you believe that broad, huh?
Right.
The difficult thing is that, you know, if you're into a spaceship, even now, like, there aren't any references, you know. I mean, yes, I know at the moment they're building a space station up in the sky, but up until that point, there was no reference. You had to invent it, you know.
I figured along the way it should be dirty and used, because I think I'd been doing a lot of traveling to and from, both in commercials and, you know, doing a lot of 747 and 707 traveling. And I noticed that all the planes that always start off super clean and beautiful, gradually they're getting worn out. And then gradually they're introducing in the lavatories and the instruction sheets multilingual instructions. And, you know, I noticed the formicas getting chipped. And so I thought that, you know, when you think about these freighters in deep space that will be anchored in some giant company's armada, sitting unmanned, you know, revolving around some small planetoid, waiting for the next crew to come in, be taken up, and open up all the stuff and get all the technology going and revitalizing the ship. They're going to get pretty worn out, right? Even with the maintenance crews and the cleaning services and things like that, because all that will have to happen. And so I thought it must be like that. It must be dog-eared, you know. And so that seemed to be the obvious thing to do, even though everybody was tickled pink by it. I thought, well, it's kind of obvious.
When we did Dark Star, which was in the wake of 2001, we thought we wanted partly for the novelty, partly because it was realer, mostly just for laughs, we wanted to show this once sterile spaceship in a rundown condition, like some old bachelor apartment. But we didn't really succeed very well at that, because we didn't at that time know the tolerances of film for mess. And it became apparent to me that if you wanted something high-tech to look messed up, you had to practically destroy it. And Lucas made Star Wars. A couple of years after that, he was working on it, and one of the things that he himself mentioned that he was trying to do with Star Wars was the idea of the used future. Oh yeah, I went and I saw it, and I didn't think that came across very strongly there either. So by the time I was ready to do Alien, and Ridley had signed aboard as director, unfortunately Ridley's talent is to be able to sculpt detail to a remarkable degree, unlike most other cinematographers. If something wants to look textural, he can get it where many others cannot. So that was fortunate. But I mentioned to him my own experience, which is if we want this spacecraft to look industrial beat up, you're going to have to make it about 3 times messier to the naked eye than you want to see it. And that Alien probably was the first time where an audience clearly saw a futuristic machine in a run-down condition.
I was given this task of finding someone or something, and initially we thought, you know, let's find some models. There was a model called Verushka, who was this like 6'5", very, very thin model, and we were like hauling in. I was sort of casting, you know, ringing up all these obscure casting places and say, can you come in and bring very scant clothing, and we want to actually photograph you like squatting on the ground with kind of, you know, when you squat and like the Maasai squat when they're kind of, because their legs are so long, their knees seem to kind of come up like alongside their face like that, and you almost look like a grasshopper. And I had the job of sort of like taking Polaroids, because again, video cameras, unfortunately domestic video cameras didn't exist then, and they must have thought I was a very strange person. Thank God I was doing it in you know, in Shepperton, otherwise I might have been arrested. But eventually a casting agency that handled dancers, I think a guy called Michael, I think it was Michael Somerton or something, called me up and said, I've just seen a guy in a pub, and I've got his name and his number, and I think he's the guy you want. Do you want to see him? And that was when he saw Balaji Bajero, who was a student studying, I think he was from Nigeria or something, and he was studying. So poor Balaji got dragged in, and he was it. He was the alien. And I think he found it pretty uncomfortable too, because he's, you know, it was coming back to that thing in the Narcissus where he was embedded in the wall and had to crawl out. I mean, there was a lot of takes we did with that, and there was a lot of, you know, sort of CO2 stuff being, you know, blown in his face and in every orifice, so to speak, as he detaches himself and comes out. And I think he got a few knocks and bruises in that.
You know, when I was a child, I grew up in a very dark, in very dark rooms. The place where I played as a child had no windows, and so I think that gives you prägt. What can I say? This. Was heißt prägt? Prägt einem. I don't know. If you grow up in a certain space, I mean that later on you work also in these dark rooms, or you prefer that, or something like that. I don't know. Präg means it characters you, or it prints you in a way.
Well, it forms your character.
Yeah, it forms your character. Yes, that's it. I was designer for buildings, and as a profession, I'm industrial designer, and so I know how to do plans and everything. It helped me very much to design a creature, for instance, and work for a movie. You know, in Switzerland we have no film industry, so you don't know nothing here about everything. And when first they asked me to do something, I always thought that they will do a kind of drawing film, I mean, like Mickey Mouse. And so finally they convinced me that these things I'm drawing, they will build up, and then I thought they will be small models. And they said, no, no, big. I couldn't believe. And I was very surprised when I saw the first time to have such a small painting in such a huge three-dimensional space. That was wonderful.
I think Giger is a visionary. I think he's absolutely frightening. You know, as an artist, I'll never have that degree of creativity, inventiveness, or genius. And at the same time, I don't want it because it's just far too scary and spooky. His world really, you know, it's one of the most genuine visions of hell that we've known in the recent past. You know, the guy is really horrific.
He's a very strange person. I mean, I don't believe there is anybody that is as strange as he is in his peculiar way, and therefore the right guy to design the alien. And so Giger designed the alien for the first picture. It underwent a little bit of a transformation when Cameron did Aliens, and now Fincher doing Alien 3, it underwent yet another little transformation. So it's flexible, but it's definitely with that head and the jaw that comes out and all of those sort of trademark aspects, it gives flexibility so that you can work with it, and people always recognize it.
He really did broaden the horizons of the movie monster, and his look, the biomechanical look, is so unique. Gordon Carroll told us that when they were working on the first film, Giger had some sculptors working for him that were old-time, very experienced sculptors who worked on monsters and, you know, throughout the years. And they were saying, you know, what is this stuff with the bones and the tubing and all this? You know, this is never going to read. You need wrinkles and warts and scales on this monster in order to make it look really scary. And luckily nobody went for that, and Giger got his point across. But he really does have a body of work that is special. You know, he's not a monster maker. And because he's got he's a fine artist and he's got his slant on things, it gives a different look than you would get by pulling a monster maker in off the street and saying, you know, do the strangest psychosexual creature you can come up with. You'll come up with something, chances are, you know, that's got wrinkles and warts on it instead of, you know, what he came up with.
He started with life-size paintings of the alien on huge canvases, front and side, to the same degree of quality of his museum paintings. That was how he started. And at that point he thought that his commitment was finished, and that since he had done such a thorough job of depicting it in paint from different angles, that now, you know, that the producers would find a technician who would make that 3D. And he went back to Switzerland, and they tried, but the people that the producers were able to find were not able to sculpt what Giger had drawn. And he came back after a few weeks and took over. He had enough pride in his work to not be willing to let what they were doing appear in that fashion. Somewhat in contradiction to his personality, he's a very nice person. He's easy to talk to, and he's easy to work with. And he's a genius at what he does, and it kind of goes hand in hand. My experience over the years of working with artists of different levels of talent, usually the most cooperative ones, it's not 100% rule, it's about 90%, but the ones that are the most cooperative are usually the geniuses. They're usually the most open to suggestion and the last to get their back up about criticism of their work. Whereas you move down the scale to people who don't have much talent at all, these are people that are impossible to work with by and large. They don't want to hear your input. They refuse it to do it any way other than their own. They're usually bad-tempered, unreliable. And Giger was a very hard worker, always open to suggestion. You see, the thing is, a guy like Giger, he knows that someone comes along and says, why don't you put 6 fingers on the thing's hand rather than 5? The reason he doesn't get his back up is he knows he can do that well also. And the really talented person knows they can do a variety of things well, whereas the person with very little talent knows damn well there's only one thing that he can do which will pass. And if anybody tries to make him do anything at all that deviates slightly, it's going to be horrible. So if you really want to find your prima donnas, you know, you pick them from among the no-talent bums. Those are the guys that are really impossible to work with. The ones, I won't do this, and I have to have a long lunch hour. The ones who are good, they show up in time, they work hard, and they accept rejections without resentments. And that was what Giger turned out to be like, finally, when he did ship aboard on Alien.
There are a lot of reasons why the Alien films in general and the first film in particular were able to create such a feeling of dread. I think, you know, one of the things that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about is very simply the design of the alien. It's all mouth. There are no eyes. There's no sense of any kind of consciousness there that you could deal with. It is so different from us. You know, even when you look at the face of a crocodile or a shark, you see eyes, you see a sentience there that you think is in some way a little bit like me. At least it's from this planet. When you look at the alien, it is completely another thing. It is the unknown, but it has teeth, and it has even more teeth behind those teeth. So there's something so primevally terrifying about it that it's really a predator rendered down to its simplest. It's the last glimpse that you have in life if you get eaten by a predator is the teeth. See, you see what I mean? So it works at such a primal level that we probably don't even understand it. I think there are basic phobias that are played upon, but all horror movies all work to the degree that they are successful on playing on basic, direct human phobias. I think one of the brilliance of Alien, of the first film, and therefore of its successors because they carry on the design motifs, is that the design was intended not just to play upon the obvious primal fears, fear of little scuttling things, fear of insects, fear of suffocation, but there's also a whole other layer to it, which is a kind of psychosexual fear. There's a kind of a Freudian fear underneath the whole thing. You know, the fear of something growing inside you, which is the fear of pregnancy and therefore the fear of sex. There's a whole thing that it taps into that no science fiction film, I think, ever tapped into previously, and it's inherent in the design. It was a contribution made, I think, in conjunction between Ridley Scott and Hans Ruedi Giger, the designer of the alien and the facehugger, and all of his imagery has this kind of primal sexual component to it. You know, which I think is what made it all very fascinating to people. Whether they sort of acknowledged it on the surface or not, it was always there, it's always been there.
We started to shoot it, as I recall, and Ridley kept looking, we don't have enough of this, and kept looking at this and looking at that and saying, no, that's not right, there's textures are wrong and everything like that. So we put that off and did something else. And while I reconstructed this thing in his vision and came back to it a week later, as I recall, or several days later. It wasn't a comfortable scene to do, obviously, because you're encased in this foam or plastic thing. Then you're gooped with this liquid jello or whatever it was, you know, this goo that they put on you, you know, that drips out of the alien's mouth and all that. It was fun to watch that because really you get his hands in and just cake it all over you like that. So, no, we need more, we need more. And you're just sitting there encased in this thing with this stuff being slapped on you, and you wonder, is this what I scratched and clawed my way up to the top for, you know? And, or something like that. It was a very uncomfortable scene to do, and Sigourney and I played the dynamics of that part of the film through and fully. And What was always missing for me was the fact that there was a scene that was cut out of the script that we never shot of us being lovers. It suggested we were lovers. So that was meaningful. We didn't know that was going to be cut at that time, so I think we played that look of lovers, one lover having to zap the other lover. So that was the dynamic that was working for us. We shot that part of the film prior to running out of time the shooting schedule. Now, when you start running the end of a shooting schedule, you start looking at a script to see what scenes are expendable. It really would slow up the pace to have this goodbye scene between the two lovers, basically. It has, you know, just break up the energy of it, and it has nothing to do with the whole piece, because this other scene was cut out of the, we didn't even bother shooting it, so, you know, they don't connect. So you don't have to resolve the love affair.
So it was in there, but at the end of the day, I think it got in the way. You didn't need it. It wasn't about that. It was, that's very traditional, to have the relationship with them. You know, it's like a soap opera. So we discarded those elements eventually, because they don't lead you anywhere. And ideally, it doesn't always happen. If you have a piece of material where it's very hard to cut it down because every scene means something, then chances are you got a really good script, right? But as soon as you came to these things, they didn't really mean anything. So they were out. They were fine, but they were not, just slowed down the dynamics.
A score for motion picture is a piece of architecture, like the film itself, and it should have a shape and a form. And you look to where you're going to finally, where's the high point, so that you don't top yourself in the middle of the picture so you still have somewhere to go at the very end of the picture. It was interesting on Alien. I remember when I had meetings with them in the production office, there were storyboards, but there were directions emotionally to how the levels of emotion and terror were building in the picture, which I'd never seen before or after that. But it was sort of plotted that how this was going to build in terror, which was very interesting, and an interesting way of doing it. So they were very careful. I think Ridley was very careful how he structured the film from that point of view. The music I wrote for Alien was very interesting. It was avant-garde. It's the kind of film that allowed me as a composer to stretch, to try various different effects, musical ideas with an orchestra. The picture allowed me to do it. The picture was so visually striking. The set design by Giger was this sort of surrealistic sets, and it was a wonderful image, and to try and translate that emotionally into music. Then it was a strange juxtaposition of the characters who were really sort of rough and tumbled, you know, dirty, unsophisticated people against this very sophisticated backdrop, visual. And they made a very interesting palette for me to try and write music to. The problem I had on that film was that I had one feeling, and I think the director had another feeling, and obviously the director perhaps was correct. In the first place, I thought, this is the most disgusting lot of people, this whole crew, I mean, they were totally unlikable, and I didn't care whether, you know, the fact that they all got killed was fine by me, because they were rather disgusting people, and the only one I really started to feel sympathy for was the monster, quite frankly. And I thought, nobody's going to see this picture because nobody likes anybody. I mean, they're a scruffy lot, and they were, you know, who cared? Well, I was wrong on that count. One of the problems I face today is I think that there's an overuse of music in films. And I've always been a big believer in silence in films. I mean, for instance, you take a film like Patton, film was 3 hours long and there was 32 minutes of music in the film. Chinatown was over 2 hours long and there was 30 minutes of music. I use those two films as examples of brilliant filmmaking, but I think and I think the music itself was quite good for both those films, even though I wrote it, and trying to be modest. But I think that the reason that both those scores have been sort of classified as some of my best work is because of the judicious spotting of it and waiting for the right moment for the music to appear, and then allowing certain scenes to play by themselves. And in the case of like horror films or scary films or suspense films, I find nothing is more frightening than absolute silence. But it seems today that there's a tendency to not let anything be silent. And there are periods of, well, I've fought with, argued with directors. Let the scene play and let's wait for the appropriate moment and then bring the music in, or let's take the music out. I think that in the overall plan that silence should be part of the score. I mean, in contemporary music, silence, moments of silence actually are figured in the score by the composer. The piece will play and then there's a moment of silence. It's almost part of the musical composition. There's something very terrifying about this stark stillness. And in the first Alien, there were many moments that were just subtle sound and no music whatsoever. I remember the scene towards the end of the picture when the monster was looking at Sigourney Weaver, and it was lustfully he was looking at her and sort of drooling. I had scored that scene twice. The first time I played it very frighteningly, and Ridley quite saying, no, he wanted something that was more sensuous. And I thought he was nuts, but then I realized what he wasn't. He was absolutely right in what he wanted, so I went that direction. And I thought, I thought the music, worked very well. And then when I saw the picture, there was no music there whatsoever. They left it all out. And of course, I was annoyed at first, but then I realized, in all honesty, just the slobbering of the monster, the little subtle little sounds of him looking lasciviously at Sigourney Weaver, really was frightening.
I was delighted that we got, one of the people who I'd admired all my life to do the music. And I think Ridley was certainly disappointed. He found some of it in the same way that he didn't want to make a movie in the script where I remember Dan O'Bannon's script, you open the door and the alien standing there, it twists the person's head off, puts the body, the sort of the wriggling body under his arm and scarpers off over the roof type thing. He didn't want to do a thing where you open doors and the creature says boo. He wanted to make it more subtle than that. And he found Jerry's music, I think, some of the music cues were just too kind of over the top.
There was a struggle at the ending with the last piece of music. And the last piece of music was one of those occurrences where chosen temp works better. And it's hard, that's a hard call. Because when you're doing temp score, a lot of composers will not listen to temp score. Because if you've got a music ear at all, you're sitting there making definitive choices and decisions from some of the best pieces of music of all time and laying them onto the film. So the composer's saying, oh, yeah, that's ridiculous. It's like having 25 hits in a row. I can't, short of copying it, which I refuse to do because Jerry's a real artist, I will not do it. And but I always loved, what Terry and I loved were that wonderful pause in the music before it rounds off and kind of pushes you away, pushes the boat out, and it's melancholy and beautiful and sad. Actually brings tears to your eyes at the end, and that's partly the music.
So there was tension with the music, but it worked out pretty well. I think there were some nail-biting moments because I'm not sure how whether Jerry was told the complete story or whatever. And I seem to remember when we were previewing at Fox, I think Jerry came to see the finished film, etc. And I'm not sure whether he was surprised that not all of his music was in there or not. I have a dim recollection of that.
There was a line through the movie which had more by innuendo than anything else, that there was something going on between Dallas and she. And then later, I thought was really curious, could be interesting, there's somebody going on between her and Veronica, which I thought was far more probable. I don't mean for these two women, I mean 100 years from now, that's certainly not going to be remarkable in space. And where I think you're going to, in fact, in space, relationships are probably going to be discouraged. And if you have the need for sex, it can be with either gender, really doesn't matter, right? And I think a psychologist would encourage that. Think about it, because if you're on board with a small unit crew, and there's a relationship with a couple, that fences them out, and I think that's going to create problems inside, right? Or if that relationship goes wrong, and then you have jealousy. Geez, you've got you've got minor warfare going on inside this steel box many miles from Earth. The nodding bird was going to be the last moment before the ship goes off. And I wanted it was like a countdown when she was programming the ship to go up. And then she blew away from the ship. She took off away from the ship. I was going to cut back into the total silence of the ship and just see the bird go, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was it. But we didn't do that. We didn't want to use that at that point. I shot it, but you didn't need it,
I was convinced that 1941 was going to win. And then when they said, and the winners are Carlo Rambaldi, I think was the first name that came up. And I realised we'd won. Well, you could have knocked me down with a sixpence. I sort of dashed up and I thought, my God, I'm going to have to say something. What on earth am I going to say? And then I got up on the stage along with the others, and it was Farrah Fawcett Majors was the presenter. So I got a kiss from her, and then we stood there looking at 3,500 Academy people, and you think, oh my God, what am I going to say? And I thank my children and my wife, then wife, and and the crew, and Ridley and everything, and that was it. And then we were off. And then you go down these corridors and you follow these yellow lines or blue lines, whichever one they want you to follow. And you wind up doing a radio interview or a TV interview or whatever else it is. And then you sort of bump into Nastasia Kinski, or you bump into Warren Beatty or something, and they're all standing around, and you think, hell, this is amazing. And you don't come down, you've got this golden thing in your hand which weighs a ton, with no names or anything on it, because it's not predetermined. And then off you go, and eventually you wind up having dinner, and you stick your Academy Award on the table, and everybody comes up and slaps you on the back, and you're a 5-minute wonder, and then you get back to reality again.
It sandbagged every subsequent effort to make a scary monster movie is what it did. When I write a script, I always try to exhaust the themes. I mean, if I'm going to write about something, I don't want to leave something important unsaid about that theme. So I try always to see to the bottom of any piece of material. And I certainly try to do that on Alien. And although I didn't realize it at the time, the result of that has been that Alien, this was not my intent. I'm not this mean. But the result has been that Alien fulfilled a genre and therefore thereby put a cap on it. Nothing left to do in that genre. How do you make a detective movie after Chinatown? I didn't set out to do that, but I did it. But you know, really, that was the only thing left to do in the genre of the science fiction monster movie. I was not early in the game, I was late. You know, the heyday of that type of movie was played out in the early 50s, and its prime was played out in the mid-50s. And then there was a long period of crappy imitations. By the time I came along, the only thing I left to do was either junk or finish it off. I didn't mean to finish it off, but by bringing everything in that genre to its ultimate, we certainly ended up doing that. I mean, my advice to filmmakers in that genre is, you know, don't waste your creative blood. Move on. The next time that it will be possible to do something in that genre and have it be punchy and original is when they move beyond movies altogether and make feelies or something. It is possible to revitalize an idea when a new medium emerges.
I remember seeing Alien, waiting in line for the very first 8 o'clock screening in Westwood. I was terrified before I even got into the theater. I was so anxious to see it. I am a huge fan of science fiction. I very much wanted to be making films like that, and when I saw it, I thought it was one of the best movies I had ever seen, and it absolutely lived up to and exceeded my expectations.
No, I recall seeing the original Alien and being very, very scared and frightened, and you know, taken in by just the sort of the darkness of it.
I could actually smell it. The movie was so visceral, you know, and so unusual. It was reality, and I think the acting was so almost improvised and street. You know, it had a reality quality.
The performances just seemed so real, you know. The whole look of the spaceship and that whole environment was just so dirty and so used. It really felt like real life working kind of world. And I just totally bought into it. And I just remember that whole movie just had such an element of reality to me that it just was very effective. It was probably one of the most effective movies I'd ever seen at that time in terms of not manipulating you as an audience member, but definitely engulfing you in the world that it was trying to create.
It was so moody and rich and such a unique world that was created, you know, through Geiger, through Ridley Scott. And then the whole chestburster thing was truly, well, it was gut-wrenching. It was shocking and visceral and disturbing and surprising.
I mean, that was such a horrific shot. And it was, I mean, it just cut everybody down to the quick. It was so chilling and so successful an effect that it kind of set us up for sequels to come.
It was just a very creepy movie. Even when the monster wasn't in it, it was almost an element of what was being told to you as the audience internally as opposed to what you were seeing on screen.
I think I watched most of Alien like this. So I don't know if it's what I saw or what I didn't see that scared me more.
I'm not scared by a lot of films, but I was
I was at the Egyptian. I found myself sort of sliding below the seat in front of me.
I saw American technicians crawling up the aisle virtually in terror, actually crawling up on the carpeted floor up the steps to get out. I mean, there were lots of people really freaked out.
I think that we were all at least 4 feet out of our chairs. And I also remember that everyone went back in their seats as if they were trying to get as far away from the screen as possible.
I was only, I think, like 3 when it first came out. And part of the thing was James Cameron said I had to watch Alien before we did anything to do with aliens as far as filming. And so I watched it, but I think I was 8 at the time, I didn't think it was scary. I thought it was funny. I was laughing at it the whole time. So it was, now watching it, it's kind of scary.
I think Alien, when it came out, it set a whole new level in terms of artistry, of illusion, for science fiction.
I think a lot of people forget that Ridley Scott set a lot of visual standards that are ubiquitous in science fiction films. Things like smoking up the sets and the strobe light thing at the very end when Ripley sees the alien for the first time as the ship's going. All these visual sort of design things came from, I guess, probably out of his commercial. He's a commercial director.
I was stunned. I mean, I left that theater again stunned. I get stunned easy, but I mean by quality. You know, and it was really quality.
Here was one of the most intelligent monsters that Hollywood had ever seen. And the design, the Geiger design, was so like nothing anyone had, so ingenious, like nothing anyone had ever seen. And the whole idea of its evolution, the way it would gestate inside a human host and all of this stuff, and then it would grow and it had acid for blood. I mean, it was really quite thought out. And Ridley Scott's realization of that script in terms, again, of the art direction and the scale. Here was the scale was awesome. I remember when they go into the derelict ship, and when they finally go up and you see the pilot of that ship, and you see them, the scale was fabulous.
This film left a huge impression on me, and it was just this sort of landmark, another Ridley Scott landmark film in science fiction.
So I was blown away by the first one, and I mean, if I would have walked out there and somebody had come up and said, "Hey, you're going to be in the sequel to this movie in about 6 years' time," I'd go, "Yeah, get out, yeah, right."
When the picture was finally finished and over in the can, and I thought all the battling was over, I get this thing in the mail, this notice of intended writing credit from 20th Century Fox saying that Alien, the screenplay credit for Alien is going to be to Walter Hill and David Giler. And I fell flat on my back. And I picked up the phone and I called Walter Hill at his home. I actually had his home number in those days. I said, "Walter," I said, "I'm begging you, please let me share credit with you." And Walter said, and I'll never forget the words, he said, "Dan, I've been through these arbitrations before, and you win some, you lose some." End of conversation. I said, "Okay, arbitration, win some, lose some, then I must try to win this one." I contacted the Writers Guild. I was new to this stuff. I found out how they did it. I requested an arbitration. It was granted. They said, "You sit down and you write this thing, and you do this, and you do that, and you submitted it." And I worked harder on that credit arbitration statement than I've ever worked on any script or movie in my life. Handed it in. The decision came down because, you see, in fact, Hill and Giler had sufficiently bruised that script that at that point I was willing to share credit with them. I was willing to have, let's say, a screenplay by Dan O'Bannon and Walter Hill or some such thing, just so that I wouldn't have to take the blame for some of the sillier and more inadequate aspects of that script. Because I had an original script that was like clockwork for all of the elements of a thriller. You know, I mean, that thing gleamed. That was up there with, you know, Agatha Christie or anybody. Because I understood the elements of a thriller. And after they got done through, you know, bang, bang, crash, 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 it was like, well, I guess I'll go down in the cellar after the cat so the monster can jump on me. It was down to that level, and I wanted their names on that just so I could say, well, you know, some of this is mine, some of it's theirs. But when they came after me with their maw dripping for the whole credit, I realized this is war. This is no holds barred. This is no prisoners. I've got to demand all of the credit myself, if I even expect to share it. Well, Writers Guild came back, gave me all the credit and them none, which was more than I'd expected. And I wasn't sure how I felt about that altogether, but I knew I had won. But Hill's basic public position was he had written this script and I had screwed him out of the credit. I guess using my position of power, right, over him. And he kept saying this for years. As far as I could tell, everybody believed him, too. And I said, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to get involved in a public war of words. I said, because that looks terrible. And nobody knows who to believe anyway. And you just end up both looking bad. And after about 5 years, I changed my mind. I decided, no. I said, that's true that you all come out looking bad. On the other hand, the person that shouts loudest is the one who gets, you know, who writes the history. So Walter Hill, by the way, in complete violation of Writers Guild rules, because when you lose an arbitration, you're never supposed to come out and contest that publicly. One too many times Walter came out and said that he wrote it all and I screwed him for credit. And I turned into some old Donald Duck cartoon, you know, whack, 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 whack. And I picked up the phone and I called my attorney, because I had one by then. And I said, you tell Walter Hill that if he opens his mouth one more time in public, I'm going to do something really awful. And he did so, and Walter shut up. And I noticed that opinions started to slightly turn in my direction. I mean, it's late in the game now, years after the picture was opened, but gradually people started coming to me as the writer of Alien and giving Walter less attention. And I thought, lesson to be learned. And so since then, I have not hesitated to tell the story in its fullness, because shutting my mouth got me nothing except run over with a big steamroller.
Dan came to my door one day, was a fan of my cartoons, and wanted to meet me. And it didn't take long to discover that Dan was a cinema student at USC and was involved in doing a sort of fantastic cinema, which I was very interested in. And after an exchange of enthusiasms and the fact that I had this other secret love of film, I ended up assisting them in a very small way by doing some designs for their student film, which they called Dark Star, directed by John Carpenter, who was Dan's friend at the time.
Dark Star, of course, was a student film, which ended up getting a theatrical release. And Dark Star was a comedy, certainly meant to be.
And I saw this work, and I knew Dan had co-written it and designed the special effects. It was done for ridiculously small, even by Corman standards. And I said, this guy's great.
On its first release, people didn't laugh. John and I went to some theaters to see, and nobody was laughing. I found the experience traumatic. You worked so hard to get a particular audience response, there was nothing. So I scooted way back from comedy after that, because I realized that, among other things, comedy is individualistic. Everybody laughs at something different. But they're all afraid of the same thing. So a couple of years down the line, the idea came to me to do what essentially was a Dark Star stood on its head. Scary.
I told him that I wanted to work with him. I liked his work a lot, and he was very suspicious of me because I had something to look at his film, and I'd never gotten a movie made at that point. My life had been struggling several years. I don't know how many years at that time, 5 years, 6 years, something like that, 7. I don't know. Anyway, he said, well, have you got some scripts you developed? So I sent him 2 scripts that I had either co-written or co-storied of. Sometimes I'd do the story, sometimes I'd do the actual screenplay. And he was very impressed. And he said, let's get together, let's have a meeting.
Ron Shusett he's a force of nature. He's a feral child. And he's a very brilliant and creative man.
I went down to see him, and it was really weird because on that day was born both Alien and Total Recall, because I had an option on the short story by Phil Dick then, and I couldn't get a script on it. So I told him about it, and he knew the story immediately. I said, I'd like to do this part. He said, I love that story. We can remember it for you wholesale. He said, I love that. I'd like to develop that with you. And he said, I got this idea for a project too. And he said, it's a monster movie. And I said, well, I've never gravitated towards those.
So I pitched it to him, the idea of Alien. I had the first half of it.
And he said, I can't make the breakthrough from here, but he said, I'll help you do Total Recall, and you help me do Alien. And then that's very kind of amazing. Both movies were born in that second, you know. And so we did. And so he said, since he had a start, we were going to tackle that first. And we put aside Total Recall, and we tried to do something about Alien. I tried to help him get further with it. But before we ever could, we got sidetracked because Dan was hired to go off and do the special effects on the first incarnation of Dune with Jodorowsky to direct.
And I was brought in to manage all of the special effects in general, which was quite a challenge in a foreign country and a foreign language. And when we were well underway, when a lot of stuff was designed, some months into pre-production, Jodorowsky went to an exhibit of Giger's paintings at some art museum. And he was very enthusiastic, and he then contracted with Giger to do some designs. And I was moved. I was impressed at his originality, and I found the paintings disquieting, disturbing in the extreme. That was how I first encountered Giger's work.
After Jodorowsky's movie closed down, Dan had spent his living money because he'd been making a salary, but we all know your biggest money comes in the making of the movie. So he used up all his living money. It was dead broke.
I ended up with no money, no apartment, no car, and all my belongings in storage and no place to stay. One of those desperate situations, and I asked Ron if I could stay with him till I got back on my feet.
Called me from Paris, said, can I stay on your couch? I'm broke in the movie. So I said, yeah, well, and then we resumed our relationship.
It was quite a setback. I moved into Ron, moved in on his sofa, slept for a week. That was my depressive response. And at the end of the week, I got up off Ron's sofa and said, all right, now I'm going to do something, get myself off of Ron's emergency rolls here. And so I went to where my belongings were in storage up in Lyon in Hollywood, and I got up my desk and my typewriter, set them up in Ron's front room.
And we addressed ourselves to finishing Alien. And it took us, I'm not sure how long, but we worked from that first act he had. And we got the breakthrough was the chest burster.
I said, what do you think? He said, well, depends on what you do with the second half. I said, yeah, and I don't know where to go with it. A little while later on, comes back into the front room, and he said, do you remember you told me about a script, an idea you had about monsters getting on a B-17 during World War II, gremlins? I said, oh, yeah. Basic idea there was that during a bomb raid, some gremlins jump off a cloud and get on the tail of a B-17. And as it's on its way back to base, these little monsters start working their way forward through the plane toward the front, killing men as they go, and the trick is to try to barricade them back there until they can get back to base and land. And he said, yeah. I said, well, his point was obvious. His point is, why don't you do that for the second half in the spaceship? I said, that is really a good idea.
The rest of the structure wrote itself. I remember it was 3 weeks, and we had the whole, just exactly as you see it, with one exception, the robot. We didn't have the robot idea. And that was later contributed by Geiler and Hill, either jointly or one of them. But that's the only thing that was, other than that, the script you saw, which we later wrote, based on that 3-week outline, was almost exactly the movie you saw on the screen.
Ronnie and I made the deal with an independent production company called Brandywine Productions.
It took a while. I mean, there were many rewrites, and people, you know, I guess I said the robot had an idea emerged from them, and we didn't know who the director was going to be. There were like 10 directors before Ridley Scott.
And we were in little tiny offices in Ridley's place in Soho, and the script came in, and as it was science fiction with a title like Alien, I remember that the two of us wrestled with it, said that, you know, it was a sort of me first thing. But anyway, Ridley won, so I had to sit for an hour and a half while Ridley sat in the next room reading it, screaming out, oh my God, as he came to certain bits in it. Anyway, it was a good, fast, fantastic read.
And the thing which gave it a green light was that just at that moment, Star Wars opened.
I went and saw Star Wars, I think, in the opening week, and of course that, like everybody else, blew me away, and it completely set me off course.
That freaked him, like it did many people who saw that for the first time, and I think he, again, saw the opportunity of science fiction.
Of course, as soon as the science fiction came through the door, I was on the plane in 17 hours into Hollywood, and met with the guys, Geiler, Gordon Carroll, Walter Hill, Dan O'Bannon, and Ron Shusett, and Ron Cobb.
They did hire Cobb to work on a weekly basis to see what he could do if his designs would be feasible. So all during that year when we first optioned from Fox, to their credit, they employed Cobb, and he was on a weekly salary. He was working on all kinds of designs.
I found myself working with the English science fiction illustrator, Chris Foss, and just turning out drawings in an old rehearsal hall above one of the old stages on the Fox lot for months and months and months. It was in some ways sort of frustrating because we just didn't know, we couldn't sense a direction. So I was suggesting things and Chris was suggesting things, and with a lot of talk of getting Giger involved.
I had some correspondence with Giger, and some letters and some telephone discussions with him. And I thought it through very carefully. I wanted to get the best value out of whatever association we had with Giger. And so I was very specific about what I asked him to design.
And he said he will give me $1,000 if I design the face hugger for him. And he described me this egg. It was a big egg, and I thought in this big egg must be a big beast, yeah. So I did quite a big alien face hugger. I worked like normally you do industrial design. You think what kind of thing he has to do, what function this beast has. I mean, it has to jump, it needs a tail like a spring, and it needs something to hold, then hands or fingers or whatever to hold the head. And then I looked on the Egyptian opener of a mouth to get the soul out, you know. So something to open, like a combination of that. They've been my first alien design I did.
And he did the paintings in Switzerland. He had them photographed 4x5 transparencies. I was very thrilled with what he came up with. My next job there was to stick with it and get those paintings on the screen.
We then showed Ridley Giger's designs, some sketches, and also his books of his artwork.
And I always remember there was a shot of the alien in it, which Ridley had just literally put sort of pencil marks round.
The Necronome 5 has no eyes. The Necronome 4, that has this kind of pipes or tube behind, so it was a combination from that.
And I nearly fell off the desk. said, that's it, and why look farther? And so that's how I saw it. It was as simple as that. I've never been so certain about anything in my life. I've never been so sure about one thing in all my life is when I saw Giga's book, because there seemed to be some hesitation as to whether or not this was the direction, but not from Dan. Dan and I were absolutely certain, and I just said, that's it.
And Ridley went to Fox, he said, I have to have this man. And they said, you're the director. If you insist on him, fine. And that's how we were able to put Giga through.
So I had this immediate take on it. The budget at that point was 4.2 million, which at that time, was pretty good because I made the Jewelers for 900,000 all in. And I met with Alan Ladd, I went back to London. I said I'll storyboard the movie because that's what I'm able to do. And I sat there for a month and storyboarded the movie, the way I saw it. And I went back to LA, and the power of the storyboard, we doubled the budget.
And after about 3 weeks after that, Ridley Scott with 2 other guys came to my home in Zurich with Gordon Carroll and David Giler. He said that he would like very much that I work for 20th Century Fox and doing the Alien, that he has seen my book and I said, oh, that's fine, and so I came involved in these things. And I tried to make drawings of my dreams. I read Freud, his dream book, and I tried to build up dream images. At this time, I also had a book where I put in my dreams, and I always looked what the day before what I did, or the night before what happened. So I could see that often it was very influenced by that.
And I think Giga has an extra quality of, I think one of the most frightening things of all is a quality of reality, combined with a sort of his own form of fantasy. And I think that's what makes it stronger, is the reality, not the fantasy. Yeah?
And was it easy to work with him?
Very, very. And in fact, I'm hoping that maybe we'll do another film very soon. I got on very well with him. And it was good because it was one designer really to another designer.
One of the more amusing aspects of seeing all of Giger's drawings long before we met him, and then finally realizing we were going to meet him. He was about to arrive at Shepperton, I believe, and finding the fact that we were all very nervous about meeting him. I think we all looked at him and said, we're not really sure we want to meet this guy,
So he lived in the pub in Shepperton Village. Imagine having Giga in this pub in Shepperton Village.
We used to go in the bar at night and everybody'd wind down and Giga would sit there and play jazz piano. And we'd hear all these stories from his girlfriend about the bones of his wife hanging up in his living room and on the wall, up on the beam and everything. And we'd look at his drawings and think, yeah, that's about right,
And of course, as everyone said, it was so funny. He was just a guy. He just sort of a kind of a quiet, pleasant fellow, who had his image and his fascinating projection of these darker sort of occult things, which he loved to fool with. He would just do amazing things, put up these big sheets of paper and pin them to the wall, and then with a little piece of cardboard and an airbrush, he would sketch and draw and turn giant full-size paintings in just a matter of hours. It was amazing to watch him work.
I don't think anybody has come up with a design or an idea for an alien entity that is as that's profoundly frightening and dark as Giga's Alien. No, there's just nothing else.
Ridley, he never wanted to show the actors the alien. And then one day when it was finished, before we made the mold, he said, okay, now it's time. We start shooting in a few days, and now you have to get familiar with the alien. And so he invited everybody to our studio, and I was standing there with the cognac and glasses. And Sigourney came and said, oh, I don't need any cognac. And she stepped in, and then she rushed out and said, give me a glass of cognac. She was totally scared.
I remember when the film came out, some critics, they've always got something to complain about. So they were saying, well, gosh, we don't have much character development. And I said, well, that's not what the doctor ordered, you know, that's not what the film is about. You just need to know enough about each individual character and you're off.
Still with us, Brett? Anything so bad? Right.
Casting a cross-section where you have unspoken politics between decks. You know, Yaphet and Harry Dean were always very clearly written as the, to quote an English expression, as the oily rags, you know, from the engine room.
Damn reason we get a half share of their one. Our time is their time, that's the way they see it.
No, but
Same old shit, man.
But I think I know why they don't come down here. It's because of you.
They were the ones who were creating the them and us. I wanted Veronica to be the fragile one in the process, who, let's say, could have been a geologist, probably wondering what the hell she was doing there. And therefore, she is the first one to have this sense of foreboding, which she evoked very well. This fear, this built-in fear, which first of all begins with her thoughtfulness. I think the first telling sign is when she's staring out at the planet. I think she's smoking a cigarette, looking through the plate glass at this unfriendly environment. Ian was a very well-known English theatre actor who I thought at first was going to be, you know, lovey and would want endless discussions about, you know, motivation. Oddly enough, he was the easiest of them all. I like Tom's pragmatist, very cool captain.
Just tell me how you can leave that kind of decision to him.
Look, I just run the ship. Anything that has to do with the science division, Ash has the final word.
How does that happen?
It happens, my dear, because that's what the company wants to happen.
Since when is that standard procedure?
Standard procedure is to do what the hell they tell you to do.
I was asked what did I think about the leading character being a female. There is an explanation for this, you know.
Really? I want to hear your goddamn explanation!
I thought it was no contest. I thought, yeah, why not? You know, it's a great idea.
It was Alan Ladd Jr. who made the decision to make the lead a woman. Dan and I wrote it for a man. But we had a little asterisk and it said any of the roles can be played by women, let's say 2, to reach a broader audience. And one day Laddie was looking at us and he said, could the lead be one of the 2 women? We said, I guess so. We just never thought of it. I mean, action movies and horror movies, the woman in the lead, they weren't that commercial. He said, try it.
It didn't really hit me as being extraordinarily unusual. I just took it on board, said, yeah, sure, good idea.
Ridley gave me quite a lot of photocopies of Mobius's work, which he was obviously very taken with. And I had a sort of briefing from him at the very beginning when we talked about the suits, and he generally sort of wanted them to have a sort of Japanese look, a sort of samurai look. He was going for something practical and yet sort of striking as a design, and also looked used and looked worn. And also he came up with this idea that the various outside vehicle suits, space suits, should be actually color-coded for each person. Again, I think Ridley came up with the idea of the ancient Egyptian wings for Weyland-Yutani's sort of logo. I came up with the Nostromo patch and all the various little badges for the different departments, engineering and science and so forth. This is a yellow suit, is one of the different colours, and this has got bits of piping and sort of Japanesey sort of cording on it, and a bogus readout of some sort on the wrists. On Star Wars, these things were always known as greeblies, which I think is a term which is still used in the science fiction fraternity. These are the spacesuit pants. Nothing very sort of special about them. There's a patch on the back here, which is a stylized Union Jack. They all had different national badges, or at least there were American ones, and British ones, various pockets. And knee pads down here, quilted knee pads. Right, this is the helmet. This is in fact the reduced size helmet, made of fiberglass with bronze finish. 2 holes in the front for air pipes, which weren't practical. A practical light on top. You can see inside various bits of wiring. It's very heavy. Various bogus controls here. Nowadays, when we do this sort of thing, we usually have practical electronic readouts on these helmets nowadays. This is another very, very heavy item. This is a sort of backpack which is posed to represent the air supply for the suit. This pipe attaches to the helmet. When the artist can't stand being in the suit anymore, you have to undo all these pipes and take the helmet off. And the whole thing becomes quite complicated. This rather unpleasant archaeological remains of a pair of gloves. I think these were actually made, out of some sort of plastic, as opposed to an ordinary pair of gloves with bits of plastic stuck on. It's a pair of little moon boots I had bought in the shop with bits of plastic and webbing stuck on them. Boots are always a problem. Sometimes they're the least satisfactory part of the sort of spacesuit. Fortunately, they're not seen all that much, and you just get away with what we can. This is a sort of chest pack, again quite heavy, made of fiberglass, and this has a handle which is actually non-practical. It's supposed to come in and out. Quite why, I've totally forgotten, but it was something, no doubt, that Ridley was insistent on at the time. This is the chest and shoulder protector, armoured shoulder pieces with the little technical badges. So this is the chest plate, and that had a plate with the name of the wearer on it. In this case, it's Kane.
This is just an ordinary prod, like a cattle prod. It's got a portable battery. It's insulated all the way here, all the way up to here. Just make damn sure nobody puts their hand on the end of it.
I think these props probably are some of the most imaginative and creative props ever done for a movie. This little item right here is the cat box. And this is kind of a really neat little piece because it's totally dimensional all the way around, and it just looks really, really good. I mean, they spared no expense on this film as far as making the stuff really look totally real and totally perfect. I mean, this looks functional to me. Now, this is interesting because this is a toolbox for the movie Alien that ended up not being in the film. What reason, I don't know, but it's totally practical, as I can show you here. See, the door opens. There are actually tools in here that actually still work. Now remember, this is 1979. Look at this. Still works pretty good. 1979 battery, huh? Now here's what's very interesting about this, the most interesting part of this. You'll notice that there's a switch here. Turns on the power. Now watch this. If I can get this plugged in here right. These switches go on and it actually works. Lots of, like here's a great drill thing. Look at this little guy. Isn't he a cool looking guy? Little nernies on him and he becomes something else. It's really a neat looking thing. Looks like a mechanical armadillo or some sort of thing. Movie magic.
Give me a demo.
And you can see it's a pretty interesting piece in itself. One of my favorite pieces on here, of course, is the ice cube tray on here, which I think is kind of neat. But that's how Hollywood movie magic is done most of the time. Now, they made this practical. It actually turns on. Now, they used a sound effect in the movie, which was probably better. But this is how it kind of worked when they were just shooting it. And when they hit the alien, it would probably do something like that. Here's one of the hand weapons from Alien. that you actually just saw on their belts of the spacesuits. They never actually took one out or actually used it, but it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. I don't know who actually designed this, but it's really, really very good. Now this is something very interesting. This is the front of the Narcissus that was in Alien. And what they did with this is they back projected into that windshield the people wandering around. There's a scene where Tom Skerritt's listening to music and he's sitting in here. And then Sigourney, of course, later on in the movie is getting in here. And it's all made of plastic and wood. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of work. There's so much detailing on this thing, you just cannot believe the detailing that these people put into this. That's why this movie had such an incredible, great look about it. And this is why, because you don't get any better in this kind of work.
Nostromo evolved. I think it was more Ron Cobb than anything else, from what I remember. I think his basic design was the one that how it wound up in the end. When we first started, it was a pretty small sort of vehicle, but then Ridley came on board, and the pen started sketching, and the pen got further across the page, and then 2 pages were joined together, and it carried on and it carried on, and it got bigger and bigger.
But I wanted the whole vehicle to have the scale of an aircraft carrier, and of course it was a refinery with 4 towers.
We wanted to evoke a very, very scary place, almost like a Gothic castle or a sunken submarine, or all those things had to be there as subnotes.
The towing vehicle was the Nostromo, was the tug, basically.
That was the part that detached from the refinery and went down to find the alien. There was one sort of about 2 feet, and then there was one about 6 feet, and then there was a gigantic one, or reasonably gigantic. Gigantic in terms of weight, because of the way we started off building it, and because of the additions we had to put on it, the amount of plastic cladding that was involved made it must have weighed 1.5 tons or something.
Nick, could we do that I mean, if we start level, almost nose down, as she starts to hit the strata, can you do that? Like a Concorde, yeah?
And to fly it, or to land it, it was on a large pole arm that went out through the back of it. And I had a 7-ton forklift truck, electric forklift truck, that we actually could drive it along on tracks, and then we could actually lower it down to give it its weight. I mean, to give it its weight, it was a model, but it weighed that weight, so it's the only way we could really achieve it.
In a sense, Ridley saw the science fiction of 2001, which was very, very clean and probably very real, and Ridley being very visually orientated, very much the art director, sort of saw that he could dirty that down. I mean, he could actually, stick bits of tape over seats and things like that.
And his ability to sketch anything he wanted, I think that was kind of one of the things that helped me more than anything else. His ability to explain what he wanted, and left-handed as well, and just sketch this is what I want to achieve, what can we do, is this possible? And he always used to say yes, and then go away and think, how the hell am I going to do it?
Sometimes it's good to have limitations, I think, because then you have to become inventive. And I was very frustrated about, particularly trying to find what would occur design-wise in each corridor, because each corridor should look different. Roger came in one day and said, I've been to a graveyard for aircraft. So we just dismantled aircraft.
A lot of the stuff that we actually got, like sort of the sort of chairs in the command module, I remember came out of, in fact I think one was an ejector seat or something from some scrapyard, and we did what was called clagging things on. We just literally put things, attach things to it to give it kind of a patina and a depth.
And that's the first time I saw these warehouses full of aircraft parts, and where buyers went out and bought this stuff from the RAF, and and you just had all these wonderful pieces you could just sort of suggest, and even I could put in my drawings, this would make a great back of this and backs of television sets, you know, all sorts of things.
Ridley had this kind of idea in the back of his mind that he wanted to make it sort of slightly, I think it was Aztec or Egyptian or something about it, that sort of a certain feel. And I remember the sort of the padding on the corridors changed colour 2 or 3 times to the angst of the production department.
Watch the wafting and cue jump. Action jump. Rise and shine, Lambert.
What time is it?
How do you care?
Number one, I mean, the set was really very brilliant. I mean, to actually get into the set, you say, well, where's so-and-so? Oh, he's in the mess. You used to have to walk down the proper corridors to get to it. You couldn't, like, there wasn't floating walls where you just walk into that set. You used to physically have to walk down through the hyperseat corridors, through this corridors, number one, to get to the bridge or to get it. It was actually, it was like shooting on a location.
I was still involved in exploring the look of the ship. Ridley wanted us to explore the sense that aspects of the Nostromo might look like a cathedral with votive candles, which of course is what turns out to be the computer, the master computer, all the lights, all being one color, was meant to look like a niche in a cathedral. Lots and lots of amazing ideas like this. Most of them now started coming from Ridley for us to all explore.
Unlike any other sets that I'd worked on at that time, where first thing you rip off the ceilings to light the sets, well, none of those were ever taken off, ever. It was all shot, lit from the ground, or from the sides, or through the walls.
Derek had, had to think carefully about how he lights the corridors, so he could simply switch the lights on and you're lit. But when you get that even spread, I didn't want to get that even spread. I wanted to get it more dramatic. So then he had a plugging system where he'd take it all off on one side. And so it was a pretty simple process once he got it set up.
The interior of Nostromo, the actual flight deck, which Ridley had not liked because the height of the actual ceiling parts of the Nostromo were too high, and because we were shooting 2:3:5:1.
When he saw it on rushes, he felt that the command module looked a little high, and of course, as we were shooting on widescreen, what's the point of building a set that high if you're never going to be able to see it?
I wanted to have the 4 walls. I wanted to feel that I was inside it, and to have that sense of claustrophobia, which was very important.
They sawed about 4 feet out of the middle section of the walls of the set and dropped everything down, and then rebuilt it all. And so when we actually started shooting on that set, everything was really jammed close, and all the monitors were right down at eye level, and people had to walk between things instead of having space over them.
In fact, Sigoni's pretty tall, so I think her head clearance was only like 4 or 5 inches in the doors. So when she was running, she had to watch it so she didn't brain herself on the door.
We had a directive basically from Ridley to say that what he would like, that was everything on that set was totally practical. So every light, any button that was on any panel, whether it be for a door, on the bridge, or anything, physically worked. So when the artist pressed a button, something else reacted to them. Other lights would happen, or something else would happen to them. The seats would actually move backwards and forwards, they would recline. So it was a very, very, very kind of mechanically intense kind of set. We had, again, Ron Cobb, and his kind of concepts were great because he has this ability of being a bit of a mad scientist in kind of that way. And he would just not have a door open. There would be a reason why the door locks would work this way. No matter what you did, he'd always come up with some reason why this one works differently to the other one, because the pressure's outside and not inside and stuff like that. So, yeah, you used to work very closely with the art department on a lot of things like that.
The attention to detail was pretty good. And I think when you were actually in there with all the monitors running, you felt like you were almost there.
Locked and floating. You can drop us anytime now. We'll catch you.
All right, initial damping's going off. Hold on, people. There's going to be a little bump.
I was also aware of the fact that everyone was exceptionally good at it, though, too, because I knew it was much better than things I'd seen in other films. And so you could just, you could rest assured that the picture would always be weighted toward not drawing your attention to it, but just getting rid of your doubt that this is a spacecraft and this is really working. And that's what you want in good design. You want everything to do what it's supposed to do, so you can get on with the story and believe they're really there. And I think that worked wonderfully well in the Nostromo. Everyone thought they were trapped on that ship and really couldn't get away, and this damn thing was running around punching holes in their skull.
Giger's mind was behind the sort of everything to do with the alien world. The derelict spaceship, the egg silo, space jockey, all of that.
For me, the alien world was my biomechanical world, so it was, in a way, easy.
And his artwork is amazing. And it's amazingly difficult to reproduce in 3 dimensions. I mean, if you take Ron's artwork for spaceships and things like that, you know, it's got a very good architectural feel about it. And as somebody trained with an architectural background can interpret those illustrations and get the stuff drawn up and made. With Giger's stuff, you don't have that ground to work from, so you end up either sculpting clay models and then slicing the models up to get the sections through the walls and the buildings, or whatever it might be.
We created a private studio in the corner of one of the smaller stages, which was a lockup, so nobody could go in it. And I used to go in there at 5 o'clock every evening to see how his day had been, and he'd be standing there all dressed in black and covered in white powder. And he'd be standing there with clay in his hands. He'd say, well, this I thought was the landscape and the bones and this. And he created this beautiful presentation.
Because he is an art, I mean, he's a sculptor. He likes to get his hands dirty, basically. So he was always, in with dirty hands, putting, embellishing this or embellishing that.
Well, Giger was always in each stage inspecting the set as it developed and saying, we must have more bones on the set, you know. And I say, yeah, but the bones of the set, from your scale, are going to be giant bones the size of this table. And of course, we couldn't afford it. So a lot of it had to be landscaped, like a bleak, which is what you see, a bleak landscape, with the occasional, peculiar rock formations.
Some were made on the set in ribs, depending on the size. You know, if they were 20 feet, 30 feet long, you didn't want to make them in the workshop and try and carry them down to the stage and then position them. We would do another system there. We would make the framework up on the set in the position they were supposed to be, and then you would wire mesh them, either cover them in plaster and literally sculpt them in position. Now, that's okay. The only disadvantage with doing it that way, of course, is that when Ridley comes on the set and says, well, let's move that over here and shoot it around over here. It's not quite so easy to move as something that's made in a fiberglass shop and it's light as a feather and 4 people pick it up. But when it's been made with wooden formers and it's got 1.5 inches of plaster on it and it's 30 feet long, it's not so easy. But we did it when we needed to. Space jockey set, that was all bone structure, ribs and you know, the whole way, and all diminishing shapes and on the way up. So it might just look like a flat wall back there, but it was very, very busy. I mean, it was 45 feet high by 90, 100 feet long, just a very intricate back wall. Remembering Ridley coming on the set and said, yeah, right, we'll do this and we'll make it much, much bigger. I said, well, how are we going to do that? So he brought in two of his boys, or one of his boys, in the miniature space suits and walked those down the middle of the set. And of course, it enhanced the size immensely.
Sometimes it also happened that I was not ready in time. You will see that with the space jockey, that it's only half paint, and he had to film that absolutely the other day. I was crazy. It was at night working on this shitty. Yeah.
Like all of us, when we're in preparation for movies, strive for 100% of what our vision is. And if we end up with 80%, we've done really well. And I think what he was doing when you saw him doing that was trying to achieve his 100%.
I said to Ridley, well, you can't shoot it like it is. He said, yeah, no, we printed it a little bit darker. And so I said, it's not dark enough, it looks terribly. And you can see that in the beginning when you see first time the space jockey is not as dark as he later on is. So that was, for me, terribly to see that they got filmed before it was really painted in the right way.
This is completely enclosed, and it's full of leathery objects like eggs or something.
Ridley was always looking for something different, and at that time there was a company in this studio that used to deal with lasers. We found that it actually just lit this membrane of smoke, and it was just a totally different look that people hadn't used before. I don't think we know how we could have got that membrane without other big opticals or something like that, which we couldn't afford to do because we didn't have really the big budget for it.
I did a kind of like for the eggs, like an area around, very organic, like tentacles, you know. The eggs had been made in polystyrene. They had to be first transparent, that you could see inside the movements of the alien, of the facehugger.
We had membranes inside it that would actually pulse because they were lit from inside to show the silhouette.
Wait a minute, there's movement.
The actual opening and closing was actually mechanical and literally was done with wires. And again with the breathing membrane inside. I had one of my young guys every morning, that was his job. He used to go to a local abattoir and used to get pig intestines. We used to get hearts, livers, but they were all washed and completely hygienic to touch. And I mean, we had freezers that we used to keep them in, and they would be used one day and then gone. But if you actually hold one of these membranes up, there's something you just actually really can't produce, you know, artificially. Nature has got this amazing kind of ability to do things that are very difficult to copy. There are such quick cuts that are in there that make all these things, I think, really work. If you dwell on them too long, you'd actually see. And unfortunately, a lot of people with videos do try and find out, but luckily they've never managed to achieve and find out how a lot of these things were done.
You could feel the tension in the audience, and then he looks in, and I think one guy said, "Don't look in," and it come out with a wallop, and everybody goes, "Bong," and you know you're off.
was always told that that was when the script was doing the rounds in Hollywood, that if that scene hadn't, the chestburster scene hadn't been in it, that the movie would have never necessarily seen the light of day. But that was the one scene, the pivotal scene, that made everybody sit up and take notice.
That was the core of the idea that Dan had about, and he got that from the paralyzing wasp, you know, that paralyzes a spider and lays its eggs on the spider and then buries it in the ground so that the living spider serves as food for the wasp larvae, you know. And he always was so horrified at that idea that he felt he had to write a science fiction screenplay incorporating that particular concept.
I always remember the day when Guy walked in. He was furious and he just wasn't happy with this chestburster, and he always used to bring it in, whatever the object was, covered in a cloth. So you'd then reveal what it was. And he came in with his arm bound up with a sack around it, and he looked really, you know, not a happy fellow. And a lot of talk and a lot of preamble, and obviously he was embarrassed about it. And he took it off, and it was very funny because it looked like a turkey on his arm. We said, well, I don't know how this is going to fit inside the stomach. That's when Giga said, well, I've got enough to do. He said, I've got the planet to do. We haven't worked the egg out. We haven't worked the facehugger out. So we elected to take on board a guy who is local here, actually, called Roger Dickon. So Dickon got involved in designing the little beast.
It was kind of really quite strange. We actually loaded poor John Hurt up over lunchtime, and he had his false fiberglass chest piece over the top of that. And there's one of my guys actually supplying him with a cigarette, and in the other hand he's got a glass of dry white wine.
We had all the shapes of the body and things with the T-shirt on, and Nicky built the rig which, you know, burst through the T-shirt.
Poor John on the table, you know, with his with the puppet all ready to go, and the actors brought in. In this long set where you couldn't see that it was a set, you know, you were just all packed into this room, like on location, on the Nostromo, you're shooting this scene. I just looked around at everybody, and we were all shaking. We were all shaking, just like this. I mean, really involuntarily shaking.
Because the artists at that stage did not know what was going to happen on that first take. Likewise, to a lot of crew didn't, because nobody had ever seen what we were physically going to achieve and what we were going to go for.
It was frightening what we were going to see, no matter, we knew how it was done, but it was frightening. And we were scared to death it wouldn't work or it would look silly. And where were we if this scene looked ridiculous? You know, we're screwed. Nothing else will work.
It didn't actually burst through first time, and it pushed up, and there's blood squirting everywhere, and we felt, oh, we haven't really done that properly, but it actually wound up in the movie because it looks really good. It lifts up everything.
It was literally hit on two buttons. One was the bump. First you see it bump once, then a second time, and then the blood, and it comes through. I think it was about 1.5 pints of blood. Somehow seemed to come straight out and hit her straight in the face.
She screamed up, like that. I think she fall.
And that's where she disappears over the back of the seat. But she got up actually kind of quite green.
Yeah, that was strong.
I went to the dailies to watch, you know, like 40 minutes of this thing bursting out, blood, shot after shot. There was so many cameras, you know, and it was overwhelming.
Derek Van Lint had to throw up. He shot it. It was so on the 50-foot tall screen, and you're sitting there, you're seeing 20 minutes of the chest burster, and the guts and everything. He actually ran to the toilet, and I was really impressed with that. I said, "This is the cinematographer." I said, "My God, what have we wrought here?"
I just, you know, watching, and you know, we saw so much more than anyone. You know, we saw every shot, you know, again and again and again. And when I walked out of the theater, I walked right into a wall. I just went square into a wall.
And Cobb, who'd seen it being shot and was part of the creative, he got in. We drove to the screening room to look at this. He drove there in his car. Some of us walked. He got into a gray car, tried to get in. His car was red. It wasn't even that he was so shook up. He was getting into an automobile with the wrong color. It wasn't even the same color. And he said, oh, I just never thought it would look I never, you know, he was just mumbling.
And then the next worry is, what are the Fox executives going to say when they see this? You know, they're going to faint. You know, like, this is, wait a minute, this is like pornography. It's so horrible, you know. It was fantastic. It was just fantastic.
And then it went on to the more of the glove puppet, where it turns around and that, which is where Roger took over. And again, poor Roger Dickens laying underneath with this little hand puppet of the front part. Then suddenly Ridley said he wants this tail to kind of whiplash everywhere.
My major contribution to that was to put an airline in the tail so that as it goes away...
We just cracked the valve open, about 2,000 pounds came down through this little plastic tube, and of course it wants to go anywhere it wants to, so we got this incredible whiplashing around, knocking everything off the table as it went through.
And there's nothing like audience participation or something like that, and you could cut the atmosphere in the theatre with a knife. And when the chestburster happened, what was interesting, there were some reactions, because at that point I was standing on the side and I was on about the third preview, watching them with curiosity more than anything now, because I was starting to witness real terror. I always felt it was a war machine. The aliens were weapons.
Ridley always used my book as the Bible of the whole film, He said like that, and always was in my book. So my whole biomechanic style came into that, and they still work in this biomechanic style.
Ridley's fear and his horror of what the movie might be tarred with at the end was, I do not want to make a film about a man in a rubber suit. I was allotted the task of casting to try and find somebody of a fairly unique body proportions.
Balaji was, I think, close to 7, maybe 6'8", 6'9". Somebody saw him in a pub, with a pint, in a tweed jacket and tie, and so they went over to him and said, hey, do you want to be in the movies? And I think he obviously gave the officer a retort. And of course his whole body, like Masai or Samburu, was very, very slender, and he was just thrilled to come into this process. And although I don't think he realized the agony that he was going to be in for when he's trying to fit it into the suit and carrying the head, which was actually, whilst it was light, it was still heavy.
He sculpted the first model out of bones and clay and God knows what else.
I always remember as he walked in there, the creature standing there, it would make you jump. You'd go, involuntarily. It was so frightening. This great big black thing towering over you as you walk in. It was then, it was incredible, incredibly effective.
He wanted to have a tail because a tail can make a lot of movements.
I loved what I call the jelly bag. I always thought the head should be like aspic. You know what I mean by aspic? It should be like an aspic, which in itself was an eye. Whether the alien could see or whether the alien could simply sense, like an insect, I didn't ever have to answer that question.
Ridley always said, I have to play with. I need that I can play with these several things. I mean, like the expression. He showed me first time how you make it with very simple things, with latex pieces from contraceptives, making lips or whatever, and changing expression, showing 2 teeth like you have drawn it. So I had it drawn already, but he said, you really have to do it like that.
Of course, the person we shouldn't forget is Carlo Rambaldi, who actually built the mechanism to make it work and make the jaw work, and the interlocking jaw within the jaw.
It's truly a collaboration of everyone. It was Ridley, it wasn't all Giger, it wasn't all Ridley, it was both. It was Dan, it was the concept. Everyone worked together. It was just beautifully calculated to just scare the hell out of you every time.
What I particularly liked was the subtle way Ridley showed the alien. That was the thing that really got me, was how little we saw of it and how effective it was.
It's like the old shark. You don't want to see too much. Jaws is great because you hardly see it.
What I always liked very much was this scene with the cat, when the alien comes down. And Ridley always said, oh, don't give too much away in the beginning. No, don't give it away, and keep it for the... And it it's like that. Very rare, but I think the tension he did, that's really strong.
It always kind of interests me too, in that everyone swears that the thing went through enormous changes, but of course it didn't, you know. People think it was very small in the beginning, which of course it was when it burst out of the chest, but after that, the creature was always the same size, but everyone swears it was getting larger, you know, or it looked entirely different in every shot, you know, but it really didn't.
I think the alien is, you know, I mean, the alien itself is the franchise, really. It's a powerful visual.
Years later, I finally realized what a strong film and what the music and everything, how that was done. Just I felt what I was missing. A lot of scenes we worked on that was not seen, and that was a little unsatisfying.
What did it do? I'll get you out of here. I'll get you up to the shuttle. What can I do? Mercy.
First of all, the scene was an explanation of the cycle of things and how and what had been happening to these people. It's a great scene because it's an emotional scene, but you know the film is on such a roll. The dynamics are really working at that point, and suddenly the whole thing stopped. Not because the scene wasn't interesting, but because the whole trajectory of the character at this point is to get out of there and get onto that shuttle and get out of Dodge. We took a big chance on showing the engines blast the alien.
We had these big, high-pressure water pipes with misting sprays.
When she put the thing into overdrive, the lights came on with the high-pressure hoses.
The water sprayed out, which made the lights much more intense.
The alien dropped out on its cable.
It's such an effective shot with the noise and everything else. It has real power to it, doesn't it?
The fact that we're talking about it here 20 years later, I think, is absolutely amazing. But I'm not surprised.
From the bottom of the pile, from the technician pile, right up to the top, there was definitely a buzz about the movie. We all knew we were making something special. It's a feeling that I've never known on a film since.
I'd actually promised myself that I would always go, no matter what. I would always go to the first night opening, which has got to be one of the most kind of incredible moments in my whole life. Even just thinking about it now, I can actually, my skin can actually creep to how enthusiastic it was kind of received.
When Harry Dean Stanton's going, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," this guy said, "Holy shit!" And he turned around and he crawled across the chairs and got out into the aisle, and he crawled out, and then 2 or 3 other people started crawling out. And as it got nearer to the end of the thing, probably about 30, 35 people had actually gone out of the thing, either with their head down or their fingers in their ears or something. It really got to some people. I think they were in big shock. It was a sort of effectively a new genre of horror movie.
And so I stepped out to smoke a cigarette, and a guy came and said, "You chicken?" I said, "Yes, you're right," because he thought that I'm afraid, you know, that I can't resist to watch the movie. And I said, "Yeah, you're right. It's too much for me," because he didn't know who I am.
It's like a bad dream, and you know, a bad dream that you can't forget. And it's also thrilling and fun to, you know, the basic idea of enjoying being scared, because it's just so outrageously beyond your normal experience. It takes you out of yourself. It's true escapism, but at the same time, it feels like a fable about any problem you may face in your life that's overwhelming.
When the work was finished on Alien, I thought it will be something special, but I never know that it will be so important. And I remember Gordon Carroll saying, "You know, you will get famous with this film." And I said, "Oh my God, I do not like to, I mean, in a way, I have problem with as an artist, as a fine artist, because of this film. But I think the film itself gives me more other things than a fine artist. I wouldn't be so successful probably as with the Alien film, no, as the thing of the people always know me as the father of this alien, and it's okay.
But I remember being struck by the fact that Los Angeles had suddenly become smaller, friendlier, and more manageable. Because my position in it had improved. It was less frightening. It actually felt to me as though the town occupied less acreage.
I always wanted to make great movies, and that's a truly great one. And sometimes you get your way your whole life, even if you have it inside you. You don't get the chance to do it. First of all, they don't want to do your movie, and second, they don't want to do it your way. So both things had to happen. And then you got to be surrounded with all these people who are so great that they bring their own brilliance to it.
I thought it might age because techniques have changed, impatience of audiences have changed, and therefore, would it be slow? Would it still be as scary? Absolutely. You get so far separated from it now, you know, it's like you didn't make it. But yeah, it's a good movie.
This is Ripley, last survivor of the Nostromo. Signing off.
Wait a minute, this movement seems to have life, organic life.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please join me in welcoming the director of Alien, Blade Runner, Gladiator, so many wonderful, wonderful films, Mr. Ridley Scott. My first question is, how did you initially get involved with Alien?
For some bizarre reason, some bright spark was at the Cannes Film Festival and put two and two together, saw Julius and offered me Alien. You work that one out. I can't work that one out. But because I'd been just discovering science fiction, if you like, at that point, mainly through the hands of Mobius, right, and all those heavy metal comics, because I was thinking about doing something else. I was fairly brimming over with ideas and information from various sources of graphic art, really. And so when somebody sent this Alien script, I read it, and I read it once, actually, and that was in London, so I read it about, I think, finished about 10 o'clock in the morning. I was waiting, sitting on a chair, till Hollywood, Los Angeles woke up. And I called up immediately and said, I'll do it, I'll do it.
How much opportunity did you get to rehearse with the cast beforehand? Because you create this great sense, the crew in the beginning, it really grounds everything that comes next, that they're like the crew on a 19th century whaler, and they're on their way home, and they're, a few months from port.
It struck me, I haven't seen the film for a long time, actually, and I had a glimpse of it a couple of days ago, checking prints, but on a much smaller screen. This is a large screen. And it struck me then how absolutely brilliant the cast were. A really, really special cast. And you don't do that. That's not, that's good casting. That's not good directing. The priority of a director really is to cast well. If you cast well, 50% of your problems are over on the day. If you cast badly, it's a disaster, right? But in this instance, we took a long time to cast, and I think we got a definitive cast. And I was just watching tonight thinking, my God, how good they were, all of them. Because every one of them had his own little individual built-in subtext and implicit story that he didn't have to voice. It was all just part of the character. So they were very good. But I think the first time, this is my second film, and because I came from a background, remember I've done about 2,000 commercials before this, but that's essentially montage. And so whilst I was used to the process of putting images together easily, really, the first real, different experience came with the duelists. And the duelist was really a learning process about dealing not long form's easy. It was actually being able to talk language to the actors more than saying, right, this shot's going to last 2.5 seconds, so blink and smile. Got it? And in fact, there's an art to actually the process of commercial making. There's no question about that. But because this film was so brief in terms of each piece of characterization, because I think that's usually the sign of a really good script, is there's absolutely no fat. It's all lean. And the words are really to do with what's happening, and the actors are able to squeeze in as much as they have to with this kind of film. I'm not saying this applies to every kind of movie, but bearing in mind that Alien really fundamentally is a well-done B movie, right? That's what it is. And so when I was told that we were light on characterization later by some critic, at the end of it, I told them basically, off, right? And so, are you kidding, right? And so I'd get that constant questions from different actors who would be nameless within the cast who'd say, what's my character, man? What's my motivation, man? And so I thought the best thing to do was to sit down. I wrote a little bio on each of them, starting at birth through to mum, dad, university, training college, how they got into NASA projected into industry to Wayland Yutani, finally having done Mars and Moon, yada, 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 yada. And you know what? They really loved that. And I never had to talk to them again except deal with the script. If there are any actors out there, I'm sorry, I don't really mean that. I love you, right?
Now, there's a story that certain parts of the set were actually constructed like the spacecraft, so that you had to walk through corridors to get to other corridors. Is that true?
Yeah. We didn't have the money pretty well to do anything. There's absolutely, in those days, there was no CGI. And of course, CGI today would have been very easy for anything. It would have been dead simple. We didn't even have motion control rails. There were scaffolding bars with a chap pushing them along saying, no, mate, you got to do it smoother, right? So when you complain about your CGI budget, don't, okay? And so all that shots of the spacecraft were basically a dolly being pushed with a good steady hand underneath the bloody model. So don't complain about your budget, okay? And so it was all actually manual. It was all by hand. It was all hand tooled and handmade. And but in a funny kind of way, you get very clever with a very little amount of money, you know, because it makes you think. There's a big lesson there somewhere, actually. In fact, a good example on that was Les tried desperately, had no money left, and it was up to him to make the model of the planet. And I walked in this terrible little stage, well, it's not terrible, Bray Studios, and midwinter, which the heating had gone off. It was bloody terrible, actually. And Les had done the alien planet, which they were going to walk over. And it was about, alien planet was about from me to the piano. And so the mountains are about 1 foot high. And I looked at Les and said, it ain't going to work, is it? I mean, we put a camera down there and tried to track through it. It was ridiculous. It was like, you know, it looked terrible. So we sat staring at the model and the big croissant, which is what I call the croissant, the big alien spacecraft, and said, Jesus, Jesus, you know. And I said, anybody got a home video kit? And these are just about the advent of home video cameras. And at home, 8mm. And they said, I got an 8mm, I've got a video camera, so I'd get it. So I literally walked through the set with the video camera held down here and approached the ship. And that's what you see on screen. And it looks, I thought tonight, wow, it looks amazing. And, that was basically because, you know, it would never have passed on anything but a very sophisticated CGI, you know, done deal. And, but it looked good because you saw it through Ash's eyes, through the headsets of the astronauts, because it was being televised through the headsets back into the craft. So then Ash watches it and goes, my God. So funny is give it scale and credibility.
There's a beautiful, beautiful score for the film
Yeah.
by Jerry Goldsmith, and if you look at the credits, conducted by one of the grand old men of Hollywood soundtrack, composing Lionel Newman. What was it like to work with these two? One who was kind of younger, the first part of his career. One who was quite old.
In fact, Lionel or his brother had done the original Fox logo music. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah.
It was with Jerry, Stormy. But I think I was just thinking again tonight. My God, the score is absolutely brilliant. And I'm not yanking his chain. It was probably, I think it's one of his best scores actually, because it truly does nurse you through this film and leave you in constant state of tension. And I think without that score, I couldn't have let scenes run so long with nothing happening, because I decided I want to, you know, stick to a certain rigid pace and not hurry it, and just let things happen. And I think it works pretty successfully. You know, I was surprised how well it, you know, stands up pretty well.
Now, was it difficult to craft the marketing campaign for the film? Was there discussion about, do we show the alien? Do we show the spacecraft? What element did we, or are we going to emphasize in the poster?
Yeah. Well, I think the trick is not to show you a beast, unless you've got a shark. You know, and there was that other good poster, and everybody knows what a shark looks like, right? So, I've never been able to go in the water again since. So, you know. So the only thing there to do was use the shark, I think. In this instance, because the alien was unfamiliar, better keep him a secret till you see him behind Harry. And what we thought was the egg was a good idea. It was kind of strange. And I think that this is the best linkage I've ever had between the opening credits titles in the movie and the poster. I said I wanted like a hieroglyphic. And so they said, okay, anyway. And what they came up with these strange little notches that could fall between either being a spacecraft readout or some kind of digital clock or a hieroglyphic. And that's what I got. I thought it was really good.
Now, because you have such a background in commercials, do you find yourself wanting to get involved in things like the marketing of the film, the trailers, or even the title? I mean, really intimately involved in the title design for your films?
Yeah, but, you know, I always try to, and there's never time. Because you're all buried either cutting, mixing, ADRing, or something. But yes, I do get as much as I can involved in the process. But I think, you know, film poster work, film marketing is a specialist thing. It's not, it's somehow different from advertising. Advertising is a different deal.
I think we have time for a few questions from the audience for Mr. Scott. Yes, right there.
How long did it take you to storyboard the entire film? Because I heard you had done that. And how long was your shooting schedule?
I storyboarded the whole thing in 3 weeks. And actually double the budget. So the value of when I used to be in art school, now my old buddies who were then lawyers, solicitors, or teachers, one of them says to me, "Hi, you're still pushing a pencil?" I said, "Yeah, that's what I'm doing." And I still find the value of everything I learned at art school I use every day now. And so I'm able to sit down and do fairly, you know, significant boards. And boards are useful to me because it helps me to think. It's a bit like having a blank sheet of paper, getting stuck, getting writer's block basically, and you just start writing or you start drawing and it evolves. So I had the script and budget was 4.2, I think. And I said, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to go back to London. I'm going to think about it on paper, come back with something specific in about 3 weeks to a month. And I returned with a board and they doubled the budget. So there's the value of a pencil, right? Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
Really, I just love your work, love all of it. I had a question concerning the, I guess, lost airlock scene. They claim that that was never filmed. I was just curious if any of that was ever shot.
Never got filmed. We couldn't do it, couldn't afford it. And besides, I couldn't work out in those days without CGI how to squeeze the body through a, you know, a hole that big. But they did it number 4.
And paid the price.
And he went white in the process, right?
I also had one other small comment. I was wondering, towards the end when Ripley's running for the ladder, it appears that the cameraman bumps her and she kind of stops and hesitates before climbing up the ladder. I was curious if that was true or not.
Yeah, and I operate, so I was the operator in all this film. So there's Ada Biddle and I tearing along there, first of all running backwards with Ripley running over us. And then we followed her, and actually what you see in the corridor, you've got a sharp eye, is one of the electricians standing there flapping a light effect, which is just a black flag doing that. And we run straight into him. And well spotted, mate.
Yeah, over here.
Thanks again for coming tonight, Mr. Scott. I was wondering if you ever plan to return to science fiction as a genre.
Absolutely. Anybody got a script here tonight? I'll read it tomorrow.
Well, on that note, I think we should wrap up for tonight. I'd like to thank you enormously for joining us here this evening. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, will you please join me in welcoming Mr. Ridley Scott.
Thank you. Thanks for coming this very sad week.